Call, please.
Member Bennett.
Here.
Member Brindle.
Here.
Member Sprague.
Here.
Member Swinson.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. We have a form of meeting agenda for the meeting this evening. Is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We had a motion and a second to approve the form of meeting agenda. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we've got 8 public hearings this evening. Just a little bit of background information from me. Here comes our city attorney in. Welcome. Go ahead and get seated. And then we're going to have some background information provided by the engineering department as well on some of the issues that are common to every project. So despite, let me put it this way, even if state law didn't require that we have a public hearing on a potential preliminary assessment for a road reconstruction project, I think we'd have it anyway, because it's important that we have public input on these proposed projects. You know that we've been deliberately dealing with these potential projects over time as we've tried to consistently improve our infrastructure of our community, which is important for a lot of different reasons. I mean, we've all got a stewardship responsibility. It's not easy for any of us that are alive and living in our town at this particular time when streets are 40 or 50 years old and they need to be, for the most part, reconstructed. During these public hearings, we're going to get testimony from a variety of you it's going to be important to the council to hear that testimony. The assessments will be, the proposed assessments will be set forth on a preliminary basis. This is our engineering department's best estimate of what these potential costs could be. Typically, we've found when we have gone forward with these projects, when the final assessment hearing comes a couple of years later, they're typically lower than the preliminary assessment. They cannot be higher than the preliminary estimated assessment if a project were to go forward and be approved this evening for construction. So we know that these are expensive, as I mentioned earlier, and we are not unmindful of that. Over the years, we've tried to reduce the burden on citizens. In 2005, we looked at this street reconstruction cost. It used to be that the residents would pay for the street as well as the curb and gutter in front of their house through a process that we used then of evaluating the special assessment process. We took on the task of paying for curb and gutter through the city through our utility fund that everybody pays into. So what you hear tonight are numbers involving potential assessment on a per household basis. Those activities that would take place in terms of improvement under the street or the curb and gutter would all be covered by the utility fund that we all pay into. So typically about half the cost is covered by activity under the street and the curb and gutter, and the other half is specially assessed to the residents when we do decide to go forward. So I think, Chad, do you want to go ahead and talk a little bit about 429, or Scott, you want to comment?
I'll give a little bit of preamble for Chad as he's coming up. You know, Chad and his staff have been working on these projects for, in some cases, 2 years or more, and there's been dialogue with neighbors and property owners involved. And the action that the council is going to take tonight is depending on the outcome of the public hearing and the kind of public input they get. It's called ordering the project, and ordering the project takes the project to the next stage in its development. Following that, the next thing that would typically happen is taking the projects out to bid and awarding the construction contract. And at that point, then we begin to get a much clearer idea about the cost of the project, and then certainly construction if the council awards the projects on the timeline. And then after the projects are completed, there's the final assessments that are adopted, and that's another set of public hearings in front of the council. So that's just a little bit about our process from a special assessment process, and I want to introduce Chad Milner. Chad is our interim city engineer. He and his staff and also a group of consultants have been working on these projects. Chad has got a number of them that he's going to go over tonight, and then we have some folks from SEH that are going to specifically address the 54th Street project. So, Chad.
There. Oh. Mayor, members of the council, first I'd like to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules tonight to talk about infrastructure. I'd also like to thank staff who has to come here tonight on an extra meeting in December to do that also. So we're very thankful of that. And before we get started on the hearings themselves, we thought we'd run through a little introduction. And it was covered somewhat in the mayor's comments and also Manager Neal's comments. But we'll run through some of the common features of all these projects. So by Edina's Vision 2020, our mission is to provide effective and valued public services, maintain a sound public infrastructure, all in a manner which sustains and improves the uncommonly high quality of life enjoyed by our residents and businesses. And we feel the infrastructure is linked to continue to have Edina the preeminent place for living, learning, raising families, and doing business. So as the mayor discussed, under Chapter 429 of the Minnesota State Statutes, there's some legal things we need to do in order to conduct the public hearing, which we've done. It's the 10 days notice and also a legal notice in the paper. We provide a feasibility report tonight, and it's accepted by council, and then we conduct the public hearing tonight. If there is a 4 or 5 majority vote by the council, the project is ordered to go forward to create bidding documents and take bids. Once the council orders the projects, those assessments become pending, and all assessments are preliminary until that project is completed. One of the common questions we get from many of the residents in our open houses is, do taxes cover our street projects? Well, roughly 20% of the property taxes goes to the city for expenses such as police, fire, parks, public works, which does snow plowing, pothole repairs, and stuff like that, but the taxes do not cover street reconstruction projects. So how are the projects funded? They're funded from a combination of special assessments and also the city's utility funds, and in some cases the pedestrian and cyclist safety funds. Special assessments cover 100% of the roadway costs for local street reconstruction projects. Tonight we do have one municipal state aid project where the assessments are slightly different than the 100% coverage. So a typical single family home is considered a residential equivalent unit. So when we get into the assessments, you'll see this REU number all the time. So, and also commercial properties, they're calculated based on the gross floor area and also the type of business. So when you see the assessment rate per REU, that's just the assessable project costs divided by the number of REUs. As was stated earlier, the assessment hearing occurs approximately 1 year after the project completion, and assessments are payable over 15 years. Most of our projects tonight, except for the 54th Street project and the Todd Park F project, followed this project schedule. So we met with all the neighborhoods in October of 2012. We had the informational meeting with residents this past summer in July. We're here tonight to review the report and conduct the public hearings. And if the projects do get approved tonight, we're expecting a summer construction schedule with the final assessment hearing in the fall of 2015. So if there's any questions or comments on the intro, I'll take those now. Otherwise, I'll get into the first public hearing.
Member Swenson.
I think we need to be clear that the final assessment hearing is the fall of 2015, but the first time you pay that assessment bill is on your tax bill of the spring of 2016, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Member Bennett.
Yes, Mr. Milner, would you please explain the senior deferral program and how that may or may not affect the assessment payment?
Yes, there's 4 payment options for assessments. You either pay the whole thing up front when you get your notice. You can pay 25% of it, and the rest of it goes and it shows up on your tax statement. You can pay it all over the 15 years and it shows up on your tax statement. The fourth option is income and age related, that you'd work through the assessing department to see if you qualify for that at the time. But it is deferred onto that property if you meet those requirements.
There are, excuse me, where projects have been approved in the past, there are some common questions with regard to how do you go about protecting trees that are on the boulevard during construction? What about our dog fences that are built into our yards and our irrigation systems as well, and in fact our yards themselves down to where the new curb and gutter line would be? How do we go about taking care of some of those things that are common to every
Sure.
project, or common concerns to every project, I should say?
Yep. I have one more slide in here. So property impacts. Like I mentioned, items located within the city's right-of-way may be damaged, and in most cases, if it's irrigation or pet containment systems, they probably will be damaged. But at the completion of the project, when they're done doing the work in those boulevard areas, the contractor is required to repair those items, such as the irrigation or pet containment systems. Our inspectors do temporary patches on those pet containment systems just to make sure the residents' pets are contained over the summer construction period. Plantings and other landscape features, we do ask the residents if they have some flowers and shrubs like that to move those before the project, because those will probably be impacted by construction. We typically do not remove trees as part of construction. Very rare cases do we need to remove trees, and in those cases we will meet with those residents and work with them one-on-one. In the last year, we changed to hydroseeding the boulevard areas instead of doing sod. We saw some issues with drought resistance of the sod. We did hydroseeding this past summer, and it's performing real well, but we'll do the final performance review next summer. So we do hydroseeding in the right-of-way in the grass areas. And then we also encourage the private utility companies, such as the gas, electric, telephone, and TV cable, to come in prior to our meetings and upgrade their facilities so they don't wreck anything new that we've just completed as part of the construction project.
All right. Member Swenson?
Could our city attorney please speak to right-of-way and its ownership and its taxation?
As far as the ownership, right-of-way is held in many different ways. Sometimes you hold it in fee, or sometimes it's an easement. As it relates to working within that right-of-way, you have an absolute right to reconstruct that road. Sometimes what you'll run into is if, because of the nature of the construction, you may have to obtain temporary right-of-way or temporary construction. I don't know if that'll be necessary for any of these projects or not. As far as the taxation, that is what I will say inconsistent at times. Usually if what you hold is an easement, then with the property owner owning the underlying fee, they will be taxed on that property. If what you have, however, what you have is a dedicated right-of-way on a plat, then that usually does not show up on their tax statements.
Good. Other questions for Mr. Milner at this point in time? All right, we're going to take these hearings as they're set forth in the agenda. So the first one will be Morningside. And for all of these hearings, the process will be the same. The staff will make their presentation and recommendations with regard to the necessity for the project. The council may have some questions for staff, and then I'll open it up for public testimony. And as Ms. Benarott told you at the beginning of the meeting this evening, you'll have 3 minutes, and unless you have something you want to put that requires overhead projection, I would suggest using one of the side podiums. Make sure you give us your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes. And the yellow light will come on when you have 30 seconds left. And we try to make sure we treat everybody the same here. So if you hit the red light and you're not finished, try to wrap up as quick as you can. Or if you go on a little bit too long, I'll cut you off and we'll move on to another testifier. So go ahead, Mr. Miller.
We'll begin tonight with the Morningside B neighborhood, improvement number BA406. So project details. There's 133 properties in this project. It's bordered on the north by the Weber Field Park, on the south by 44th Street. France Avenue is on the east. It's just over a mile of roads, and there is a Golden Years Montessori School located off 42nd, and Calvary Christian School is located just north of Weber Field Park. Project was initiated by the city's street reconstruction program. These streets were originally constructed in they were constructed in the 40s, but they were reconstructed in the 1970s. And at that time, they did a very thin bituminous pavement. It's only 2 inches thick over some subgrade soils that are poor in condition. So the street pavement is a pavement condition index. Average on the neighborhood is a 16. Sidewalks.
Why don't you stop there for a minute? This brings to mind one of the other issues I wanted to have you address for everybody, and that is, how do we go about deciding, or how does the staff go about deciding what they're going to recommend in terms of neighborhoods that be reconstructed, and what is this pavement condition index anyway?
Sure.
How is that serving as a tool for you in your assessment of neighborhoods that need to be reconstructed?
Yes, Mayor. We look at all the neighborhoods in town, and we look at, well, first, this pavement condition index, a private firm comes in and rates our pavements by quadrants every 4 years. So every quadrant is inspected once every 4 years. From there, they throw it into pavement condition equations that estimate where the pavement will be in X number of years, and then we verify that every 4 years. Pavements it's on a scale of 0 to 100. 65 to 100 is good pavements. We got no issues with it. 65 to 45, we're looking at maintenance, like a mill and overlay, stuff like that. Anything below a 45 is when we start looking at for reconstruction. And you'll see tonight, we typically don't do reconstruction unless we're below a 20. So we're down to the ranges where it really needs some work. That's one piece of the puzzle when we rank neighborhoods. The other piece is the utilities. We look at the water main, the storm sewer, and the sanitary sewer issues and rank them by those. So then we treat the 2 rankings of streets and utilities and prioritize the neighborhoods in town. We can't do a utility project every year because it's just too expensive to do a full utility project. So we need to balance. Every year we typically do 1 utility project with streets, and the other ones are more street focused. So these streets here tonight are the ones that came up to the top of the list, needing work based on those streets and also utility issues.
What's the average pavement condition index score for the streets in Edina?
The average is 51 throughout the whole town. So
Go ahead and proceed.
Sidewalks. There are existing sidewalks within the neighborhood, and the comp plan also identifies sidewalk needs. Utility issues. The water in this neighborhood is supplied by the city of Minneapolis. There are some hard water deposits that create some colored water within the neighborhood. The fire hydrants are still the old style fire hydrants. The gate valves are nearing the end of their useful life. There is some spot sanitary sewer trunk pipe issues, and there's also some localized drainage, surface drainage issues. And just to note that part of this neighborhood is within the FEMA 100-year floodplain. So we're proposing for the roadway improvements is just to do spot curb and gutter repairs. Any of those repairs would be funded out of the storm sewer fund. We would recycle the existing pavement and construct a new street with those recycled materials, and we're proposing no changes to the existing street lighting. The utility improvements, we propose contracting with the city of Minneapolis. They do water main lining. So we would work in conjunction with them and the city's contractor to line the water main pipe. It would remove those deposits, as you can see in the photos, or before and after photos. During that operation, temporary water would be needed to supply water to those homes. While that water shut down, we would also replace the gate valves and fire hydrants in the neighborhood. Some other utility improvements would include some spot sanitary sewer trunk pipe repairs, and then some storm sewer modifications where we can see it's feasible. So right now, the engineering group is also studying flood protection and clean water projects. Part of that project has a piece in this neighborhood, so we work conjunction with that to determine what stormwater improvements we can be made without negatively impacting individuals downstream, because there are some capacity issues. And then we'd also install sump drain pipe where it's feasible within the neighborhood. Proposed sidewalks. 42nd Street. Well, first, step back. The blue cyan is existing sidewalks within the neighborhood. Some streets have sidewalks on both sides, some have on one side. 42nd has no sidewalk except for right in front of the Montessori school, shown with the blue line. The purple is our proposed sidewalks for this evening. 42nd Street has been in construction documents from the 1970s, 1990s, and in 2008 it was labeled as a council priority to get a sidewalk on 42nd Street. The pieces on Arden and Scott are also included in the comprehensive plan for sidewalks. Also, 42nd is included in the comprehensive plan for sidewalk improvements. The Grimes Avenue piece from 42nd to Inglewood was part of a petition we received a couple months ago for a sidewalk along those areas. The orange lines within the park, we've met with the park board and the parks department. They're considering, as part of the master plan, that they're working on some potential park trails within the park to connect to the proposed sidewalks if those go forward. And the two yellow marks, two yellow lines, are streets outside of our project area where there is potential for future sidewalks, and those are also listed in our comprehensive plan. The very west border is St. Louis Park. So that's our very west border of Edina, borders the city of St. Louis Park. So that's why the purple line kind of ends off in halfway down that block past Oakdale. So the proposed sidewalk...
Excuse me, Mr. Miller. Member Bennett?
Can you return to that previous slide for just a second? So it's really easy to see the side streets or the north-south streets where there are sidewalks because of the blue line. Can you please show where the north-south streets are on the north of 42nd Street, to the west of Grimes?
Where there's sidewalks?
No, where the streets are. In other
Like
words, where
Kipling
there are
and Lynn and
intersections.
Monterey?
Where there are intersections.
Oh, well, to the west of Grimes, we have, this is Kipling Avenue, slightly offset from Crocker Avenue. The next one is Lynn Avenue, slightly offset to Lynn heading south. And the last street is Monterey Avenue, which is again slightly offset to Oakdale Avenue.
Thank you.
Member Brindle?
Chad, while we're looking at this, the page that's included in the feasibility study that we have shows two colors of sidewalks: blue, existing concrete sidewalk, and purple, proposed concrete sidewalk. So it shows that Crocker and, what's the middle street? Grimes. Thank you. It shows that those sidewalks, proposed concrete sidewalk. So I'm reading that as those sidewalks being included in this project. But if I'm looking here, it looks like those segments are not included in this project.
If they're included in the feasibility study, I apologize, those two should not be in the feasibility study. We're not proposing any sidewalks on Crocker or Grimes heading south. Those
Okay,
missing. So the
so
yellow
another-
lines, what you see here is what we are proposing here tonight, and this is what's in the cost estimate in your feasibility study.
Okay, so that would be, for instance, Crocker would have a sidewalk up until about a half a block south.
You would not complete, yep, it ends
Okay,
there on one
as with
side.
Grimes.
Grimes has one sidewalk that goes all the
On
way
one
down.
side.
And it
Okay, I
ends, so
see.
yep. So there's, for some reason, these four little pieces were not constructed when they developed the neighborhoods.
All right, so Grimes would have a complete sidewalk on the east side of Grimes. And so they would end up with a complete sidewalk on one side of their street. Crocker would be the street that would not be completed.
Correct.
Okay. Do we, I suppose that's a question for Mark Nolan as to when we might complete that at some point.
It's on the comp plan. There's funding. With the amount of
Okay.
sidewalks we have proposed,
Okay.
we're at a limit for funding.
All right,
So it's
well, that
definitely on our
becomes
radar.
in my mind, that becomes a priority.
Yep.
I guess I'll throw out my question right now while we're looking at this, and that is, does the sidewalk along 42nd have to go on the north?
I will cover that if we can we get through the next few slides?
Oh,
I'll
sure,
cover
sure.
that
Absolutely.
question.
Thank you. Yep.
Okay.
Bear with me a moment.
Oh.
Member Sprague?
Thank you. Back to these other two links. So you're saying that it's economic feasibility that prevents us from doing these now. It's
As
the
a-
funding source. Because it seems like from a construction management point of view, it would make sense to do it along with these other segments. But you're saying we've tapped out after we do these segments?
As a whole, for 2014, we have
Yeah.
sidewalks in this project, sidewalks in other projects. We have
Right.
some other improvements we want to do. We just had to limit, there's a lot of sidewalk priorities, so we had to limit where we did and did not do sidewalks. Yes, it would be beneficial to do this now as construction is occurring. We just didn't know where the funding would come from for these last two. Let's say we take bids and they come in favorably. Couple of sidewalk sections like this, we could add on to the project as a change order at a later date if that's a priority set by the council here tonight.
It just seems like from a construction management point of view, it would make sense to do it at the same time. It's being funded out of PACS anyway,
Yep.
out of the alternative fund, the franchise fee. So, rather than coming back 5 years from now or whenever to do those little tiny segments. So it's good to know that can be added if necessary, if we can stretch the fundage. Thanks.
Yep. I think we'll have a lot more information after the bids come in to see where we are with our PACS funding for the year.
With respect to that same issue, do you have any notion of the relative cost of those two sidewalk segments as compared to the proposed sidewalk segment on Valley View in the Birchcrest B project?
So the question is, how much is Crocker and Grimes, those
Yeah, how
yellow
much would
pieces?
Crocker and Grimes cost us to do on a preliminary estimate basis compared to the proposed sidewalk on Valley View in the Birchcrest B project that's coming up for public hearing?
These would be cheaper than the Valley View. Valley View sidewalk, I believe, when we get to up to, if you got that number handy, I believe it's in the
Okay.
$200,000 to $300,000 number. These I would estimate as $60,000 to do these two pieces in that range. We didn't cost it out, and I don't know what impacts are on these yellow lines, if there's trees or anything else of concern.
Thank you.
Mayor, it says 245 for the sidewalk in Birchcrest B.
Yeah, so I
That's
would guess
sidewalk total, so that would be for
about a fourth of the cost for those.
on
I would
page
guess.
14 of 16 in the Birchcrest B
Thank you.
study.
Okay, go ahead. We'll get to that later.
So the 42nd Street sidewalk, lots of questions, a lot of concerns from the residents on this section of sidewalk. We are proposing a sidewalk on the north side of 42nd. And why are we doing that? The right-of-way, the road was not constructed in the center of the right-of-way. There's only a 6-foot right-of-way on the south side versus a 12-foot right-of-way on the north side. We typically like to do the 5-foot concrete sidewalks with a boulevard. That provides snow storage for our public works department or residents to stockpile snow. It also creates a safer feel to those sidewalks when you're not right along the roadway. The other impacts, we actually counted impacts on the south side versus north side. Impacts were trees, light poles, fire hydrants, storm catch basins, stuff like that. And we actually saw more impacts. Just counting, if they're 1-to-1 ratio, we saw 32 impacts on the south side versus 22 on the south. 32 on the south side, 22 on the north side. More impacts on the south side, and that's strictly from Grimes to the border with St. Louis Park. We also looked at where the sidewalk would go if St. Louis Park ever completed that connection. And it would, from a constructability standpoint, it would be very difficult for them to continue the sidewalk on the south side. Whether Edina makes decisions based on what can be done in St. Louis Park, that's another question. But it was another piece of our analysis to see if it was feasible to make that connection all the way 2 blocks further west. And then the one major impact on the south side that was really of concern was 4201 Oakdale Avenue. So in this picture, the van is 4201. So it's a pretty steep driveway. Just to the east is a flat driveway. So in order to construct that, we would really be impacting the level of service of this driveway to this resident. If you stand on his driveway and face west, the photo on the right is the tree in his yard. Very mature elm tree, 40-some inch tree, and if we only put a sidewalk, have 6 feet to put a sidewalk, this tree would have to come down. So we felt those two impacts to that resident was above and beyond what we wanted to do to this resident. So that again flipped the sidewalk on the north side where there was none of those issues like that.
Member Bennett?
Mr. Milner, back to that photograph, or a set of photographs. So it appears that the photograph on the left was shot from Monterey.
From the
middle of
north
the street
side,
on Monterey, the north-south street that across the street, correct?
it was shot from north to south. Where it was, if it was right in Monterey, I can't. It'd be really close to Monterey. Yep.
Right. So my point is that Monterey feeds out at about that street lamp. That street light is probably right about the center of Monterey, meaning that the corner, the northeast corner of Monterey is to the viewer's left, lining up approximately with the house across the street with the tuck-under garage. And if you can go back, I think, to the map that shows where the sidewalk would be constructed on the north, when you show where that purple line ends, can you tell me approximately where that is? Or
This is the home, 4201. This
Right.
is Monterey.
and the purple line,
Goes to the city limits.
but in other words, ending mid-block.
It does, yep.
Okay, so if we can go back to the other slide, what I would propose and would appreciate people considering is if the sidewalk, understanding that Morningside is a neighborhood under reconstruction, and that 4201 Oakdale may or may not remain in its present configuration 10 years from, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now. The owner may remodel, the owner may reconstruct the garage, somebody else, the owner may decide to sell at some point, and someone else may reconfigure that lot. And that mature tree that's shown on the right-hand photo is actually to the right of the viewer as they look at the two homes, correct?
Correct.
So if the sidewalk were to end in front of the house with the tuck-under garage, in other words, to run to the edge of its driveway, it would line up approximately with the northeast corner of Monterey, lining up that intersection. It would hook into the north, it would connect to those north-south sidewalks on Lynn, not on Crocker yet, but the one that we hope is going to be built on Crocker. It would hook into the network, and then when events happen in the future, the remaining connection of the sidewalk, the remaining segment, could be built east to the west to the corner of Oakdale, thence hooking into the two sidewalks on Oakdale. So right now, people using those two north-south sidewalks on Oakdale will have to cross A Street, will be in a roadway either to cross mid-block to what is depicted on the design, mid-block on Oakdale, or they would be coming around and connecting with the sidewalk. Anyway, I would appreciate some consideration of that because I think that might be one solution that could address some of the concerns that have been raised, including your concern, well-founded, about the steepness of the driveway of 4201. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Bennett, am I hearing you correctly saying that you'd prefer a shorter segment that integrated better into those north-south streets on the south side?
Yes.
So it would just be a little smaller segment, and then the future could be to the city limits could be reconstructed as it becomes feasible.
It would be incomplete as some of our sidewalks are around town. What we're doing is we're being able to build segments as completely as we can. And in this instance, we would be short of that corner. But whether it's north or south, on the north, it's going to stop mid-block. I've been speaking with council members in St. Louis Park. They don't have a plan for sidewalk on that street, and the homes have very, very short front yard setbacks on both sides. They had some surplus public land on the south, and two homes were constructed there with very shallow front yard setbacks. On the north, there's a very extensive rain garden and wooded hillside, and then a rambler that's been remodeled, again, with very, very steep hill, very shallow front yard. So it is what it is in our built-out community, which is not perfect. And we have an option of choosing one solution or another, neither perfect. But the solution on the south does connect better to the existing network, allowing, for instance, somebody on some of those blocks, as I've seen in the neighborhood, there are residents who are walking dogs in the evening. We've had people recuperate from strokes in their home and been able even to get out on a walker and walk continuously around a block. And that will not be possible on the north side. There are no sidewalks on the north side.
So we'd have less pedestrian connections, which makes that element of it safer, but we'd have a narrower facility. We'd have 5 foot plus 1 foot of aggregate
Correct.
up to the project limit she's talking about. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't disagree with the residents' comments about trip generation more from the south, but from maintenance and all the other issues. If we did construct it on the south side, we'd have to remove 3 trees, and there's some retaining walls we'd have to adjust. Not saying we can't do that, but there would be tree removals if it was on the south side from Grimes to Oaklawn.
That
But
that
to
tree
answer your
include
question, yes, it would be a sidewalk right in the back of the curb. It wouldn't be a narrower facility, but it just wouldn't have the boulevard for snow storage and stuff.
Mr. Milner, does the tree removal include the tree that we're looking at right here?
Nope, then it would be 4. So these 3
Okay.
are prior to that.
Okay, I'm not sure where those 3 trees are then, because
They're
I
in-
walked, and again, not talking about the south side continuously, only talking about the south to Grimes.
Yep,
Makes
and I'm only
perfect
talking.
sense. Grimes is a 4-way stop sign, a controlled intersection that actually does line up. All the segments line up at Grimes. So with well-marked crosswalks, there's safe crossing available at Grimes with motorist and pedestrian being informed. And also, it's my understanding that there's actually a little bit wider right-of-way at some points along the south side, that in some instances it's 6.5 to 7 feet, not 6 feet.
It varies by that foot. We don't do boundary surveys for our projects. So yeah,
Uh-huh.
6 to 7, 12 to 11 in that range. But yeah, the 3 trees we'd have to remove are between Grimes and Crocker on the south
What's the
side.
species?
I don't know.
And
Are
then,
they, are they
We're
elm?
gonna have a public hearing on
Yeah.
this. Maybe it would be better if we got some input before we start redesigning this.
sure, just one last point, and that is to Member Sprague's question. It's my recollection that on West 70th Street, there are points where that boulevard is 1 foot, 1 foot to 3 feet, depending on the width of the roadway. And so it doesn't have to be a foot of aggregate. It could be a foot. If you'll walk the north-south streets in Morningside, you'll note that there are varying widths of boulevard, some of them very, very narrow. People garden them, sometimes they're grass, sometimes they're planted. There's some lovely little mini gardens, and so there could be that capability as well. It would not have to be all pavement on the side.
I understand that. So what I'm asking you is, it would be 5 foot with 1 foot aggregate, and then it would feather in and out depending on the right of way. And I suppose you have a best practice for when you start to plant the boulevard versus doing aggregate. And what's the threshold?
Well, in this case, we would only have 6 feet. I mean, I guess maybe 7 in some areas, but we'd probably just go 1 foot aggregate, 5 foot sidewalk. There wouldn't be any jockeying around because there wouldn't be room. Typically to plant, we'd want at least 3 feet to do any plantings. Otherwise, we see the plantings just don't survive in that really tight area. So we'd go up to a 2 foot aggregate.
Right.
3 foot, we'd start plantings, and 5 foot is our recommended. But yeah, we have sidewalks all over town that are right on the back of curb. It's just not ideal.
And on 70th, we did have that narrow piece of boulevard, but those were specialized plantings. That wasn't our standard
Exactly.
seed or sod application.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, good. Continue on, please.
So just to summarize what our staff recommendations are, we're proposing to complete those 4 foot, those segments on the north-south streets, Alden and Scott. Those sidewalks are 4 foot today. We would match in with 4 foot sidewalks on those segments. We're proposing 5 foot sidewalks with 5 foot boulevards on the north side of 42nd up to the city limits, and also on the east side of Grimes from 42nd to Inglewood, and that would be constructed within the Weber Field Park. Maintenance currently comes up France Avenue and maintains the France Avenue sidewalk. They would be willing to maintain the 5 foot sidewalk down 42nd up to Grimes and north of Grimes up to Inglewood. The north-south segments here would be resident maintained, and the sidewalks west of Grimes would be resident maintained. Although we are proposing 5 foot sidewalks in that section west of Grimes, if staffing levels and budgets allow for increased snow removal, this could be done with a 5 foot sidewalk. Public Works is unable to maintain 4 foot sidewalks with the machinery that they currently have in place.
Member Sprague?
To the maintenance issue, what's the policy, the threshold at which we start to maintain sidewalks?
5 foot width is the minimum that they can maintain. The maintenance policy is typically within walking shed of schools, and that walking shed is
In state aid roads?
and state aid roads. Yep, correct.
So so the Grimes is the walkshed of school. Is 42nd state aid?
It is not.
It's not. That's why we wouldn't do the other segment. trying to think of where else that we've applied that maintenance. Well, around all
School
schools.
road from last
What's the
summer.
walk shed? Do you know what
I
we
believe it's a
use?
half mile from a school.
Okay. Thanks.
Good. Go ahead.
So project cost, the roadway or the accessible costs coming in just over $1 million. Utility improvements, $1.6 million. The sidewalks broken into 3 parts, so within the project limits, it's $185,000. The rest of 42nd from Grimes to the city limits, estimated at $150,000. And Grimes heading north on Grimes is estimated $60,000. And that would total $395,000 for the out of the PACS fund, for a total of just over $3 million for the project. The proposed assessments, we're estimating a proposed assessment of $7,500 per REU in this neighborhood. That's based on the city's current assessment policy, local street assessment policy. We believe this project is necessary, cost-effective, and feasible to improve the public infrastructure. Staff is recommending that the council approves the improvement number BA406 tonight. And I'll take any other questions you may have.
Member Bennett?
Mr. Milner, I have a question about the preliminary assessment roll. There are a couple of addresses of properties on Eaton that were assessed as part of the West 44th project. They're both listed as 1 REU, and one of them was assessed 1/3 REU for West 44th Street, and the other was assessed at 1 REU. They are 4316 Eaton and 4315 Eaton. So that will then reduce the number of REUs by
1.33, if it's correct that that's what it was assessed as 44th Street. Yes, we would update that assessment roll and make those corrections.
Sure. I brought a copy of the final assessment roll. Well,
Okay.
not the city's copy, but the copy that the council voted on last year.
Sure.
So I'm happy to have a copy made of that before I leave this evening, if that would be
Yep,
helpful.
we'll research those 2 properties and make sure it's correct.
Okay.
Other questions for Mr. Milner? You should probably look at your calculations based on what Member Bennett said in terms of the estimated REU.
Yep, I can do those real
For
quick while
preliminary
the
assessment.
hearing's going.
All right, thank you. All right, hearing no other questions from council. And open this matter up for public hearing regarding the proposed roadway improvements on what is called the Morningside Beat project. Is there anyone that wishes to come forward and testify? Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Linda Berber-Oglu, and I live at 4330 West 42nd Street. So in the interest of improving pedestrian safety and serving the needs of the greatest number of Morningside residents, I think that it's important for you to consider constructing a sidewalk on the south side of 42nd Street, west of Grimes. The vast majority of Morningside's population lives south of 42nd Street, and most of the Morningside pedestrian traffic will access the sidewalk from Point South. So it's more safe and sensible, in my opinion, to channel the foot traffic coming from the south to an adjoining sidewalk on the south side of the street, connecting the existing sidewalks and roads that feed into 42nd Street, rather than constructing a sidewalk on the north side, which would create unnecessary risks to pedestrian safety by forcing those on foot to cross several uncontrolled, offset, and at times busy intersections in order to reach a sidewalk on the north side of the street. We're not 70th Street, but it can be busy at times. A sidewalk on the south side of 42nd Street, west of Grimes, would mean that Morningside pedestrians who are headed to Weber Park would not have to cross 42nd Street until they reach the intersection at 42nd and Grimes, which is controlled by 4 stop signs. And then there are many other Morningside pedestrians who approach 42nd Street from Point South who merely want to walk around the block. Those folks would have sidewalk access without having to cross 42nd Street at all. And in terms of feasibility, I recently learned that there is only 6 to 7 feet of right-of-way along the south side of 42nd Street west of Grimes. Nevertheless, I still believe that there are good and reasonable options for building a sidewalk on the south side of 42nd Street that would significantly improve pedestrian safety over the current situation, which is walking in the street. So I hope that the council will find a creative and thoughtful solution, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Linda. Good evening.
Hey guys, thanks for coming out tonight. Appreciate your time. My name is Jeffrey Steele. I live at 4404 West 42nd Street in Edina. A couple of weeks ago, I received a notice of the hearing tonight from the city informing of the meeting. And with that, there was a link to the feasibility study on the Morningside B roadway reconstruction project. I noticed that there's some appendices contained on that talked about the property owner questionnaire that sought input from residents about the pedestrian safety and the sidewalk concerns. But it's apparent from the correspondence in the maps in Appendix B that none of the property owners who live to the west of Grimes or south were surveyed for the inputs of these matters. It's on page 32. So the majority of the residents in Morningside did not receive that questionnaire. So when I talked to city officials recently about traffic and volume speeds on 42nd. The last study of traffic and speed was in 2005, but that was just west of 42nd, east of 42nd. There was no study done of west of 42nd. They have no data on that. And so at the suggestion of some city officials, and since the majority of the Morningside residents were not surveyed, we've been talking to one another and communicating with council about the proposed sidewalk west of Grimes. And I'd like to submit for the record the original version of the letter to the council, along with the signature of 47 Morningside residents supporting construction on the south side of 42nd, west of Grimes. And also I'd like to add some comments to Mr. Milner's. I live on 42nd. I'd like to know the address of the retaining wall on the south side of 42nd. I'm not aware of any retaining wall on the west side or south side of 42nd. Also, the two trees, I'd like to know the address of that, because the only two trees I know that are in the right-of-way are at the corner of Grimes and 42nd, and they're in that 5-foot path. So I just want to comment on that. I'd like a little bit more specific information where those obstacles are, because I think the least impact by my wife's count next will show that.
Thank you, Mr. Steele.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Julie Steele. I live at 4404 West 42nd Street. And some points in favor of a sidewalk on the west of Grimes on the south side of 42nd are the following. West of Grimes, the north side of 42nd Street has no existing sidewalks on any intersecting streets, nor are there any plans to construct sidewalks on the cross streets on the north side of 42nd Street. However, on the south side of the street, there are 5 existing sidewalks intersecting 42nd Street west of Grimes. These are the sidewalks neighbors would like to connect to a future sidewalk. I have a list of impacts that we counted on the north side and south side of 42nd Street west of Grimes only. I'll hand these to you, and you can see there are more impacts on the north side, and I do not see the trees that would need to be removed on the south side. On the north side, some impacts would mean the boulevard would have to be altered, and so it would not be 5 feet deep at quite a few spots. Also on the north side, there is a driveway at 4404 with a 10% grade and another driveway at 4406 with a 5% grade. The driveway shown in the picture at 4201 Oakdale has an 8% grade, but there at least remains a possibility of ending the sidewalk on the south side before that property. So for minimal impact to properties on 42nd Street and safety for pedestrians and connection to existing neighborhood sidewalks, please consider a sidewalk on the south side of 42nd west of Grimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steele. Anyone else wish to testify?
Hello, my name is Pat Corcoran, and I live at 4121 Monterey. And I'm a walker, and I think that a sidewalk on 42nd is a real safety necessity. But I do think the south side is the correct side to put the sidewalk on, so that it is contiguous with the other sidewalks in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corcoran.
I'm Don Ray. I live on Alden Drive. And one question I have when
Your street, your house number, Don?
4211
Thank you.
Alden Drive. And I have a question, first of all, the residential unit. I have 200 feet on 2 lots, you might say. Now, no matter the size of the lot or the front footage, is that considered a residential unit?
Yep, as long as it's one continuous lot.
So my lot is no different than my next door neighbor who is 50 foot.
Correct. It's a traffic generation technique as opposed to a linear front footage methodology.
Well, and then my other question is, to assess the lots or the residential unit for the sidewalk in front of their home, and I look at a number of them and I see no enhancement of value to those people. In fact, it probably reduces the value in some of these houses where you have a 50-foot deep frontage and you knock off 10 feet of that for sidewalk. It really doesn't make it a more attractive residential unit, so I can't see that there's any enhancement to the individual property owner. Would seem to be something that's good for the community if the community wants it, but it should be like the roads where you spread the cost over the entire community.
There would be no individual assessment on the sidewalk if it's approved.
That which?
We will pay for the sidewalk if it's approved through a method other than special assessment on a property owner.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, can I talk just a little bit more about that?
You can. We'll talk about our franchise fee.
Yeah, I'll try to be very brief, but we do not assess the cost of these sidewalks. So the sidewalk cost is not computed in the cost of the projects that are determining the assessment. You may or may not notice, but there's a small charge on your electricity bill, your XL bill, and your CenterPoint Energy bill, your natural gas bill, of $1.45 per month. That money comes back to the city, and the city segregates that money into a special fund, and that's what we're using to pay for these sidewalks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward and testify regarding this proposed roadway improvement project in Morningside? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Paul Ledeen at 4201 Oakdale, and I have that gorgeous tree on the corner, which I just want to correct is not an elm. It's a male cottonwood, so it's not fuzzy, and it's a very grand tree. And so it's not a disposable tree in that regard. I just wanted to say Sharon and I have been in this neighborhood for 20 years, personally owning the property, and I have many years of experience around here. I was a St. Louis Park kid on the corner of Ottawa. So I've been maintaining sidewalks on Oakdale on and off for 50 years plus, because that was my first work on Oakdale. I was doing 6 projects for neighbors. So I have a very deep conscience for the neighborhood and the community nature of it. I think it's really important people cooperate, and this is not going to turn into a north-south issue, although all the people that have spoken so far about the sidewalk being on the south have been north-siders. It's interesting, but everyone wants the kids to be safe and the best outcome for what we're trying to do. I have one of the two smallest lots in Morningside, and we, in effect, have had, because of the centerline issue, and I didn't realize this till engineering made that clear, that the roadway has actually favored or taken away, some of our property line. So we have a 50-foot lot, and if it is favoring that side, then we have had the benefit of that, if you want to consider that, of less, driveway maintenance from a snow cleaning potential. But it has shortened our lots in a way, and the sidewalk would shorten those lots even more. But I'm not against it for that reason at all. I just want to maybe contribute my experience to engineering about snow storage. Just this past week, we had a very light storm, and 42nd can be pretty brutal with the plows. But on Oakdale, we maintain a chunk of sidewalk, and this would add another 100 feet to our maintenance if it were done on our lot somehow, some way. But because, again, of our driveway grade, there's no way it could happen right now. Basically, you bottom out if you go in too quickly anyway, and it's very slippery. But we have on Oakdale 2 feet of snow storage and then 3.5 or so feet of sidewalk. And that last plow basically impacted and compacted the sidewalks down Oakdale. So if they are going to go on the south side, it almost should be where it becomes a city maintenance issue, because every bit of that plow up, it shoots in 4 or 5 feet. It's going to screw that up where it's not navigable by wheelchair or people even until it's taken away, but it is, so icy and hard after a very, very short time. So it almost should be a city thing like Wooddale right now. They basically have it running right to the curb, and they come by with their sweeper and they take care of it. So if it were to be on the south, it would be really fair to consider for the south side sidewalk people to have the city do it, because it's just going to be a terrible mess if it's not cleaned immediately. And it's like raising the plow blade, and shooting down as they do the streets. So just a suggestion, should it end up on the south, which
Thanks, Paul.
I'm not horribly against, but anyway.
Yeah, appreciate your thoughts.
And then would this possibly
Thank
do a cloud over our property not finishing the sidewalk in the future? And whose burden would that be?
I'm sorry, Paul, I had to cut you off. I already let you drift
Okay.
over a little bit, so.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. Anyone else on the Morningside project? Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Valerie Anderson, and I live at 4213 West 42nd Street, just west of Grimes. And I wanted to speak in support of the sidewalk on the north side, west of Grimes, and I just wanted some clarification that from France to Grimes, the sidewalk would be on the north, and then it would switch to the south side. Is that what I'm hearing? I had never gotten that straight. Where would the sidewalk be from France to Grimes?
North side.
It would be on the north side, and then people would cross 42nd there and go to the south side and go west from there on the south side. Is that right?
Yes. The current plan shows it on the north side.
Yes.
Member Bennett and some other people in the audience mentioned putting it on the south side from Grimes west.
Right. So indeed, the sidewalk would it would not be a straight sidewalk. It would be on the north, and then it would be on the south. Correct?
The existing plan, as we have it in front of us, has it on the north all the way across.
I know, but what people are proposing is west of
Correct.
west
Yes,
of Grimes.
there'd be a crossing.
I wanted to also add that if people keep it on there doesn't seem to be a concern for the people who live east of Grimes that those sidewalks would not connect with the sidewalk. Do you understand what I'm saying if it's on the north side? So I just wanted to bring that up. I also wanted to say that living on the south side, that there is a much greater buildup of snow when the plows go by. I live on the south side. I can see that on the north side. I don't know why that happens, but the snow is much shallower. So maybe it has something to do with the way it happens, but consistently the snow is deeper on the south side. the sun also hits more rarely as in the winter, and so the sidewalk would always be in shadow, or more often be in shadow on the south side. And also the crossing at Grimes that you're talking about, there's a big hill when you cross Grimes from east to west or west to east that comes down, and I think that that is not a very safe place to cross. I see cars speeding down that hill all the time, and granted there is a stop sign there, but it would be a much as safer place to cross on the north side of 42nd when you're crossing Grimes. So I think there are safety issues that are affected and impacted by having it be on the north side instead of on the south side, west of Grimes.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Anderson. Anyone else?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Any questions for staff? Did those public comments generate any
Well, I thought
inquiries?
there was potentially a question, and I'll let Manager Neal maybe answer this one. But you talked about, the cost of the sidewalks, but there was an underlying issue, Manager Neal, of does having a sidewalk in front of your house and a new street in front of your house add value? And you probably want to answer those separately, because the new street in front of the house, we've had to do a study on what it adds, because that's what our assessment policy is based on.
Well, I think it's been our experience here that both of those improvements add value to residential property in particular, and commercial property as well.
I've got a question for Mr. Milner. Ms. Anderson raised the issue of, the way the sidewalk plan is drafted. We're on the north side of 42nd Street from France to Grimes, and then we switch to the proposal is to switch to the south side by some of the folks who have testified. What are the pros and cons of having the sidewalk on the south side of the street from France Avenue all the way west to Oakdale, or a terminus there west of Lynn?
So yeah, from France to Grimes, if we again looked at the impacts on the south side, so again, there's way more impacts. There's a home that has a cut dive under garage. So again, the impacts to get that constructed on that property, that's right in front of Weberfield Park, would be an issue. As of crossing at a controlled intersection, that's exactly what we want pedestrians to do, is cross at a controlled intersection. We understand that, yes, some of these are not controlled intersections to the west, and they're not aligned intersections, but just getting pedestrians off the street as they function today is still as a safety improvement. It's not ideal, but we have to balance those safety concerns with constructability, and that's why we're recommending that north side.
All right, thank you. Member Bennett?
The home I think that you're describing at the southwest corner of Alden and 42nd Street, that was, I think, one of the obstacles that was being taken into place, because it wasn't just a retaining wall, it was actually a structure with a grandfathered setback. It wasn't a legal side yard setback. That has since been torn down. It's being rebuilt. It didn't come to this body for decision. The variances were approved by the Planning Commission, and the side yard setback is being improved over what it was with the previous house, but there still will be not full side yard setbacks with that home. So to the residents' question, as well as Mayor, to your question, it was that home and the garage configuration where there was not even a car length into the street. The resident often would park in the school parking lot across the street. And then the second consideration, I think, with the north from France to Grimes was the fact that it's parkland, it's city land. And yes, it's heavily wooded, but the mature trees are set back from the street, and it's largely buckthorn and other scrub trees that are next to the street. That's the side that the kids get out of when they're going to play baseball or softball. So there's a safety feature there for pedestrians. So there were a number of factors that weighed in favor of locating the France to Grimes section on the north, and there definitely is a difference of opinion on the south with the concerns that have been raised this evening. And as Mr. Ledeen points out, it is a cooperative neighborhood, I think, with generally the purpose of getting a sidewalk.
Thank you. Member Swenson.
I think part of the discussion that we just had about shoveling and snow plowing is pretty interesting, because that is what happens when we don't have a lot of boulevard space and then we have a sidewalk. That when we plow streets, it comes up close to the sidewalk. It's one of our goals to try to have that boulevard space. So whether we're the ones plowing it as a city, or whether our residents plow it as they all do in country, or shovel it as they all do in country club, there is some more space. Obviously, there's a certain point in snow in Minnesota that if we get a lot of it, we're all trying to figure out a place to put it. But I have some concerns about moving the sidewalk to the south because of the right-of-way issue and that particular one. Also, Monterey comes in sort of close to that one house that we would have to stop if we put it on the south. But it means that Oak Lawn and is it Lintel, that's what?
Oakdale.
Oakdale to the left don't connect to it. It also means, the argument that streets come down and connect, but we don't have any connection currently on Crocker proposed. So while I understand the interest in moving it to the south, I think there has some value in keeping it on the north because of what we have in right-of-way to do it, and the fact that we can continue it all the way to curbs and cover more streets instead of having people having to walk out in the street to get around to the sidewalk.
Member Sprague.
Thank you. Mr. Milner, so let's talk, if this is a segment where we have a 5-foot plus 1 aggregate, if we put it on the south side, if we maintained it, how would we push the snow around? Explain that.
Member Sprague, if we installed a 6-foot, so total of 6-foot width, the Public Works Department, depending on the timing, if the sidewalk individuals got there first, they'd probably push it out in the street and maybe push it down the street, but in more likelihood, they'd push it further into the opposite side, behind the sidewalk, into the residents' yards and their driveways. And then just the room would be on the south side. It'd continue to push it up into the boulevard, into the grass areas of those properties.
Isn't that how what we do on a sidewalk with a boulevard, though? Don't we blow it into the right-of-way / yard on that side? I mean, I'm thinking about 70th, and the thing's pointed towards the yards.
I would guess that's where they typically want to blow it. I'd have to check with Public Works to see. I'm sure there's certain properties where we're not don't want to blow it into the yards. There's some homes that actually have signs up saying "Don't push snow into my yard." So
I know that one.
There's specific operations.
That would be Valley View, not Ashcroft.
But the practice is we don't maintain the sidewalks we maintain. We don't blow the snow into the street. We're blowing it into the right-of-way / yard. I mean, snow's blowing. It's going onto both. So it doesn't. The boulevard is not a snow storage area, really.
I would say
for
it is
the
for
people
street.
maintaining the sidewalk.
No, I was just saying it's a blockade. It's where the street ends up.
So the street, the people pushing it down the street, some will come onto the boulevard.
Push it up onto that boulevard area.
Okay. So it gives you a little bit of extra for the street. Otherwise, in a 6-foot scenario, do we have one of these that you have experience with, where we have a 6 feet?
Yeah, they're all over town.
Like on Concord?
I believe on Concord there's a 6-foot aggregate.
Concord, we have aggregate.
Yep, with 1 or 2 foot exposed, and if snowplows operations go through, they probably pile some of the snow on the sidewalk, and then we have to hit it twice versus plowing
But it's
once.
a walking shed for schools, so they usually shovel it twice too.
So that's why I say when you have a city-maintained facility, the size of the boulevard is not as important because the two individuals work in concert.
Correct.
When it's not a city-maintained, that could lead to some hardships
I would
for
agree.
people trying to clear snow.
I would agree with that. Correct.
Okay.
Member Brindle, any comments, thoughts?
Well, the one thing that I've been trying to figure out is the challenge with this is that the street is not in the middle of the right-of-way. So what does it take to put the street in the middle of the right-of-way, so you have more room on the south? Well,
It would, yeah, just be a larger capital improvement construction project.
in that part of
In
42nd.
that part of 42nd.
So
would
we
you-
couldn't do that without a reconstruction. In other words, we couldn't just shift the line.
That would trigger, we wouldn't want to just do our curbs, we would want to do the whole street since we're going to have contractors in there doing that work. And then the question arises, this right-of-way also goes to the east of Grimes. It's the same right-of-way, 6 and 12. So are we going to now shift the road all the way from France to the city limits
Okay.
in order to better balance the needs of the roadway and the sidewalks?
Okay.
So it would be it'd be a full-scale street reconstruction, shifting the road.
So in your professional opinion, there is a hardship putting the sidewalk on the south side of 42nd that is a greater hardship than putting it on the north side?
Agreed.
Okay. It's not as much a safety issue as it is a hardship issue.
Correct.
Okay. Knowing, okay, so Valerie Anderson came up and talked about the fact that, and this resonates with me because I see it in areas where trees are on the south side of a road, they're on the south side of a driveway, and that road or that driveway remains shaded. And you don't get the benefit of the sun on that side. Looking at if we were to put the sidewalk on the south side of 42nd, is that an issue? Is that a concern, or is that just a circumstance?
Not looking at exactly where the trees are located up in the boulevards on those properties, I can't give you an answer exactly how the sun would affect this particular sidewalk.
Okay.
In general, my driveway at home does face the south, and mine does melt, where my neighbors' yards across the street do not.
Do not?
So in general terms, yes, it makes a difference whether you're facing the sun or not.
So if you
on
get
this-
that south sun.
But I can't speak specifically on this sidewalk.
Okay. Well, I love sidewalks. For this neighborhood, I love sidewalks. I'm sensitive to the fact that these front yards are shallow. So the sidewalk, should it be placed on the, let's talk about the sidewalk on the north side. Would this be a 4-foot sidewalk with a 1-foot boulevard?
No, 5 and 5.
It would be a 5-foot sidewalk with a 5-foot boulevard.
See, that's,
We-
well, I know. That's why I'm
Along 42nd.
Is there any way we can make a shallower boulevard there? Because the front yards are so shallow.
We plan to adjust it 4 to 6 feet if we had to go around items. There's power poles along that north side that fall within that 4 to 5 foot area, typically 3 foot back. So we have some constructability issues if we get too close to the roadway, where we won't have room for the sidewalk. So it fits so nice on the north side. Those poles fit right in that 5-foot boulevard, and the sidewalk fits right behind it.
Okay. All right, so most everybody lives to the south of 42nd, and we all agree with that. We've got more Edina residents to the south of 42nd. And if they want to walk to the school or the park, they're going to walk north on their street to 42nd. And if they then want to walk east to get to Grimes, to cross at the crosswalk at the 4-way stop, there is no sidewalk along 42nd. Where are they going to cross 42nd to get to that sidewalk?
At each particular street, so Oakdale Avenue, Lynn Avenue, Crocker. they would come down.
But the streets don't line up.
Yep, we
So
would look at putting a pedestrian ramp for access to that north sidewalk, where we could line that up to make it access to the sidewalk. We don't want them walking down the street, get them across onto that north sidewalk, and then they could travel east to the park.
is there going to be a crosswalk?
We would look at whether it warranted a crosswalk, so we'd go through the city's warrants policy to see if traffic and pedestrian volumes in it warrant the crosswalks.
So when I hear you say ramp, ask them what a ramp is, because I think this is an important part.
All right,
of what
what's
is
a ramp?
planned.
Pedestrian ramp is a location where the curb is cut down low to the level of the street, so
The ADA.
ADA ramp going
Okay.
down has to
All
meet
right.
certain requirements, so wheelchairs can traverse that ramp from the road to get up to the sidewalk. It's typically at a 2% slope, and that's what's recommended for the American Disabilities Act.
Well, for me to support a sidewalk on the north, then we would have a crosswalk. Because otherwise, people are not, I mean, it's just not a safe, it's not a safe crossing to the north side without a crosswalk. So that would, and I don't care about the warrants. It would have to be a crosswalk. You'd have to have crosswalks easily accessible so that if they're walking from Lynn to Crocker to Grimes, they have to be able to access a crosswalk to get to their sidewalk.
Not all access points to sidewalks are marked with a pedestrian crosswalk. The traffic volumes out here are 1,800 vehicles per day. There's many county roads that have 5,000 to 6,000 where they don't have painted crosswalks, yet they have the pedestrian ramp. So just to give just a little example of where they're not included in all locations.
Okay.
Member Sprague.
And the speed is not an issue out here either. If it was a huge speed issue, I'd probably agree that would meet one of the warrants too, but.
Speed is not, well,
Hold on.
people do speed on 42nd.
But our measured counts aren't showing that, so.
Folks, please, the public hearing's closed.
Mayor.
Discussion is just up here. Member Sprague has a
So just
tag along on the same issue.
working on, because that's my concern again, especially in the snowy months, is how
Yep.
people get across.
Yep.
I think what I hear you saying is you want a safe access for those walksheds onto the north side sidewalk. But that's not
If the sidewalk's going
necessarily.
to be on the north side, yes.
But that doesn't necessarily mean a crosswalk. What it means is you need a curb cut on the other side. If the vehicle counts are, we assume what they are in the study, there's not enough traffic to warrant a separately marked and cleared crosswalk, but there may be something to providing a curb cut so that those and that would be shoveled off so that they can get across and onto the other side, especially in the winter. That's a different facility, though. Is that something you would recommend or we could do without a warrants issue? Is having the pedestrian curb cuts at the intersections coming into the sidewalk, or is that not the best practice?
No, that is our plan, is to put
Okay.
those for access issues at those streets.
So that pedestrian coming down in the winter, assuming everyone's
It's resident maintained sidewalks.
assuming they
shovel
maintain the
those.
sidewalk, is they could walk then, look across 42nd, walk across those curb cuts and walk right onto that north side facility.
Correct.
Thank you.
Member Bennett.
So, Mr. Milner, we don't actually know what the volumes and speeds are west of Grimes, do we? Because the last time they were measured was 2005?
We had traffic counts in 2013 completed.
For west of Grimes?
For west of Grimes.
Where in the study do they appear? Because I did not encounter them in the feasibility study.
They're not in there because that wasn't the project area for the roadway reconstruction project.
Okay,
But there is a traffic
can you
count.
tell me what those numbers were then, please?
They're very similar to the,
And where were they measured?
where they measured was, I believe, between Crocker and Lynn, but I can verify that. The counts were real similar to 42nd east of Grimes in that 14 to 1,800 ADT, and the traffic speeds were still along the same lines as what was there, the 26 to 30 miles an hour. But I can verify those traffic counts for you.
Sure. Can you tell me about what time of year they were done?
They're done in October, late September, early October.
Okay, so during school?
Yes,
Because
we
there is
held
a
off.
difference between,
We held off and had all those counts done once school started, if our projects were near school zones.
okay, it would have been helpful to have had that information in the feasibility report. Then when you say that the boulevard width on the north will be 5 feet, 5 and 5, in how many places will the boulevard have to be narrowed because of obstructions on the north?
I don't know right offhand.
Okay, so we've got, I'm looking at the fold-out pages with the design. Let's see. I appreciate the information, and it's not always easy to extract what we need. But it looks like, in fact, there are a number of points at which that boulevard will have to be varied. There's a full two-level, I think, retaining wall at the foot of Lynn on the north side.
We would actually be able to construct it for the most part. I believe that was a 4-foot boulevard there, but that wall wouldn't be touched. as part of
No, I
construction.
understand that. But in order to avoid some of the obstructions on the north, that's where the boulevard will be
It wouldn't-
varied.
It wouldn't go any narrower than 4 feet.
Okay, and the sidewalk width will
It
be,
always maintained 5 feet.
okay.
Yep, that stays 5 feet consistent. We would adjust the boulevard, not adjust the sidewalk.
And you talked about adjustment of the right-of-way being an issue because, understanding that it probably can't be done until there's street reconstruction, when is street reconstruction scheduled for west of Grimes?
This one is not on our neighborhood, the priority, it's not on the priority list up till 2019 yet.
Okay?
So we go out that far.
When it comes up for street reconstruction, I am assuming that volume and speed will be remeasured, and there can be some consideration at that point of readjusting the right-of-way that appears to have been gained on one edge of the road, one side of the roadway over the years rather than the other?
That, to me, is a policy discussion to see if we need to be adjusting roadways around town to make it a fair right-of-way on the south or north. If it's a traffic or speed-related issue, we would look at bump outs in some locations, as we're going to see later tonight, to curb the traffic or the speed. But to make it fair north-south, that sounds like a policy discussion that I guess I can't answer at this time.
Sure, but we have, in fact, in projects around town, we've narrowed roadway width for things like stormwater runoff to, for instance, compensate for the hardscape that we're adding with sidewalks. Also, for addition of boulevard and stuff like that. So it isn't just quote unquote an issue of fairness. It's also an issue of some of the other public policy goals that we're trying to reach.
Correct. I misunderstood your question because it sounded like just for fairness. So if there's other issues, we've moved curb lines before.
And I also have a question about soil conditions on the north. Did you do soil borings?
We did. We did soil borings. This neighborhood has some bad soils.
How far west did you go with them?
We went within the project limits.
So project limits, in other words, to Grimes.
Yep, but we'll do construction testing like we do with all our construction projects. As we dig for sidewalks, we have to meet certain requirements in order to construct the sidewalks. If we find bad materials along there, we'll be replacing that with materials to build a sound sidewalk.
Sure, but we're trying to figure out, again, location of sidewalk north, south, west of Grimes. We don't have soil borings. We know that there's something called a temporary inundation area located between Kipling and Lynn that was constructed, I think it was per Bar Engineering, back in the 1960s as a backup to the stormwater retention pond in Weber Park. And we know that that is causing some subsidence of driveways along that north side of West 42nd Street. Do we know how that's been accounted for, how that will be accounted for in the sufficiency or the life of a concrete sidewalk then that's built on the north, particularly once you get west of Kipling?
We didn't take that specific drainage area into account, but like I said, we have Brown Intertech out on site during construction operations to make sure that the specifications are met, the MnDOT specifications to build a road or a sidewalk for compaction, for strength of those subsoils. So as we build that sidewalk, those specifications will be met.
And anecdotally, the size of that's been a wooded wetlands, and the wetlands portion has been going through the same kind of cycle as Towns Road. I believe that Bar Engineering is looking at it again as part of a study that includes Towns Road, but it is a wetlands that's increasing in size in its proportion to woods. It's an area between Kipling and Lynn, again, north of 42nd, that's becoming wetter as the years go on, probably over the last decade. And so I do have some concern, again, about the life of the concrete, particularly in that section.
Thank you. Member Sprague.
I'd like to move this project with the sidewalk as proposed on the north side. And I would also like to add Crocker and Grimes segment to the project with notice to follow. It's not legally required, but that would be part of my motion that we would notice that to follow.
You want to do that as like a bid add alternate?
Yes.
Okay. We can do it like
All right.
I'll second that.
All right. Discussion?
And the reason why is, boy, there's a lot of trade-offs for each, but on the north side, there's less hardship, there's less obstacles. It aligns the corridor. It does create more crossings, I'm aware of that, but as Engineer Milner said, we're going to have landing pads at each north-south street running into that sidewalk segment, correct? But to put a 6-foot sidewalk and push a maintenance issue onto those homeowners, I can't support that in this instance. I think it creates yet another hardship. So that's why I would support it on the north side. Also, we also finally just get a little bit longer with the entire segment, and we provide the highest level facility for a pedestrian, which is going to be a sidewalk with a reasonable boulevard.
All right. Thank you, Member Sprague. Member Bennett.
West 42nd needs a sidewalk, and the neighborhood needs a sidewalk. And I've been really clear with the people who've contacted me that my goal is to get this sidewalk approved. I think that from many perspectives, for many reasons, a sidewalk on the south would serve more people in a less difficult way. I think that there are going to be some engineering issues, possibly with the north side. I think there are also going to be engineering issues. Mr. Milner, you said earlier that we don't know why they weren't built on Grimes and on where the sidewalk ends on the one side, and also on Alden and also on Scott Terrace where the sidewalks end. They ended where they ended because the topography changes, and the yards sink away from the street. And so I think we're going to have some engineering issues on them. I do concur with Member Sprague that I would rather see sidewalk filled in where there is none. And I don't know if this would be in the nature of a friendly amendment, but depending on what engineers find when they do the soil borings west of Grimes, and depending on what is determined with the cost of filling in those links where there is already, I think looking at the surveys, there was a split among the residents as to whether or not sidewalks were actually needed to be extended on the one side of Alden and the one side of Scott Terrace where there already was that extension. There were more survey questionnaires returned in favor on Scott Terrace than there were on Alden. But depending on, I would like to allow staff some flexibility with those, depending on the cost, because again, those connections are there. And in the interest of having the connection made where there is none, I would like to give staff that flexibility again, that depending on the engineering issues, the funding gets shifted to fill in the truly missing links rather than to build very, very expensive links where there already is one.
I agree with the concept, but I would want it to come back.
Certainly.
Okay.
Well, if we organize these as add alternates to the contract, you'll be able to see the cost impact. And the cost impact will reflect the engineering difficulty, and you'll be able to make a judgment about it at that time.
That makes sense.
Right, so on all the segments to be completed on the north-south streets, we'll see what
I'm
the
sorry,
cost of those individual
I was just
segments
referring
is.
to the two that Councilmember Sprague recommended adding.
Can we see the cost also of the extension? So understanding that West 42nd Street is the link that is really needed by volume and by use of that street and connection to the neighborhood, understanding that there is one street, Crocker, without any north-south. So we get a report on what the cost of that is, but also to make sure that we're spending public dollars as wisely as possible, that we see what the costs are of the extensions on Alden and Scott Terrace as well, given the support, but rather low level of support for them, and the fact that there are already connections.
Okay, we can do it.
Neil, that's a possibility.
We will do that.
All right, and then again, under staff's determination, when engineering looks more at the north side and the soil conditions west of Grimes, if that comes back and we learn something that we didn't learn. No, Member Swenson, you're shaking your head.
I'll support your bid separations on the unfinished links on Crocker and the street to the east, and on Alden and Scott Terrace, but I don't want to go back to this north-south part. For me, the biggest issue really is the lack of right-of-way and building one to the south versus the north, and I'm not going to start worrying about the quality of the dirt on one side or the other. So I would support your first part as the second to the motion, but I can't support your second request.
So we would have 4 bid alternates for those 4 segments?
Good, right.
Yeah, that's how I would make my motion. Would you accept that?
Yep.
Okay.
Member Brindle, any comment?
I just want to see the sidewalk. And I appreciate the concerns of residents. It really has allowed us, I think, to have a very good discussion. And I think, Engineer Milner, you've really, your answers are much appreciated. They're very direct and very easy to understand. We appreciate that a great deal. But I think the important thing here is that we end up with a neighborhood that has sidewalks with a destination, and they are connected. So if they are connected across a street, then we will trust that we will do everything as safely as we possibly can. If, in fact, we need to look at some sort of facility to help crossings across that street, I would think that we would look at that in the future, and if need be, especially a couple of blocks west of Grimes, get people across 42nd safely.
All right, thank you. For those of you in the audience, whether you live in the Morningside neighborhood or not, you've seen something, I think, remarkable tonight. Something that I haven't seen for a long time is that while everybody has a concern over street reconstruction, that issue didn't come up at all as to whether that was needed or not needed. What they were concerned about was how to move around in a pedestrian fashion, how to move around in a non-motorized way. And this neighborhood, that's one of the wonderfully appealing things about it, and that's why we're seeing a lot of tear-down activity over there, is because you can walk so many places, and in so many on so many streets there are sidewalks on both sides of the street, and I can see a time when that will be true throughout this entire neighborhood of Edina Morningside. I do support there were some compelling arguments on both sides of the sidewalk issue, north versus south. I thought Ms. Anderson raised a good point, as did Member Brindle, that it's safer to cross at Grimes on the north side than at the bottom of the hill on the south side. I'm also, like Member Sprague, excuse me, sensitive to Paul Ledine's comments about what are you going to do with all that snow if we're on the south side. And I don't want to be trucking it out of there as a city. So we've got room to work on the north side. I think having the ball diamonds over there, the school over there, there's a lot of cut-through activity that takes place there. There's a lot of drop and pick-up activity on that side. I think it's a nice side of the street to be on, and I like the notion that it's consistently on the north side from France all the way over to where we hit St. Louis Park. And I see putting that extension in to get to the city boundary line just as an appropriate thing to do, because the incremental cost of that will be de minimis. So it's a good-looking project. I thank all of you from Morningside for conducting such a civilized sort of conversation about pedestrian movements, and let's take a vote. I think it's a simple voice vote, or do you want
No, it's a
roll call?
Sir. Member Brindle?
Aye.
Member Sprague?
Aye.
Member Swenson?
Aye.
Member Bennett?
Aye.
Mayor Hovland?
Aye. Thank you, folks. Appreciated the input. Very helpful. I'm just going right to breakfast. All right, next public hearing before us involves the proposed roadway improvements for the Countryside F neighborhood.
I did go home and ate dinner. But I bought you a treat.
Mayor, member of the council, our next project on the agenda tonight is the Countryside F neighborhood. And the council is going to need to consider these improvement numbers separately, although we're presenting the project together as an economy of scales. So this one includes BA 407 and BA 408. So the project, the different improvement numbers, we have Hawks Drive is 407, and it's along Tracy Avenue with Vernon on the north. The other improvement area is BA 408, which is Warden Avenue off of Tracy. Hawks Lake is on the west, and Good Samaritan Methodist Church is in the south area. It's 0.3 miles of roads and 32 properties. Project was initiated again as the city's reconstruction program. Streets were originally constructed in the 1960s. The pavement condition index for these streets is a 5. Again, there's some localized issues with the sanitary sewer. There's some surface drainage and inlet capacity issues down the Hawks Lake. And again, we have the old style fire hydrants, and the gate valves are nearing the end of their useful life. We're proposing that the project does spot curb and gutter repairs that would be funded out of the storm sewer fund. We would recycle that existing section and construct a new street over that. There'd be no changes to the existing street lighting and no additional pedestrian facilities. For utility improvements, we would do some spot repairs on the sanitary sewer. Water main, we would replace gate valves and fire hydrants. And storm sewer, we do some spot modifications to the existing drainage system, specifically on Hawks Drive. The pipe, the 12-inch pipe that drains into Hawks Lake is undersized, so we would upsize that pipe by pipe bursting and get to a 15 or 18-inch pipe that would reduce the flooding chances within that roadway, and it does get pretty close to a few of those homes on the bigger storm events. We'd also install the sump drain pipe where feasible. The project cost for each improvement number: for BA 407, it's estimated at $242,000. For Warden Avenue or BA 408 is $82,000, and all the utility improvements associated with both areas is $440,000. So a total project cost of $764,000 for these two areas. The estimated assessment per REU for the BA 407, we're estimating the assessment per the current assessment policy at $11,000 per REU. So that's the Hawks Edition or the northern project area. Warden Avenue, we're estimating an assessment of $10,000 per REU. We believe this project is necessary, cost-effective, and feasible to improve the public infrastructure. Staff is recommending that the council authorize BA 407 and BA 408 tonight in separate motions, and I'll take any questions or concerns you have.
Member Bennett, then Member Swenson, then Member Sprague.
Quick question. Mr. Milner, we got some correspondence, council received correspondence earlier today from a resident at 5712 asking about two things. There is a fire hydrant near the east side of the driveway that they're requesting be moved, and also the street lighting. And appreciate very much the consistency of the exhibits with the feasibility studies, because it was good to see with each one where there had been problems with water main breaks and sewer breaks, where the street lights are located and where the control signs are located, and also the traffic volume and crash history. And it does appear that there is no street lighting to the west of Tracy on either Hawks Drive or Hawks Terrace. I know that there was a statement made in the feasibility study that can be added later, but this looks like something that really would benefit the neighborhood in terms of its walkability now. Can this be added with the project? Can a street light or two be added to this project?
Sure. Member Bennett, to address your question on the fire hydrant and lights, to start with the fire hydrant, we talked with that homeowner at the open house, and that fire hydrant is definitely right on the edge of their driveway. It's not located on a property line, so we were going to shift that to the common property line. We typically do that on projects because they have issues with getting out of their driveway, especially in the winter when the snowbanks start getting high. So that will definitely be taken care of. The lighting issue, we're currently developing the Living Streets plan. And within that Living Streets plan is how is the city going to implement street lighting around town. We don't have, a consistent policy in place yet for street lighting. So we were not recommending it here. Traffic volumes are 60 to 80 vehicles per day, and the speeds are 20 miles per hour. If it does go forward and council recommends that we should look at that, I would probably resurvey the neighborhood to see what the buy-in is for a street light, because typically you put a street light in, then the other half of the neighborhood comes forward and says, I don't want street lights shining in my front windows, even though we do the lights that don't shine, but there's a concern. So I wouldn't want to just put it in without resurveying these folks to see how the buy-in is of a street light. But it could be possible, it could be done, but it also could be done after the fact if we see that the policy says we need to start doing lighting. We can do a trenchless, so that's just pits in the boulevards. We would have to connect near that one light on Tracy Avenue somewhere, put in a control box, and then the city would own and maintain that lighting system. So it is feasible. Definitely.
Sure. Your answer raises 2 points. And the first of all, you said that Living Streets policy, yes, we're looking forward eagerly to what that fleshed out policy is going to look like. Or we've adopted the policy, now we're looking for the plan. But you referenced vehicles, and we know that people move around other than in vehicles. There are pedestrians in neighborhoods with and without sidewalks, and also bicyclists. So we've had it pointed out to us that there's a deficiency, possibly not just from a motorist perspective. And so looking at, again, the map provided, it's pretty clear on its face that there is no lighting at the intersection of Hawks and Terrace and Hawks Drive. And then to the question about the neighborhood, right, I've actually raised this in past years. Our questionnaire doesn't ask, is the adequate lighting in your neighborhood for the activities that you want to conduct? It asks if people want to upgrade their lighting to a new style. And that question has always been a limited question because it's asking about style question and aesthetics. It's not asking about function. So while we may want to resurvey about function, and understanding that the information that we gained in the survey, 55% wanted to upgrade street lights, 50% of the questionnaires returned did not. That question about additional lighting is an additional question. I just think that it's an issue that, even without the Living Streets policy being fleshed out, is in conflict with our existing policies, the way we want people to be able to move around the community.
Thank you.
Member Swenson, then Member Sprague.
Thank you. You covered my first and second question. So my third one is 5612 Tracy. Why is that not any REUs?
That was assessed a 1 RU as part of the Tracy Avenue project.
Oh, it had a full one even though it was a corner lot?
So if the address is on the street first without any other projects, you'll get a 1 value. So
Okay,
they were assessed as part of Tracy.
Member Sprague.
The stormwater management is all pipes. There's no biofiltration options available in this project, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about the capacity you're adding.
There's a flooding issue in front of 5717.
Mm-hmm.
The pipe goes down the backyards either between 5721 or 5713. There's 2 catch basins, the old style castings that have less capacity, and also the pipe doesn't have capacity for a normal 10-year storm. That's typically what we design our storm sewer to handle. So that area floods, and it does start to come up into the front yards of those homes and gets pretty close to the homes in big storm events. So we're going to upsize that pipe from a 12 to either a 15 or 17, depending how large we can get, and then also add some inlets at the top. And then we will look at the modeling of Hawks Lake and make sure we don't create a bounce in the lake now that's going to affect properties on the other side of the lake. So we're going to look at that modeling as we upsize that pipe.
So that's a major improvement in that section.
Yes, it's going to reduce. There's a flooding issue right in that area, and we're going to address that, and that comes from our stormwater comprehensive plan that labels a lot of those potential flooding areas.
Thank you.
Member Brindle.
The only thing I have with regard to stormwater is this is on a lake. Anytime that we have a project that's on a lake, it's always a good idea to think about how you handle water that flows to the lake. And the stormwater on Hawks Terrace and Hawks Drive is, how well managed is that, and how much of it goes in the lake?
I believe all of it goes in the lake.
Does it go out, does all of it go in the
Yep,
lake?
and that's pretty much the drainage area is our project area. Some probably infiltrates in the lawns and the green spaces of the neighborhood, but typically, that runs off into the street and down into the lake.
Was there any discussion in the neighborhood meetings, was there any discussion at all with regard to rain gardens or other tools to filter the storm water before it gets to the lake?
We haven't had discussions with the neighborhood because we're still working on that Living Streets plan.
Mhm.
We've had talks with Public Works and also other cities, such as Bloomington, is if we do start constructing rain gardens, who's going to maintain them?
Right.
Is Public Works going to maintain them? Is the resident, can we do agreements with the residents that they maintain them? And Bloomington has some stipulations that they'll build them, but they maintain them. So none of that has been ironed out yet. We'd have to work with our attorneys on agreements if we did for rain gardens. So
Okay.
it's under discussion right now, whether if Edina's the place, because not only is it maintenance, it's future maintenance as that collects heavy metals from the roadways. What are we going to do? It's almost a hazardous site.
Now, this is 9 Mile Creek Watershed?
It is, and we met with them on all our projects
Okay.
before, talked to them about Hawks Lakes, and they didn't have any issues with what we're proposing here. We may do a sump manhole to catch some of these, just the sand type material that goes in before the lake, like we
Okay.
typically do on most of our inlets, outlets into lakes and rivers.
How healthy is the lake?
I don't know. I'd have to
The
talk
water.
with Laura Adler and Ross Bittner on
Okay.
that if you wanted a
When
specific.
we worked on the project at Lake Harvey, there were some real issues with Lake Harvey. And we actually did put even in, as far as I know, we put in some sedge grasses as part of the landscaping that we left behind. And we might want to consider doing something like that. The sedge grasses do a lot to filter some of those heavy metals out of the water so that they get trapped. They actually get used by the grasses before the water then flows into the lake. So that would be something that I would like to encourage, maybe some education from the watershed district for the residents in this area so they know what to do.
Our advantage at Lake Harvey was we were able to put the sedge
Right.
grasses on public land.
Right,
Yeah.
right, exactly. But I think the education,
No, I think your
the
point is
educational
really good,
tools
Mary.
are good because we value the lakes in our city. And certainly the people who live along the lakes value the lakes. And if there's something we can do to enhance the quality of and health of the water and the life around that lake, I think we should do it.
We do have an opportunity in 2 years if our neighborhood schedule stays on the same track. We're doing that neighborhood to the west of Hawks Lake.
Okay.
There's some outlet pipe issues that I've already been talking with one of the residents over there, so we
Okay.
could address some of those concerns maybe as part of that project too. That's a larger project.
Okay.
So
Good,
some
thank you.
opportunities there.
That would be my main concern in here. Street lighting, this is really no different than where I live. There's street lights along the main thoroughfare, but the smaller streets, the cul-de-sac kind of streets, there aren't lights. And the residents don't want them. So, looking at this, there's interest in upgrading the lights, the style of the light, certainly, but I didn't see that there was an interest in increasing the number of them. So, all right, thank you, that's all I had.
I'm going to stick with this concept of trying to catch some of this stormwater. I just want to make sure I understand the technology that you're using with the catch basins on what would be Hawks Drive, I imagine, to capture some of this water. Is it the same or similar to the strategy that we employed up on Oxford off of Interlaken, where the catch basin actually catches material and then we pump it out periodically?
Correct. Yep. Typically in these neighborhood projects. This one's got such a small area that in our larger neighborhoods we actually do what there's different kinds, storm scepters, V2B1s, but they have a chamber in there where the water swirls, goes through baffles, and it settles out all the sand and the grit, gets in the bottom. Our public works guys bring the vac truck and clean it out on a yearly basis. Keeps that sand and deposits from going in the lake. With such a small drainage area here, we'd probably not do one of those super expensive they're usually 10-foot diameter manholes and 12 feet deep. We would do a shorter 4-foot manhole just with a sump in it, and that would collect a lot of that debris in the same fashion. So we would definitely, it's just that level of service on what type of structure based on the drainage areas and the size of the neighborhood.
Right, good. I know that Dick Miller, who lives up on Oxford, who serves our community on the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District Board, thinks that that technique is very, very effective and has been quite impressed with how we've been able to capture a lot of the sediment material and minerals or metallurgical material that Member Brindle referred to in these catch basins, and then pumping it out so it doesn't get into our water system. So good, that's one issue. And then the other one is a follow-up to Member Bennett's questions about the lighting on Hawks Terrace and Hawks Drive. Maybe we'll hear from some of the neighbors on this issue, but it strikes me that everywhere else we've been in town on these proposed street reconstruction projects, as Member Bennett pointed out, there is lighting, and the question is whether you want to upgrade it or not. What we never really talked about in these other projects was who paid for that lighting in the first place, that Cobra Head lighting? Was it the developer that developed that particular neighborhood? Was it the city? Are these neighbors entitled to some level of lighting paid for by the city utility fund or some other fund? Because there's no lighting there at all? How would you answer that question?
I don't know how each development agreement, I know that comes through now. We have different covenants on those for stormwater, water main maintenance, and also lighting. So those are probably going through with the developer putting in those lighting. Are they entitled to lighting here? I can't answer that question. I don't know.
All right. Maybe a policy call
maybe
for us.
Yeah. It's because
right. Yeah, I didn't mean to
Member
put you on the
Brindle brought
spot,
up she doesn't have lighting in her neighborhood. So
sure.
We typically only have lights at intersections, and this happens to be one intersection that does not. Our lighting system is not for pedestrian safety per se, that it lights a whole length of roadway every 50 feet lighting like you see in some of the downtown areas. This is more for those pedestrian vehicle conflicts is what our lighting kind of does in neighborhoods. And here with such low traffic and low speeds, we didn't feel it warranted us to spend that money on a light.
Yeah, I think the more fundamental question is that in most of our residential neighborhoods, there is some form of street lighting. And the question is, in this case, if it's desired or important to have from a safety standpoint, who should pay for it? So anyway, a question to be answered yet. Member Brindle.
We alluded to it briefly earlier, but I don't know that we really talked about it. We got a letter from a resident at 5712 about a fire hydrant that's in a bad spot.
We discussed that with Member Bennett earlier. We're going to move that fire hydrant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
We'll move it to the common
great.
property line away
Great,
from the
thank
driveway.
you.
Yep.
Okay, Member Sprague.
I want to follow just one more thing on the stormwater. So are we coordinating with the residents that border the lake information about the grant program with 9 Mile Creek Watershed? Are we coordinating that communication? Because they can do the voluntary matching grants, and do we disseminate that information as part of our practice?
The program you're talking about, I believe, is the watershed has some funding for rain garden type structures, and we had a discussion in the engineering department. Do we blanket the whole city? Because they have funding for, I believe, 25 or so, something like that. My numbers might not be right, but Ross would have that information. Who manages that program? Do we have staffing levels? Do we have budget to manage a brand new program that's not in our CIP to do the rain gardens when we don't even know who's going to maintain them, how are they going to be cleaned?
I'm talking about in people's private backyards, so not in the And I know it varies around the lakes because some of the lots go into it and some don't, and so on. But
this one,
I just want to make sure the information is getting out there, because if we don't have a public right of way that we can install a biofiltration system, a rain garden, there may be an opportunity on the private party's land.
It would probably treat the water off the roofs to the backside that currently drains down and probably infiltrate some on their green grassy boulevards. We have not disseminated information about rain gardens. We don't have a set policy on rain gardens yet, so that information has not been sent to residents. If that's a decision of the council, we could start doing that, but no, information has not been sent out about rain gardens yet.
Okay, thank you.
Good. If there are no more questions for Mr. Milner, I'm going to open up the public hearing for public testimony on BA 407 and 408. So it would cover the proposed projects, BA 407, which covers Hawks Terrace and Hawks Drive, and then BA 408, which is Warden Avenue. Is there anyone that wishes to come forward and testify with regard to either of those two matters? Sure. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it's nice to see all of you again. My name's Bruce McClellan. I live at 5709 Hawks Drive. I had a couple quick questions, but the discussion by the city engineer has prompted a couple other things. He's absolutely correct about the accumulation in bad rainstorms at the low spot in Hawks Drive. I live just a lot and a half away from that, and I think there's even been a time when it's been so flooded that I've called the city and tried to see if something could be done during a big rainstorm. To address a little what Member Brindle said, there was a presentation at Good Samaritan Church a number of months ago about the health of the lake, and they had a map, I think it was the 9 Mile folks, showing the area where water flows from into that lake, and it's quite large. We were just, whoa, I didn't know that. It's much larger than what this construction project incorporates. So I don't have it with me, but it's available somewhere, and it is a concern of those of us that live around the lake, the health of the lake and so forth. So, but I did want to reinforce his point that storm accumulation is a problem. As to the street light, I don't know what the other neighbors think, would like to see more light, especially the farther away you get from Tracy. We live 3 houses in from Tracy, and at night it's very dark as you get down the hill. So the other questions I had, and I don't know the answer to this, when the street is resurfaced, will the gutters all be taken out? And I don't know, and I have a personal reason to ask. Our driveway is quite steep, maybe the steepest in the area, and we hired Ole Haig and his people to do the driveway. We lived there for years. When one of our cars would scrape when we came in, guest cars would scrape the driveway, and Mr. Haig and his folks were able somehow to alter the grade, and he reconstructed that slope gutter. You really can hardly see the difference, but the cars don't scrape anymore, and I'm afraid if the city comes in and rips out the gutter at the foot of the driveway, redoes it themselves, that we have some danger of having that. So I don't know if it's possible to have Mr. Haig and his people redo it, or, but I just throw that out there as a question I have. And the other question is, about 3-4 weeks ago, just before it started snowing, the gas company came in and they put a new gas line in under the street, and actually it's under the yards just where they border the street. They ripped up a good portion of our front yard and smaller portions of other front yards, and I honestly don't know. I didn't talk to them, but whether that's part of this project or not, it may not be, and it may be that I've got to deal with the gas company in the spring to get a new yard, not the city. So,
okay.
But at any rate,
thanks, Mr. McClellan. We'll get an answer for you on the other question in a moment.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else on BA 407, which is Hawks Terrace, Hawks Drive, or BA 408, which is Warden? Good evening.
Good evening. Renate Stone, 5721 Hawks Drive, and my property also borders the lake. I would like to refer again to the meeting that was held at Good Samaritan Church, and it concerned the water quality of the lake. It's not just the residents around there that are concerned with it. It has really deteriorated over the last, I think I've lived there for 40 years. And Laura Adler was in on that meeting, so there should be a record. And I think we're putting in a bigger drain to the lake, as you have mentioned, Mr. Milner. And with that, we'll have maybe even more runoff. With new construction also will be going on probably on the corner property of Hawks Lake and of Tracy and Hawks Terrace. So I am very concerned with that, and I wonder if there could be more attention being paid to that. And Mr. Milner, you mentioned some catch basins or some drains that can accommodate that maybe we can do that, and with that start a future improvement to the lake, which it will greatly need.
Okay. We'll address that question momentarily again, too.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ms. Stone.
And I appreciate that.
Okay.
And yes, it is a huge watershed district.
Yeah. Thank you. Anyone else on either of these two proposed projects?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. A couple of questions. First of all, from Mr. McClellan with regard to potential gutter removal, concerns about his driveway, and making sure that the driveway, if there are gutters torn out, is reconstructed in a way where he's not back to the old problem of having cars bottom out and scrape on the bottom of his driveway as they ascend or descend.
Yeah, I totally understand his concern. We are proposing just spot repairs to concrete curb and gutter in the neighborhood. So if it's heaved or cracked or broken, we're going to fix it. His specific driveway I can't speak to now, but it sounds like if he's had Hague constructed in the past, it's warranted for life and probably in pretty good condition, so I don't anticipate us pulling that driveway out anytime. But now that we have it noted, we will definitely have our inspectors work with him if there's anything that is needed near that driveway. But in most cases, we don't want to take that out.
All right, very good. 5709 Hawks Drive. Take care.
I got it.
All right.
You can see
As
a
with
picture.
the rest of it.
It's a really pretty new drive. Whoops. it went
Now,
away.
Ms. Stone raised an issue that we had touched on. I think everybody on the council was concerned about this issue as well, and that is the worry over further affect of lake quality. And are we doing enough, are we making a significant enough effort on this reconstruction project to make sure that we control stormwater runoff?
Sure.
So how would you respond to that?
I would say we are not adding any more water into the lake. It's just getting there quicker because we're trying to reduce that flooding potential for the structures located in the neighborhood. So the amount of water is still going to be the same. It's just getting there a little faster. But we also are picking up some of that sediment with that catch basin structure that we have in place. I'd also like to note that she mentioned Laura Adler. Ross and her are doing a clean water and flood protection project right now around town, looking at many of these lakes that have concerns, and they will get those prioritized and see what improvements we can do to the lakes going forward, whether it's, there's so many different options that can be done, from alum treatment to dredging to stuff like that. So they're studying all those with Bar Engineering right now, and I will discuss this piece of Hawks with her and see if there's additional things we can do, depending on what the issue is with Hawks Lake. But we can definitely address the sediment coming in on that one side with that pipe.
Right.
And then to answer his question on the gas company, if I could just step back.
Correct.
We review all our projects with the gas company. We reviewed them in the spring. And typically they come in the year of a project. They'll come in April and do all the work. And they sometimes hold up our construction projects. So in other towns in the metro area, they'll come in the fall and put their gas, just the mains in, because they want to replace them either way. So they'll come in and do the mains in the fall, come in the spring, and their service crews then have a lot of work where they can jump on it right away and do the service work. So CenterPoint Energy said, well, would you mind if we came in and started doing this? And with the understanding that they could do it in the fall, the restoration piece would be done as much as they could before the snow flew this year, but anything that wasn't addressed would be addressed in the spring. And if it wasn't addressed then, we would still look at it as part of the project. But they'd be coming in the spring to do the service pipes. And then, let's say the project weren't approved tonight, they would still come in and finish that work. Because it's still a neighborhood, they want to upgrade the service pipes and the main. So they'd want to do it either way. It just coordinates nice if the projects are approved tonight.
But just to clarify, if the utility provider does restoration, they might do something different than us, because we do hydroseed now, and they might do sod. So a homeowner should be aware, depending on the timing and the restoration, they might get a different end product, correct?
They may get a different end product, but we've been very active with CenterPoint, and they're actually hydroseeding, and they find that to be beneficial to their, just from all the same reasons we have with the sod. So I'm not saying they totally do it, but in most cases, we're seeing them using the same hydroseed product that we are. So it works out. Yeah, it
Well,
works out really well.
just a comment, because they came through our neighborhood and did the very same thing, and we're not scheduled for reconstruction, but they did hydroseed afterward. So that's why when Bruce mentioned that he wondered if that was part of this project, and my instinct was to say no, because they went through and they had some upgrades to make because of leaks or old equipment that they wanted to upgrade. So that's my guess, and that they would be correcting the grass as soon as is reasonable.
All right, we've got BA 407 and BA 408, both subject to separate resolutions. We'll take them one at a time. Do we have a motion on BA 407?
Second.
Can I
Question,
add a friendly
discussion?
amendment? Should you consider that we send out a questionnaire, do you want a street light at the corner of Hawks Terrace and Hawks Drive, and if 51% want it, that we will put it in?
Yes, I will accept that as a friendly amendment.
Mary, would you accept that amendment?
Sure, did we both second it? Are we, we're motioned and we're second. Sorry.
Just clarify, Member Swenson, where that would be paid out of.
That's fine.
And my assumption, because of how I think it was written, is that one light would be paid out of the franchise utility. Yeah.
PACS fund.
PACS. Pedestrian Cyclist Safety Fund, labels, lighting.
So a street light without a pedestrian or bike facility is paid out of the PACS.
We
not
can.
It's in
That's, yeah.
We can do it
It's in
like
the
that.
policy.
Yeah, we've enabled ourselves to do it like that.
But an intersection light usually would be paid out of utility.
But this isn't a light because of
Traffic?
traffic.
Yeah.
This is a light because of safety. So for me, the reason that I would pay it out of that fund is that it has nothing to do with the number of cars going there. There aren't enough. But it does have the impact on safety and security. So that would be the reason that I would do it.
And also,
Out of that
we don't have a lighting utility fund. We don't have a street utility fund. We don't have a lighting utility fund. So in terms of funds, it would appropriately come out of that safety fund, and we did envision this when we created that fund, and in fact deliberately included street lighting.
All right. We've got a friendly amendment. We've got a motion and a second friendly amendment attached there too. Any further discussion? No. All right. Roll call, please.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Next is BA 408, Resolution 2013-129. Do we have a motion
So
on that
moved.
matter?
Second.
Got a motion and a second on BA 408. Discussion? Roll call?
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to note that we did see in the comments under traffic some positive comments on Tracy, but requests for traffic enforcement. And then we've also had some callers, particularly about some parking during school events with overloading the bays and actually parking up on the bump outs and blocking driveways. So if we can pass that comment on, since again we gained that information in the surveys that were connected with those two projects, I would appreciate it. Thanks.
All right. Let's move on to BA 409, which is the Bredesen Park D neighborhood proposed reconstruction project.
Mayor, members of the council, the Bredesen Park D neighborhood, it's bordered on Vernon Avenue on the south, Walnut Ridge Park on the north. There's 77 properties, 0.8 miles of roads, and there's also the Chapel Hills United Church located in the southeast corner of the project. Again, the project was initiated by the Streets Reconstruction Program. Streets were constructed in the early 1960s, and that street pavement is in poor overall condition. The average pavement condition index is a 6. And we're also seeing a lot of concrete curb and gutter that's heaved and settled. and that's due to some poor subsoils. It is near the 9 Mile Creek to the north of the project, so we think it has something to do with the soils in the area. So lots of heaved and settled curb and gutter. And we also have some spot issues with the sanitary sewer trunk pipe, localized drainage, not as much other than related to those curb pieces that are heaved and sunk. And then also the old fire hydrants and the gate valves are nearing the end of their useful life. So we're proposing to remove all the concrete curb and gutter just from all those heaved and settlement pieces that are creating some drainage problems. That would be funded out of the storm sewer fund. We would again recycle the existing street section and use that to construct the new street. Currently today the street section is 30 feet wide. We would reduce that about a foot on each side to the 28-foot wide back-to-back standard that we've been doing with a lot of our other local neighborhood street reconstruction projects. We were proposing no changes to the existing lighting. There is quite a few lights in this neighborhood, and again, the survey results say it's about a split on that question to upgrade street lighting. And again, I'll reference the Living Streets plan on street lighting for this neighborhood. And there is no pedestrian facilities on our comp plan for this neighborhood, and we're not proposing any additional pedestrian facilities. The utilities, we would do the spot repairs to the sanitary sewer, replace the gate valves and fire hydrants, construct the B618, the barrier curb, concrete curb and gutter. Today they do have surmountable curb and gutter. We would go to that barrier curb to help with maintenance operations going forward with snow plowing efforts, and also to help the drainage issues in the neighborhood. We would do, and then also install the sump drain pipe more feasible and tie into the existing storm sewer that's located typically in those cul-de-sacs at the end of the project. The cost of the project for the accessible roadway cost, approximately $887,000. The utility improvements, a big majority of that is that concrete curb and gutter. That comes to $841,000, and the total project is just over $1.7 million. The assessments, based on the city's assessment policy, we're estimating per REU of $11,500 per REU. We also have the city would be assessed 2 REUs for this parcel in the very northeast corner that is not developed today, but if it would be developed, it would be 2 parcels. So we are assessing ourselves for that location. We believe this project is necessary, cost-effective, and feasible to improve the public infrastructure. Staff is recommending that the council authorize BA 409 tonight. And I'll take any questions.
Questions for Mr. Milner? No. I think I have any. Do you want to just walk quickly through how you determine the REU responsibility of the city there with respect to Walnut Ridge Park?
Yeah, and past practice has been when we're along a city park, per se, we look at how much of that park is frontaged on the roadway that is being constructed. And then we break that down by similar sized lots. And we say if this property was developed, it would generate so many trips. And that's how our assessment policy is based on number of trips or per REU. So if we took this corner and looking at similar sized lots on the end of that cul-de-sac, we would get 2 lots that would be developed, and we would get 2 REU calculation for that.
All right, thank you. Stand by, we're going to go to a public hearing on this matter. I'm going to open up the public hearing for public testimony on proposed Bredesen Park D neighborhood roadway reconstruction project. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and testify? Yes, ma'am. Come on up.
Hi, Lori.
Why don't you come over to the side? That'd be better.
That better?
Use. Yeah, there you go.
Lori Chapman, 6420 Aspen Road. And when Chad was talking about narrowing the road a foot on each side, I live down in the cul-de-sac on Aspen Road. And my concern about that, I'm not against that. I'm fine with that. But there is, I guess the question is after it's narrowed, I have a difficult time getting out of my driveway because of the way the driveway with the house across the street from me, they're offset. And for whatever reason, there's a fair amount of traffic that parks in front of, not traffic, but people that park in front of her yard. They go by her driveway and park in front of her yard, which is directly behind my driveway. So it's difficult for me to get out, and especially in the wintertime. So I didn't know if after that's narrowed, if that is a real problem, or continues to be a real problem, or a worse problem, if there's a way to solve that by maybe putting a no parking, a yellow mark on the curb or something like that. I've been having trouble for quite a while, and so anyway, that was just my thought. I'm not against narrowing it, but I wanted to throw that out.
And your problems, Ms. Chapman, are right in the cul-de-sac?
No,
the
she's right
turnaround?
before the cul-de-sac.
I'm just before the big, I'm the last house on the left.
6420.
6420 Aspen
She's
Road.
right there, and when she backs out and people park in the cul-de-sac, she can't get
No,
out.
not in the cul-de-sac, in front of my neighbor's yard.
Oh.
It isn't quite down.
Across the street?
Across the street from me.
6421.
Okay.
When they park right
Yeah.
right in front of, they go by her driveway, because her walkway up to her house is through her driveway. So they pull up, they park right there, and then they walk up her driveway to get to her house. So when that happens, especially in the wintertime, it's difficult for me to back out without going back and then forward and back, and, so. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted
Thanks.
to throw out.
We'll check on that. Anyone else?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to close the public hearing on BA 409. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Mr. Milner, what do you think about trying to figure out a solution for Ms. Chapman's difficulty in getting out of her driveway?
Yeah, the reason why we narrow the streets is for many reasons. We do it for maintenance, for cost. When we do construct, it's cheaper. Maintenance is cheaper in the long run. And also the watershed appreciates any reduction in impervious areas for a lot of those water quality issues we've already discussed. We've installed this typical section in many of our neighborhoods over the years, and it functions. I haven't heard this issue prior, and it functions. If this would have been an issue in the past, we would have heard about it. So I understand there's some concerns. Will a foot make a big difference in the operation of a vehicle? I can't tell you that, but in my opinion, it's functioning all around town. This width, there's room to park on both sides and still get a car through it. So I think it'll function just fine when it's completed.
Okay, other follow-up questions? I think she was more concerned about trying to back up, having room to back up when vehicles were parked in front of 6421.
But that is not something we usually deal with in
No.
road width. We usually deal with that
In traffic control.
in traffic control.
So I guess the question is more for Manager Neal and for Attorney Maddock. If there is a parking situation in which a resident is finding it difficult to leave their own property because of parked cars on the street, is that something where they can then request a no parking designation?
They can, sure. And that can be considered by ETC or through some other regulatory route, or Traffic Safety Committee, right?
Which is, again, police department, fire department, and engineering?
An interdepartmental staff team
Public
and
Works.
evaluates them
Okay.
and passes it up if it needs to be
Yep.
passed up the line.
I'll make a motion to approve BA 409, but if I look at this just from Google Maps, it's certainly something I think when we engineer, especially the curb cut across the street from her, we're only talking about 75 feet maybe of curb as it goes into a cul-de-sac. So I think that we can probably make the right designation on that curb so that we don't narrow that throat down into the cul-de-sac too much. So I'm going to suggest, I won't put that in my motion, but I'm going to recommend that we highlight that with our engineers to make sure that we understand that she does have trouble today backing out, and we don't want to exacerbate that problem.
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
All right. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Aye. Next matter before us, public hearing regarding Road Reconstruction Improvement Project BA 410, which is the Birchcrest B neighborhood. Mr. Milner.
Mayor, member of the council, let's talk about BA 410, the Birchcrest B neighborhood. Project is located in the northwest corner of Highway 100 and Highway 62. Benton Avenue is on the north and Code Avenue on the west. 135 properties, approximately 2 miles of roads, and the Normandale Lutheran Church is located in the southeast corner of the project area. Project is initiated as part of the city's street reconstruction program. The streets were originally constructed in the early 1960s. Street pavement is in poor overall condition with a PCI average of 12. Roberts Place, in the very southern portion of the project, did have a thin overlay completed in 2012. Public Works could not get their snowplows. They anticipated that they wouldn't be able to get their snowplows through the winter of 2012, so they did a thin overlay on Roberts Place that is a temporary patch down there just to get them through the couple years until reconstruction. They knew reconstruction was potentially coming in 2014. There's concrete curb and gutter in all of the project area except along Birchcrest, which has a bituminous curb, the south half of Birchcrest. 30% of the streets are concrete streets. That includes 60th Street, Tingdale Avenue, and Clover Ridge. And there are no existing sidewalks within this project area today. There's some spot, the utility issues, there's some spot locations of sanitary sewer trunk, crack pipe that we would address at this time. Surface drainage, there's some pretty extensive surface drainage issues down at Porter and Birchcrest Drive that we'd like to look at, and also there's a drainage issue in the easement behind 6117 and 6121 Birchcrest. There's again the old style fire hydrants, and the gate valves are nearing the end of their useful life. Photos in here show the one on the left is the condition of the concrete streets, typical, and a typical bituminous street on the right. So proposed roadway improvements. We're proposing the concrete street as a full replacement, remove and replace with bituminous pavement. We had a firm independent contractor come out and look at our concrete streets. They estimated that 30 to 40% of those concrete streets would need repair or replacement. We also had a concerned homeowner that did the very same analysis and came up with really pretty much the same number, that 30% that need replacement. Now, if we factor in additional removals due to utilities such as the gate valves and the hydrants, and also some sanitary sewer removals, we're getting up to the 40, potentially 50%, and that would still be, still be a remove or a replacement. We're getting close to 50% replacement. As we do construction, we typically find additional panels that have unforeseen issues, and once you start lifting up panels, removing panels, some other ones would potentially have some issues that we could see from removal of other ones. So we're anticipating that removing the concrete would be about 50% of the concrete streets, and it's pretty much cost neutral, that to remove the concrete streets and do bituminous streets, it would be equal to what it would cost to do a repair of the streets. If we just had to do the repairs, it would definitely be cheaper, but with all the additional panels that we need, it bumps it up to very comparable cost estimates. In our opinion, if we did leave the streets and we did the repairs, it wouldn't meet Edina's vision of a more sound public infrastructure and also meet those high quality of life standards we discussed earlier tonight. With the level of service during construction, if you did concrete repairs, there could be times where homeowners are out up to 4 days if we did a full concrete street, because you got to be out long enough to allow that concrete to cure. Going forward, we still have maintenance operations. If Public Works needs to do any work in the future and they have to rip up the full width of the road, we also have, again, those 4 days where we're out of service for transportation operations here, whereas if a bituminous street, it could be patched pretty much immediately with any of those maintenance operations going forward. There's also a traffic noise associated with concrete streets. A lot of these panels have pretty wide joints, and as traffic drives over them, there is a traffic noise. And then again, the appearance, those wide joints and those miscellaneous pavement replacements just doesn't feel like it meets Edina's vision of a sound public infrastructure. The remaining roadway, other than Valley View, which we'll discuss in a minute, we're proposing spot curb and gutter repairs. We'd recycle that existing street section and construct a new street, and we don't see any changes to the existing street lighting in this neighborhood. The proposed utility improvements, we do some spot sanitary work and then also replace the gate valves and fire hydrants. And storm sewer, we look at installing some additional storm sewer down at Porter Lane and Birchcrest Drive like we discussed. Again, this would have to go to Bar Engineering. They do all our stormwater modeling. We want to make sure we don't negatively impact the residents downstream if we're getting the water there faster to the water body just west of Code Avenue. We don't want to bump that stormwater up so fast that it causes some flooding issues. So they would assist us in that modeling and see what improvements we could do to the storm sewer. We also have a couple options for stormwater drainage at Valley View and Tigdale, where we'd extend storm sewer from 62nd and Will Ryan up to that area. And then we'd also include sump drain pipe where feasible, including to the address with that easement issue at 6117, 6121 Birchcrest. Sidewalks. We've got a lot of correspondence from sidewalks. We appreciate all the input we've gotten from residents. We had a neighborhood open house where sidewalks were discussed, and then we felt we needed another meeting, so we held another meeting at the church with just the residents on Valley View Road to kind of give them more information on the sidewalks. So from our analysis of this project and the issue we're seeing is pedestrian safety is caused by traffic volumes and speeds. We're seeing traffic volumes in the range of 1,400 to 1,600 cars per day along Valley View Road, with speeds in upwards of 36 miles an hour, and along the frontage road getting as high as 39 miles an hour for that 85th percentile. And those were measured in 2013, September, October, same time frame as our other traffic counts. So we're proposing the solution to solve this issue is a 5-foot concrete sidewalk with a 5-foot boulevard. It would be city maintained. They come down the frontage road today and they would continue down Normandale Road, Valley View Road. The Normandale Road piece was part of a petition in 2009. There was a petition the council received for a sidewalk along that Normandale Road. We are suggesting Valley View Road is also a sidewalk to continue on that north side. If you see the comp plan, the Valley View Road and Hanson Road to the west is included in that comp plan. We could make a sidewalk network, and I'll show you a graphic right after this that shows that. There's the Countryside Park, Benton Avenue has sidewalks, Tracy Avenue has sidewalks. Future 9 Mile Creek, it would make a connection to that area at 62 and Tracy. And it also aligns with our Living Streets policy. So this graphic here shows the blue is existing sidewalks. The highlighted pink is our project area. You can see sidewalks along Benton Avenue in some locations. There is some, the brown is proposed sidewalks. So there is a proposed sidewalk here in Valley View Road, up Hanson Road. This neighborhood is scheduled for 2017, I believe, 2 years out for construction, where we could continue the sidewalk construction along that Valley View roadway. So we believe it develops a sidewalk network in this part of town. We're also, based on the comments we heard from the neighborhood and from our traffic counts, we're showing a speed issue with traffic going along Valley View Road. We think people are cutting from the high school over to the community center and middle school area. Our solution to this problem is curb bump outs at the intersections. So Will Ryan, Tingdale, 62nd, and we're still analyzing Wolf, whether we could do that, because that is right at our project limit. So we would try to make that work at Wolf. Just can't definitely say for sure at this time. Reasons for supporting traffic bump outs. It's showing the modified traffic behaviors in studies versus speed bumps. It's implemented in other parts of town, Concord Avenue and also near Todd Park. It maintains the street width and parking at the church, and I'll have a graphic after this that shows that. They had some concerns about the street width and parking right at the church. And again, it aligns with our Living Streets policy. So here's a couple examples of those curb bump outs. So down near the church, right around the corner, near Clover Ridge, we would maintain the street width of 37 feet so they could continue to park during church events. We begin our first neck down right at Will Ryan there, going to 25 feet in that location. Keep the existing roadway width the same. If a sidewalk was approved by council tonight, we would shift that roadway 2 feet to the south to reduce some of the impacts we're seeing with the sidewalk construction on the north. Going further to Tingdale and Valley View, again, we'd have the existing bump outs there, and we would do those typical treatments on the other intersections that I had mentioned. Project costs. So the assessable project cost would be 1.7 million, would be assessed to the residents. Utility improvements, just under 1.6 million. And then the sidewalks, which is paid out of that PAX fund, would be approximately 245,000. So total project costs are just under 3.6 million. The estimated assessments with those assessable costs based on the current city's assessment policy is estimated per REU of $12,500. Staff believes the project is necessary, cost-effective, and feasible to improve the public infrastructure. Staff is recommending that the council authorize improvement number BA410 tonight.
Questions for Mr. Milner? Member Sprague.
Thank you. On the sidewalk network we're trying to connect to, when is Hanson and that West Valley View segment slated for reconstruction?
Hanson is
those
part
are
of,
state aids, right?
Pardon me.
State aid segments, both of those?
It's listed at state aid. It actually is not state aid. So the neighborhood with Hanson is scheduled for 2017.
So we'll get the south and the west section of, so you get Hanson and then Valley View?
Yep.
Okay. And then the west section of Valley View?
The west section, Valley View, wasn't constructed last year as part of our countryside neighborhood up here.
Okay.
So we would look at, this street is beginning to show some signs and these cul-de-sacs, so that would be a project where we could do a street reconstruction project there and also construct a sidewalk. We could also just install the sidewalk as a standalone project as funding becomes available in later years with the PAX fund.
And what about bike facility striping in the future along this corridor? Is that something that you see as possible?
It is a secondary bike route called out on our comprehensive plan. We don't have a defined plan for secondary routes. We could sign
but we're
it
doing
as
striping annually with the ETC was deciding on what to do for striping projects as early as last year.
Sure.
Yeah.
We don't see striping pavement markings in here for bicycle facilities. What we could envision if we do go forward with our wayfinding signs, maybe there's a bike route, arrows located on some of the signs in the neighborhood to get bicycle facilities through this neighborhood.
In terms of the concrete issue, I'm sure you've seen some of the information from the residents about the condition of the concrete and their wish to have it patched. But you talked about the burden on maintenance and project management. If we were to take that policy direction on this project, wouldn't that make all the rest of your project management more difficult in the future?
We currently don't have a plan for our concrete streets. This neighborhood is a mix of concrete and bituminous, so we feel like this should be addressed with this project. Just looking on this map down here, this whole neighborhood is concrete streets. We need to come up with a plan for our concrete streets, and that's in our work plan for the next couple of years to determine how are we going to handle full neighborhood concrete streets. So,
but for partial, you're saying the better practice is to replace them?
I would say right now, yes.
Okay.
In this case, yes. Yep, from the quality of life standpoint, I feel it should come out.
Member Bennett?
Just a follow-up. I believe that there was a project that included streets south of West 70th Street, west of France Avenue, in which it was possibly, it was a different kind of mix because some of the streets were cul-de-sacs, but actually there was a conversion of concrete to bituminous in that area, as well as bituminous construction.
Yeah, this is not the first project. We have removed concrete streets and put
My
in.
street was a concrete street.
Concord Avenue was one. There was a couple of other examples that are not coming to my mind right now. But yes, there's been some other. This is not the first one we've done like this.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Milner? Otherwise, I'll open it up for public testimony.
Just one.
Go ahead. Member Brindle.
The pavement condition index of 12 refers to bituminous.
No, it's the average, he said.
This is the average. We do ratings on both concrete and bituminous
Oh,
pavements.
that included
so this
both
is
of
the
them?
average of the neighborhood. Is a 12.
Okay, so you can do a PCI on concrete?
We can. Yep.
Okay.
So we got an average number from the firm that does our inventories for this specific neighborhood with a balance between the concrete and the bituminous streets.
Okay, and let me make sure that I understood you correctly. this project is cost neutral. Let's go back to that statement you made about it being cost neutral as to whether you patch the concrete.
Sure.
Or rip it up and replace it with bituminous.
Yep, I've had conversations with one of the neighbors out here. If we just had to do the 30% repairs and the hydrants, gate valves, it would be a savings. It would be about $900 per RU savings to do all those patches. When we add in the additional for sanitary sewer and some of these other additional panels with these unforeseen issues as we typically see in construction, you never are limited to just the panels you see. There's more. In my opinion, it's a cost neutral. Between bituminous, ripping it all out, putting bituminous streets in, or leaving the good concrete in place and just patching it.
So the cost would be the same even though if it was left concrete, you wouldn't have new concrete in front of your house in some cases.
Yeah, you would have roughly 50 to 60%.
The
Well, you'd
cost
have
of
about 50.
concrete is very, very high compared to the cost of asphalt.
But what I'm getting at is if the concrete is not replaced, I'm still going to be assessed. Am I not?
Yeah, you'll be assessed. It's on a
I'm part of
neighborhood
the project.
basis. If we removed it all and did all concrete, it would raise assessments by $2,500 per person in this neighborhood. So there's the cost difference if we did a full scale and put concrete back in place.
What lasts longer, concrete or bituminous?
I think you're seeing a good example right here. This neighborhood was constructed in the same time frame. Concrete streets are bad and the bituminous are bad, so it comes down to maintenance. Concrete typically do not as much maintenance, more upfront costs. Blacktop streets, you do more maintenance, mill and overlays, seal coating, stuff like that. So I think we're seeing a prime example right here that the life cycles are real similar between these two pavements because these were constructed at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Member Bennett.
A question was raised, I believe, same resident, about what about the curbs and gutters that are an integral, thank you, part of the concrete roadways that do not need to be replaced if the concrete roadway stays in place, but need to be replaced if there's a conversion to bituminous. What does that do to the cost analysis?
Same as I've described already. That's already been included. If we remove it, we're moving it all and putting B618 curb in there, but that would be funded under the storm sewer costs. So the curb pieces are storm sewer costs.
So it doesn't pertain to the assessment that the individual home, property owners face, but it does come out of the public utility fund. So again, is there a greater cost to the utility fund, the stormwater fund that everybody pays into, by needing that requiring the replacement of the curb and gutter with the conversion of the street to bituminous?
Yes. So if we just did repairs, estimating 50% of that integral curb would stay in place. So we'd only be charging the storm sewer fund 50% of the project. If we ripped it all out and did full scale curb and gutter on each side, there would be more of a cost to our storm sewer utility for that work. I don't know the exact number. We looked at it as from an assessment standpoint.
Thank you.
Got a couple questions for you, prompted by your comment that we have no plan for concrete streets. So when we have streets that need some maintenance that still have a pavement condition index that doesn't warrant reconstruction, we go out there and we may do a mill and overlay, we do pothole repair, we make repairs around a manhole. We don't assess anybody for that.
Correct. Public Works.
That's all the normal maintenance budget.
Yep, and that includes concrete streets. Every year they do quite a few of the concrete streets and do the maintenance on them.
So what is it about repair of these concrete streets versus reconstruction that causes you to think that if we were to go the repair route, that should be something that should be assessed, or is that something that we should be discussing from a public policy standpoint for a future concrete street plan?
I don't see digging up 5 places for manholes and replacing all the cracked ones as being a repair. I see that as being a replacement, and maybe that's the difference.
Well, but we don't have a policy. That's the point. We don't have any kind of a policy on concrete streets.
Right
When
now-
is it a repair versus when is reconstruction required? That's the problem, in my mind. So we're looking at this neighborhood, especially Tingdale, Clover Ridge, and West 60th Street, which are all concrete streets. And I will tell you that this is the first time I think I've ever disagreed with staff on whether or not something should be reconstructed. I see things out there, I suppose from doing this for about a decade, that would cause me to think that repairs would be appropriate as opposed to wholesale replacement. But when I hear that we don't have a concrete street plan in terms of determining under what circumstances will we assess or will we not assess for repairs on a concrete street, I think that puts us in an awkward spot.
Yeah, I hear two questions. One is repair versus replace, and we analyzed it by the cost. Right now it's about a wash. Your other is a policy question on when do we assess for repairs on concrete and when we don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I go out on Tingdale or Clover Ridge or West 60th, I see several instances where the concrete is crushed around a manhole cover in the center of the street. When we have that situation with a asphalt street, we may call that a repair when we fix it and fix the manhole in the process. Here we're trying to call that a reconstruction, a need for reconstruction, which is a special assessment issue. So for me, on these concrete streets, regardless of whether they're on Tingdale, Clover Ridge, or West 60th Street, until we decide what our policy is with respect to repair versus replacement, I think we're in a real awkward spot on whether or not we're going to reconstruct some streets like that. Member Swenson.
But from what I remember of the map of Tingdale, part of this project was to replace things under streets and reline water sewers as part of its project. We wouldn't be doing those things on a repaired situation. We only do those things when we're going to replace the street.
Yeah, and that's a great point you're making, and that's one of the
So-
things that causes me to head the direction I'm heading, because there's no sanitary sewer issues, to my recollection, on any of the concrete streets. There's no water main issues, except the new nozzles for the hydrants. There's I don't think any stormwater system issues, except for one maybe on West 60th Street. There's no utility issues. Sewer, they've had past sewer blocks. That doesn't mean.
Can I
do anything.
Can I answer some of the utility questions? If I can get the camera.
This is what you're doing, Adam.
So this is a map we put together for that individual wondering where the repairs. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 repairs that need to be done not next to a manhole, just for the sanitary sewer pipe that we see needs. We also have these drainage issues in the neighborhood where we're extending the storm sewer up Birchcrest to 60th and removing at least half the roadway up here for storm sewer improvements, and also coming down to potentially Clover Ridge. So there would be some more utility removals for that. And then your comment about just the nozzles on the hydrants. We replaced the hydrants all the way down out to the main, so there's some more concrete streets that would be removed for the hydrants themselves. And then typically on each end of a street, there's a gate valve. And if there's not, that's where we would put them in, so Public Works has a better way to manage their water system. So there would be some additional removals due to all the gate valves at the intersection. So there are utility repairs within the concrete streets.
That's what tips the economies of scale towards
Yeah.
replacement versus trying to repair a section. And in all neighborhoods there are different condition of streets, even if they're all bituminous.
Right.
And we don't do one segment and not do the other. We do it holistically because we get that economy of scale out of it. So I think that principle applies here.
We've addressed that question before when there's been different PCI on different streets, because it's very costly to come back and get something later that you haven't gotten done the first time, either with respect to the underlying utilities or the roadways.
Any other questions for Mr. Milner at this point in time?
Not right now.
All right, thank you. I'm going to open this up for public testimony. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter?
We'll pass them down.
If anyone else has handouts when they come up, hand them to the clerk, please, because she needs a copy too, and then she'll pass them down the line to us.
Good, thank you.
All right. Do you want to wait a moment till we have everything in front of us?
There's 3, but if we come out odd numbered, I can share.
All right, thank you. Welcome.
You're welcome, thank you. Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Wayne Lindholm, and my address is 5024 Valley View Road. I am on the north side of Valley View Road where there's a proposed sidewalk. Thank you for the opportunity to present some comments and some concerns. Who we represent, there's a few of us here that have been working diligently to dig in deeper to the proposal to add sidewalks to the reconstruction project. And the Edina City residents is who we're representing that are living within Birchcrest B neighborhood roadway reconstruction boundaries who oppose adding sidewalks along Valley View Road. There was 2 surveys done, actually 1 survey and 1 petition. The survey done by the city was done for residents living within the boundaries of Birchcrest B, neighborhood roadway reconstruction project, and that in that survey that was done by the city, there were total respondents of 89, and there were, by a 3-to-1 margin, the residents were opposed to adding sidewalks in anywhere in that area. There was a second survey of sorts done, and that is a petition that was circulated to the residents of that same area. And in the respondents on that, there were a total of 86% that were opposed, that are opposed to adding sidewalks to the stretch of Valley View Road. We're talking the Valley View Road portion, not the Normandale Road. So in each case, it's on the one that the survey that the city did, 73% are opposed from the respondents, and on the one that the petition that was circulated, 86% are opposed to sidewalks. So referring to the map that's in your packet, and I'll put one here. Okay, keeping it in the north-south orientation like we have there. And if I may speak to the map over here.
You'll need a
Sure.
microphone, sir.
She'll hand you a handheld microphone.
Thank you. When you... Hello? Okay, thank you. When you look at the map of the boundaries of the Birchcrest B area, you can see the index down here shows the red circled street addresses signed a petition against the Valley View Road sidewalk. Again, talking Valley View Road sidewalk, not the Normandale. And the other orange colored boxes indicated no on the survey that was done by the city. And of course, some of the people that indicated no on the petition that was submitted to the city also would certainly have indicated no on the survey. But when you look down the residents of Valley View Road, we have a total of 29 residents on both sides of the street. And we have there's only 5 that are in favor of the sidewalk on Valley View. All the red indicated residential properties are opposed to it. So it's a very solid opposition through the whole length of this project.
I hate to tell you this, but your 3 minutes is up.
Okay.
So, did you want to make any final quick point?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, real quick here. Is this working?
Yeah,
Okay.
come on.
Real quick here, The neighborhood, according to the city, or the Valley View Road, is a safe street. And in 2012, there was a petition done for a stop sign on Tingdale and Valley View Road, and it was turned down by the city, as well as lowering the speed limit on that. So
Okay.
the city's saying it's safe, and that's it. You'll
Okay.
hear from others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindholm. Good evening.
Is this on?
It is.
My name is Kim Wand, and I live at 6116 Birchcrest Drive. And I'm here for a couple of reasons. My first and foremost is our property at 6116. We live across the street from the Goodlands, who are at, I think it's 6117 and 6121, that's going to have the storm drainage, their backyard floods. Great. I think it's great that they're going to get that fixed. When that additional water then comes out of their backyard at even quicker rate, we will have a flood at the end of our driveway. And this is what our biggest concern is that we have dealt with this we've lived on that neighborhood street for 28 years. And we used to live at 6108, and we moved to 6116. So we're very familiar with the street. 6116, we had to build a moat literally at the end of our driveway in March 2 years ago to get a dinner party onto our driveway. We have such a lake that forms at the end of our driveway for some reason. We have sent pictures to the city. The city has been out 2 times for sure, potentially 3, to try to patch the end of our driveway to correct this problem. It's not been fixed, and we just want to ensure that this problem is corrected with the street reconstruction.
All right. Thanks, Kim.
The other thing I would say regarding the sidewalks, we're far enough off Valley View. I mean, we do like to walk our dog, but we can find other routes. It is like playing Pac-Man on that street. And as you have alluded in other conversations tonight regarding sidewalks, it potentially is probably more of a traffic management issue. I would 100% say that the majority of the quick traffic is flowing from high school students, getting from a very quick rate to a turnaround over at the community center for a practice. And that is an issue that probably isn't street reconstruction. I'm not even sure if a sidewalk would solve the speed issue. I think the speed issue is what's driving sidewalks.
Thank you.
That's it.
My name is Art Thelma, and I live at 5132 Valley View Road. And as you can see by my graphic, I'm the guy in the group that had to read all this stuff to figure out how to be engaged in this process. So what I'd like to talk to you a little bit tonight is just how this whole project and my 2 cents into it. Sidewalk on Valley View Road does not meet, in my opinion, the Edina Living Streets policy because it's not aligned with the Dewtown standards. It's not aligned with Minnesota Green Steps city standards, and in my opinion, not in line with the Tree City USA standards. And while Living Streets policy appears to invite resident engagement, my personal experience has found that that's not true. At one of the actual ETC meetings I attended, there was a motion made to eliminate the question on, do you want sidewalks in your neighborhood? Luckily, nobody seconded that motion. It was removed. So it just kind of perplexed me a little bit that would even be brought up. There was also a motion made, and you have to watch the video for the June 20th ETC meeting where one of the commissioners made a comment that we should remove the question from the survey because with the Living Streets policy, people really don't have a say anymore, so why should we let them vote? And if you don't believe me, go watch the video. It's kind of dramatic and kind of sad. The data is extremely difficult to access. Documents are not done in a timely fashion. I will say, Mr. Milner, that the survey data was excellent, very well done, very easy to read, very helpful. The ETC meeting videos are missing or the links don't work. ETC questions, it perplexed. I went and read 2 years worth of minutes from both the ETC and from the City Council relating to these projects. And one thing that was really interesting on the ETC, they're a good group, really enjoyed my time with them, but they talk about things in the minutes and reference documents that are not attached to the minutes. So if you miss a meeting and miss the video and you go to download the notes, there's references made to documents that were exchanged at that meeting and they're not included with the minutes. So it's really difficult to try to keep track on this. And again, the ETC minutes reference documents weren't found. We ran into a little roadblock when the September 13th feasibility study was presented to the commission, and it was presented and approved that night with no changes. So exactly how the feasibility study on the 13th laid out, it was approved and passed to you. We went to the next commission meeting on the 21st of November, and there was a new feasibility study that was entered dated the 19th, and it went from a 14-page feasibility study to a 16-page feasibility study. Changes were made. The petition that was referenced for June of 2009 used to be a petition for April of 2008, so it left me with some integrity issues with the document. I asked the chairman of the ETC if he realized that the document that they approved, I said, was that document approved as is in the September 13th feasibility assessment? He said yes. And I said, then why on the 19th did a feasibility study come out that had 2 more pages added to the feasibility study and about 20 more pages added to the support documentation? There are also references made to petitions and a bunch of other things that weren't attached. Pedestrian data, and it was interesting on the speeds. We made a comment about the
Mr.
speeds.
Thielemann, I'm sorry, I've got to get you to stop. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Annabelle Thelman, and I live at 5132 Valley View Road. And I would like to thank everybody that came out and did the walk through the neighborhood, and those of you that drove through to get kind of a feel for our pain at this point with this proposal. While we really do, a large group of us, I think there are about 48 to 50 people that do agree with the sidewalk on Normandale, but we're not in agreement with the location on the west side. Without being overly prescriptive, I would ask that perhaps constructing a sidewalk along the east side of Normandale Frontage Road from Benton to Normandale Church. This would help connect the existing Benton Avenue Bridge bus stop, and it provides a safe passage for Normandale Lutheran attendees and overflow parking from the Coleman Field. And if I may just put this down, and I'll talk to this from this piece. And what I'm putting down is a graph that shows the Birchcrest trail. And what we were thinking, again, without being too power positioned in this, we would like to think about constructing a shared use trail from Normandale Lutheran Church to Tracy Avenue. This provides a true parameter route around the Valley View Road neighborhood. It provides safe passage to the neighborhood south of Highway 62 and to the Wyman Avenue Bridge. This also connects to Tracy Avenue here and the future planned 9 Mile Creek Regional Trail, which is projected to be completed in 2018. So respectfully to this council, we would submit these ideas and hopefully ask for your consideration. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ms. Thielemann. Good evening.
Hi. I'm Jerry Schobelm. I live at 5016 Valley View Road. It's right across the street from Normandale Church. First of all, I'd like to thank Chad for being very open to input. I felt like he was very receptive to getting input and also trying to problem solve. I'd like to speak about the bump outs that we're proposing. People further up Valley View Road by West 62nd Street. It's a hill there, and I think that's where a lot of the speeding happens. I don't notice it so much down at my end of the road. And to have 3 or 4 bump outs, I think is overkill. I think 2 would be plenty. One up at West 62nd Street and the other one at Tingdale. I'm opposed to it at Will Ryan because of the parking there and how that would cut down on parking. Parking's really at a premium around the church. And the distance between Tingdale and Will Ryan is like 2.5 houses. Seems way too close. And the other thing I want to talk about is being against the sidewalks on the north side of Valley View. I'm not opposed to the along Normandale. It's the Valley View part. I think our neighborhoods really come together, and we're not for it. And after listening to your discussion on Morningside B, I think our PAC money could go to work on their project because they want sidewalks. That's my suggestion.
Thanks, thanks, Jerry.
Hi, my name is Karen Johnson, and I live at 5119 Valley View Road. And there's one issue that's not been brought up tonight, and that's a health concern. And I think that concrete overall has a much longer life, and it also does not outgas all the petroleum stuff. And you look at asphalt and the asphalt workers, it's a health risk. And when you have to overlay and you have to add all the bituminous stuff that you do to maintain, I think that that's a long-term risk. For neighborhoods and kids playing in streets and parks. So I think when you consider destroying concrete streets, that should be something that should be considered long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Hi there. My name is Michael Atkinson. I live at 5136 Valley View Road, and I'm here to oppose the sidewalk project. And I would like to say that I think there's two jobs that are tough out there right now. I think Leslie Frazier would be one of them, and I think Mr. Miller over there has the next hardest one. So, unlike many people that oppose this sidewalk project on Valley View Road, I actually became kind of an advocate for sidewalks. And I grew up around sidewalks. My wife did too, and it just felt right to be advocates for them. And my neighbors didn't seem to be that way. They were very passionate against the sidewalk. And I started to engage them and to learn from them and just kind of find out what's the beef. And I secretly, to be very transparent, I secretly wanted to lure them over to my side to be advocates for sidewalks. And just the opposite happened. As I waded through the paperwork with them and have all these questions like, this doesn't make sense here, and it just seems like there's some cherry picking going on, and it's really, really confusing. And I think most people in Edina are pretty intelligent people, and I'd like to consider myself one of those people. And it's really hard to kind of follow the logic in much of this. And I'm speaking specifically of the sidewalk project. I think many of the other projects, and I must say that I have a lot more respect for what you guys are doing and having to go through here on this panel, and obviously there's a lot of good thinking going into it. But I think it gets down to one thing for me, and I've kind of come to this. I've been really trying hard, because it's very complex, as you guys know, to really put a button on this and a nice bow and kind of go, how do you really capsulize all this? And for me, I look at it as essentially Valley View Road and the Birchcrest B area, they're being given, they're not being assessed. So in a sense, they're getting this free gift. And 75% of those people, they don't want this free gift. So I hope you guys consider that when you vote on this project. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Atkinson.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Hovland. My name is Judd Rekirk. I live at 6109 Tingdale Avenue, and I thank you for this opportunity to present my request for your consideration. I'd like you to consider repairing the concrete streets in the project area rather than removing them and replacing them with asphalt. In this project area, as has been mentioned before, there are 3 streets that are concrete: 60th, Tingdale, and Clover Ridge. These are streets that are poured concrete in panels that measure 7.5 feet wide by 15 feet long. The streets are 4 panels wide, so independent.
The curb and gutters are formed into the opposite sides, two sides of the street, so that if you remove the street, you do have to remove all the curb and gutter, good, bad, or when indifferent, it all needs to be replaced. So I went out and counted all of these panels. There are 740 panels in the concrete in the project area. Out of that 748, there are 58 that have multiple cracks and differential settlement, which would require them to be replaced. 58, that's 8% of the surface of the road. There are 149 panels that are cracked. Now, however, these panels have been cracked for many years and have had no effect on the street structure or functionality. They are not settling and they're not deflecting. With all the panels, 72% of the concrete panels are not defective at all. That's 533 panels. So 72% of the street is quality material. There are 3 intersections. And it was mentioned that there's been some work in these intersections, 60th in Tingdale, 60th in Code, and Clover Ridge in Tingdale. Within the last 5 years, those have all had new concrete put into those intersections to replace them. I'm understanding that this is from stormwater drainage issues. I don't want to say that this is about money. It's about a superior paving material in my mind. The material that is in place is very functional and will last another 40 years. It's lasted 40, 50 years already. The panels aren't even cracked. Since it comes down to money, is it less expensive to replace the concrete with asphalt and accept the future maintenance? Now, future maintenance on concrete is minimal. On asphalt, you have pothole repair, you have mill and overlay, and you have seal coating. So there's an amount of repair that goes into the maintaining of an asphalt street that you don't experience with concrete. So in addition to that, the stormwater management fees, as mentioned before, are paying for a substantial amount of this. So if you take 740 panels at 30 feet apiece, that's like 21,000 feet. Multiply that by X dollars, you're going to have a substantial amount of money invested in curb and gutter that you don't have to replace or repair, that is in good condition. I think the issue now that I know that I've talked with Chad and we've kind of wrestled around with this a bit, but the issue of the repair of the sewer, I think there's a little double counting going on. Where the storm sewer or the sanitary needs to be repaired, there are pieces that are cracked that are being proposed to be replaced, and there are pieces that are broken that I've already counted in the broken section. So there's a little double count upon, if you decide to do some of this work, you're double counting what I would have said you needed to repair anyway and what was cracked and being replaced. You don't need to replace all the streets. So I've asked for one or two options. One option would be repair the existing streets, concrete streets. That would be my request. Or the other option is bid the project out with an alternative bid in the bid to repair the concrete streets. And then make the selection based upon the economics. Now, there's economics that aren't going to be included in that, like future repairs on the asphalt. To end it, I would say, as they say on TV, what do you have in your wallet? Well, I would say, what do you want in your driveway for the next 30 or 40 years, concrete or asphalt? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Al Killian, 5112 Roberts Place, and at one time we proposed lighting for Roberts Place. We have no street lights at all on our street. I realize it's only a block long, but it'd be nice to have a street light. And it was proposed that there's going to be no street lighting or no lighting repairs.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Killian. Anyone else?
Hi. Mike Seeger, 5004 Clover Ridge. A lot of you guys have nicer maps than mine. I'm not very good at this. Basically, the proposed sidewalk is right basically nowhere. There's no other sidewalks anywhere close to it anytime. You know, you say in the future they're going to be there. Currently, they're not there. I think there's a lot better places to use that money for sidewalks. Obviously, like I said, the other people that want the sidewalks, it's a good option. Also, Benton Avenue. I'm a big proposal about Benton Avenue. Currently, I have 2 kids that go to school, elementary schools on their way. There's no safe way for them to get to Countryside Elementary School. The sidewalks go from the school down Benton and end at Hanson. So once the kids get past Hanson, they have to walk in the street. I have another picture for you. So, I'm sorry, it's a little blurry, but this was this last snowstorm. And this is an elementary school child with a backpack on having to walk in the middle of the road because there was no safe spot for them to walk. Slippery conditions, you know, we're talking about keeping our kids safe. This kid was obviously not safe. So I'd recommend putting that money into sidewalks in better locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seeger. Didn't recognize you without your dog. Or should I say our dog?
Pete Soderling, 5124 Valley View Road. I did not sift through 1,500 pages of paperwork like some of these fine folks, but I just wanted to come up and voice my opposition to the sidewalk on Valley View as well, for all the same reasons that they did, and just to show the power in that survey and the petition as well. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Soderling.
My name is Roger Carpenter at 6105 Tingdale Avenue, and I'm just like to make a few comments about opposing the replacing the concrete streets, and I guess specifically Tingdale, that is serves as a stormwater drainage ditch basically for Valley View Road. We get a lot of, it doesn't have to be a major storm, but we get a lot of water that does flood the streets, and some of the yards are flooded. I think that if it is replaced by a asphalt road, that when that road is submerged and with all the damage that's going to be caused by the garbage dump trucks and garbage trucks that are coming through every week, that road is not going to be is not going to last very long. And I'd like to refer to the article in the Star Tribune, November 2nd, 2013, which talks about the crumbling asphalt roads throughout Minnesota. Edina is listed as one of the 8 cities that has had problems with that. And you're selling us 30-year roads that are lasting 15 years because of a error. They stated that it was an error from the state, but I just think that it is going to be an upgrade for the asphalt streets that are currently asphalt in the area, but it's going to be a downgrade for the concrete streets that are there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Carpenter.
My name is Kenny Lee. I live at 5108 Roberts Place in Edina. And the Roberts Place is only a street about a block long. And I'd like to see the thing replaced. But right now, with that overlay that they talked about, we've got the nicest street that I've lived there 40 years. It's the nicest street we've ever had. And I'd like to see it postponed until they finish Valley View Road. In a couple of years, they're going to be doing that, and it's right close to that project. So what I'd like to see them do is take a good look at Roberts Place next spring after this winter now and see if it's still in as good a shape as it is now. We had kids from all over the neighborhood coming over to play with their skateboards on our street because it's the only smooth one around, and that's the one that's the one they want to tear up. So I'm not against changing it. I just like to see us get another year or two out of it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Lee.
John Palmer, 5101 62nd Street. I don't live right on Valley View, but it's just one block off. I'd just like to add my emphasis to the no sidewalks, please. plea. I walk Valley View quite frequently for exercise and for walking my neighbor's dog, and I have no safety issues with it. There's a lot of traffic, a reasonable amount of traffic, but they always steer clear, and I don't feel that it's a safety threat. I do think it's a big aesthetic step back if we put sidewalks all the way across the north side. I do think, however, the sidewalk along Normandale Road would be a definite help for the kids. There is no way for it's a narrow street and no good place to walk. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Mr. Palmer. Anyone else?
I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed say nay. Carried. We had a few comments that had, I think, questions embedded in them. The last one, well, Kenny Lee, I think, likes his street the way it is because of the mill and overlay. Any comment there? Best, nicest street they've ever had with the overlay.
Yep, that was done because the street was so bad. Public Works didn't think they could plow it in 2012, so they did the thin overlay, knowing this project was on the calendar for 2014. It's still a temporary measure, and we don't think it's going to last. You may get a couple years out of it, but we want to do neighborhoods and define boundaries and use that economy of scales during construction to do that.
All right. Mr. Carpenter was concerned about the amount of stormwater drainage that comes down Tingdale, north on Tingdale off Valley View. And so that kind of begs the question, are you planning any stormwater runoff strategies or improvements for Valley View to preclude this chronic problem on Tingdale?
We are, Mayor. We are looking at expanding. Currently, the storm sewer needs of the Valley View goes to the northwest down Tingdale or Birchcrest and ends up in that lake just off Porter and Code. We're going to try to divert some of the water to the southeast into the storm sewer that goes underneath Highway 62 and 100 and goes towards Roslyn Park. So we're hoping to extend. We have two options to catch some of that water in Valley View right at Tingdale, so it doesn't have to go down Tingdale, so we can reduce some of that stormwater volume heading down that street.
All right. Mr. Reichert, who I think spent much of his adult life doing construction management for the Minneapolis Park District, one of the suggestions he had was a bid alternative to bid out the repairs on the concrete as opposed to just obtaining a bid solely for the reconstruction of the concrete streets. What are your thoughts on that?
It could be done. We could definitely do. It comes down to workload. If we do two alternate bids on a scale of this, we're basically designing two separate projects. And does engineering staff have that kind of capacity to basically now add another project in the mix, design it two different ways and go for bid alternates? This would be a pretty big addition to a project from an engineering standpoint workload, so it needs to be taken under consideration.
All right. Well, one of the other points, at least my interpretation of one of the points he was making, was that because of these 7.5 foot by 15 foot panels, some of them needing replacement, some of the areas of those concrete streets that have problems underneath the street are right underneath one of the panels that needs replacement anyway. So have you taken that into consideration in projecting your costs for repair versus cost of replacement?
Some of it has been taken into consideration, like around a manhole. If we're just doing the casting and the rings, I would agree with his comment that we would just do those panels right around the manhole. If we're doing a sanitary sewer repair that's 10 feet deep and there's just one panel above it, we're going to go 3-4 panels each way to dig that trench to get to the pipe. So I would say there is some double counting, and there's some not. I guess we haven't gone to that specific level of detail with this feasibility study. It's still feasibility level at this time, but there's probably some double counting, but the majority I would say is we're going to have some expanded limits with those sanitary sewer deep repairs and also the water main at 8 feet deep.
All right. I think, everybody that lives over there and anyone that's driven over there is concerned about speed on Valley View, and you've got some projected aids in reducing that speed with respect to these bump outs. I think Jerry Schobel was concerned that we had suggested too many bump outs. And would you comment on why you've suggested the number of bump outs that you have?
Well, when you compare it to speed bumps, typically they drive faster between the treatments, so we wanted to stay away from that occurring here again, that, you know, if they get out of Tiggindale, we're seeing our highest traffic speeds right at Clover and Normandale. So if we can still do Will Ryan, we feel that that would continue to keep the traffic speeds at an acceptable level. I don't know if we'll have to see how the treatments work, but we could review whether it is needed at every intersection, but we feel we should do at least those 3 in the center, and we still wouldn't affect the parking like she had brought up about the church parking there would still be available for church activities.
Okay. Kim, and I forgot to write down her last name on Birchcrest, was worried about 6116 Birchcrest was worried about the flood at their end of their driveway being exacerbated by the improvements that are made next door in managing stormwater.
Yep.
I imagine you've thought about this, and what are your thoughts on how to reduce the impact that they're suffering from now, as opposed to exacerbating it?
Today, much of that water drains out in the street, like she had mentioned. We're proposing to put a pipe in the backyard with a little drain that picks up the majority of water, so it no longer does drain in the street, and we can hopefully have improved those drainage issues in front of her driveway. It sounds like that issue is related to some of the slopes on the curb and gutter in that area, so we would also look at designing the curb and gutter to drain properly down north towards Porter Lane. So we're actually going to be making 2 improvements in our area that should solve that problem. So reduce the drainage from the backyards and also improve the curb and gutter grades to get the water to drain away from her driveway.
All right. Annabelle Thielemann had an interesting notion, I thought, and that was the idea of extending the Normandale Boulevard sidewalk, if you want to call it that, the trail all the way around behind Normandale Church and then loop it around just north of the crosstown. And what are your thoughts about that as a suggestion?
Very innovative idea. I think it's a really good idea. I don't know if we have right-of-way available with MnDOT Highway 62 and 100. We have not looked at that idea. I thought it was a very good thought there. We'd have to look at those right-of-way. I'm pretty sure we went, Normandale Road, the reason we put the sidewalk on the west side was because of right-of-way issues.
We don't have enough
So on that side, we don't. I'm guessing down at Roberts Place, there's another fence, and that's typically right on the right-of-way, and I don't think we'd have room, so.
Behind the church, I think, is a real pinch point, too.
Yeah, interesting idea.
I've cleaned the highway enough times over there to pick all that stuff out of the fence between the church parking lot and you know there's not much room. Get mad at those Lutherans for not picking up after themselves. Or at least those Lutherans. Not all Lutherans. And then one concern I think was that Art Thielemann raised, and that is that when he goes online to do his research, when he finds a document, minutes of ETC meetings, for example, the relevant documents that are referenced in the minutes aren't easily accessible or attached. That's something we should probably look at so we make sure that we've got a complete access for folks when they go to do their online research. Just a note for communications, or maybe you've got a comment on that, I'm not sure, or Manager Neal?
No, other than I would think we could do a better job.
Take care of that problem, yeah. All right, those are the kind of the questions I picked up from that discussion. Does anybody want to lead off on the comments, or the Member Brindle?
Yeah. Karen Johnson asked a question, Chad, about when a bituminous roadway is put in, there's petroleum outgas. Is that a health hazard?
I'm not a health professional, but I do know that there is some gases, but you would assume, in my opinion, that you're out in the open, it probably limits the amount the workers are exposed to. I know there's much more concerns with silica dust with cutting concrete streets. That's a much higher concern just from OSHA training that I've been to on those two items, but I can't speak to health concerns
All right.
directly between the two.
I think the thing that, I'm gonna set the concrete issue aside because I'm sure we'll talk about that as we all voice our comments. But I think I'd like to talk about the sidewalk. And sidewalks make sense, in my opinion, when the destinations are obvious. And in this case, Valley View is not close to a destination that you would get to via a sidewalk. So looking at Garden Park, Countryside Park, and the community center, for example, as destinations, I think I would put Benton Avenue sidewalk as the highest priority. And then look at that as the spine, the sidewalk spine of the neighborhood, and then start building out from that, because you're going west and east and west with Benton, and I definitely would look at a destination, start from that destination, work back. So if that's west to east or east to west, depending upon which direction we choose to go first. That way, I think the logic behind the schematic of a sidewalk design is going to be much more obvious. And you'll find people wondering when their next segment is going to be, and they'll have more anticipation with how they're going to get to that sidewalk. And it just makes more sense to me to organize the build out of a sidewalk system by using the destinations as the main criteria. So that's, I guess I'd like to kind of flip the yellow and purple of the proposed and because we've got the orange, which is along Benton. We can't flip it, I know, I just realized that. But you've got the orange along Benton, which is a state aid road. You've got the yellow along Normandale Road onto Valley View, which is bituminous. And then you've got the purple, which is along Valley View. So from a priority standpoint, I would put Valley View on the bottom of the priorities.
Your Honor.
Okay. Manager Neal.
Just a couple of comments about sidewalks, because I know that as a group, this council has a high priority for sidewalk construction, and you've shown it every time we've had this discussion. You've shown it by what you did last year in approving the PAX fund and providing, $1 million a year for pedestrian and cyclist safety. I think in the sense that you can look at any single sidewalk project individually and judge it to be valuable or not valuable, but the truth is that sidewalks have the most value as part of a network. But we all know that you don't build anything that's networked, whether it's roads or light rail or telephone lines. You don't build it all at once and then drop it down onto an area. In a sense, when you think of sidewalks, you almost have to think of you got to build what you can build when you can build it. And so when you think of these pieces that we're proposing to you, we do want to have you think of them as part of a larger network that we're building a little piece at a time. And even though we're going to have two strategies when we build sidewalks. We'll have a sidewalk construction plan that identifies high priority sidewalk areas, and then we'll have other sidewalks that we're going to build like this that are going to be part of neighborhood reconstruction plans that get built as we move forward. So there's going to be a couple of different ways that we do sidewalk construction from here on out, because we have the funding to do it and because we're putting an emphasis on it as a city and as a staff.
If I may. Thank you, Manager Neal. Yes, I mean, I think it's in a city that's fully built, it really is a question of opportunity. And a network is not just sidewalk to sidewalk. A network is also someone walking on Tyngdale because there's less traffic and the traffic is slower. And then they come south to Valley View Road, and maybe they want to walk around to Code, and maybe even to Birchcrest. They're walking in their neighborhood, but they have to get around Valley View Road. And how are they going to do that with that traffic? I know we heard from a gentleman who said he walked during the day and he found the traffic fairly respectful. I was out in late afternoon with Mrs. Thelman, and the traffic was okay. It was very steady. It was brisk. And I think that as things get dimmer, the light gets dimmer, traffic is less able to see. It's not even a question of respect. It's a question of possibility. Where's the pedestrian? So we know that there's traffic. We know that it's speeding on Valley View Road. What are our options? There aren't a lot of options, and I think staff has done a good job of trying to come up with them. I think that the narrowing of the road will make a difference. So much of vehicle speed is psychology. And you do with the psychology what you can, and then you also provide facilities. And vehicles have the roadway. That's their facility. Pedestrians don't have a facility right now, and we're talking about giving them a facility in the best way we can. I think it's going to be good for this neighborhood. I think it will be used by the neighborhood, which I know we're defining in a greater sense. And that has been our experience with other projects in town where we've faced opposition, we've installed sidewalks, and we've had people come back to thank us for now providing them with a place to walk safely.
Other comments on the sidewalk issue or the
I'd like
concrete
to
sheet
kind of
issue?
talk about the concrete issue, so can we morph to that? Or are you ready?
Yeah, or we can, well, maybe we should finish the sidewalk discussion. Do either of you have thoughts on the sidewalk issue?
I look at building on a network every time a street comes before me. I'm not looking at just doing one street. And I have to think about our resident travelers who might not just live on the street, might be scattered throughout the city or in the broader neighborhood. So I understand the opposition. And with sidewalks, you're taking up what is perceived to be your property. Most of the time, it's right-of-way that the city owns. And we've made a strategic decision to repurpose some of that right-of-way for the greater good. That's where our Living Street policy comes in. And we've been talking about multi-modes for years before we even had the policy. There's mentions of it in the comprehensive plan from many years ago, and things have changed a lot since then. And I also know that every segment that we approve is not in the comp plan because circumstances change and we can't always anticipate in a 10-year cycle what needs are going to come up. So I think with all that in mind, I see what staff is trying to do. I know because I've taken a track team running down from Coleman Field and down that Normandale segment is really scary, but it makes sense to connect over if we're going to do the north-south Hanson segment, which you need to go through both the Melody Lake, both sides of Benton, basically, and connect up to Vernon. So I can see how this segment would connect into that larger network and make some sense.
I like sidewalks. That's what I've said.
I think that's a universal feeling up here, but
I stood on that road, and I appreciated the time that you and I took that day. I kept trying to push people up on the curb as the cars came by. I felt like a mother hen at some point. I don't feel safe on that road, and it was a late Sunday afternoon, wasn't it, that we were there? I don't know. Friday, whatever it was.
Well,
it was
you
busy
weren't
enough,
there
and
with
it wasn't right when school was out.
Yeah.
So yes, this is.
Go ahead, finish your thought.
But I wanted to you asked for
Yeah.
the sidewalk part, but I wanted to morph then into the concrete part.
I'll talk about sidewalks after you're finished.
Okay, then go ahead, talk about sidewalks.
All right. I think our feelings are uniform up here relative to the importance of establishing ways for people to move around on foot, and then, this blending of motorized and non-motorized movements that is going to enhance our community is an important thing. When you have a franchise fee that generates about $1 million a year, and we're using that money on a pay-as-you-go basis and not using it to leverage any bonding money, to me, you got to be careful how you use it, especially when you're just starting out. So, Member Brindle mentioned Benton. Well, so that begs the question, well, isn't safe routes to school the most important thing you want to do first? Then, as Member Brindle has repeatedly tried to convince us over time, isn't the next thing safe routes to parks? And so when I think about those two factors, and then wouldn't it be high traffic volume streets after that? And then eventually you get into the neighborhoods and you build out the system over time. And so for me, it's maybe here, but not now. And what I would like to see is that the finishing of that segment along Normandale Road, because we see people using that all the time, that big wide, 8-foot wide pathway. And I think it's really critical to, as Member Brindle said, start with Benton. And so for me, the sidewalk here, $235,000, $250,000 we have to use next year being spent here doesn't make sense to me. And if we come back here eventually, to me, the incremental cost of coming back later isn't going to be that significant to put in a sidewalk, either on the north side or the south side, depending upon which is the best side to have it on. I think that's still open for debate too, frankly, with the church on the south side. So for me, I wouldn't favor the sidewalk element of this. Morphing into the other
What does
discussion.
that do to the bump outs for you then on that street? Because that's part of the sidewalk.
Yeah, the bump
plan.
outs I would still, I think, be in favor of, because I want to slow speed on Valley View. There are places where you can build the sidewalks and they'll come. To me, this isn't one of them.
But the minute you do the bump outs and you don't have
You have
a
less
sidewalk,
roadway,
you have less roadway for the pedestrians.
The pedestrians are in the same, the pedestrians aren't in the street anyway, and they're not going to be in the street. So it's different over on the east side. And the classic example of that is, maybe 8-9 years ago when I first got on the council, Maple Road, right next to 50th and France, wanted to be like the country club, and then all the young people there wanted a sidewalk because they didn't have one, and all the people that were retired and living in Florida in the winter didn't want one. So we jammed it in because it was important. The art fair was down there. People are cutting through on Maple all the time to get over to France on 49th Street. And now the whole neighborhood's happy about that because they can walk their kids safely on the sidewalks. I mean, there's nothing that's better from a safety enhancement than separating people from traffic. But you don't have that issue over here in this neighborhood. I mean, I do not see this as a neighborhood where you build that segment of it and they'll come. And maybe eventually when we get it built, you've got 2.5 long blocks from Code to Hanson Road, or whatever that stretch is in there. I mean, 2.5 really long blocks before it connects to anything heading north towards the park. And if you were going to do something over there, I think the better idea would be to think about going up Tyndale to Benton and then across so that the kids have a route to go north and then to go west to the school and then on to parks like Garden Park. So for me, I would be opposed to spending $235,000 on sidewalk when we have the notion of whatever it is, over $200,000 on sidewalks in this area, especially in view of the fact that in our first hearing, we heard about 2 segments of street on Crocker and Grimes that can't be done because we don't have the money for it. And in a neighborhood that is already really oriented towards pedestrian movements. So why wouldn't we build that out over there using a little bit of this money and wait here and find out where we should be building these sidewalks or figure it out in conjunction with our safe routes to school strategy. So I just think it's premature, it's not the right place. I don't support the sidewalk notion. On the
bump out part of it, though, I'm kind of confused because they're kind of built together. So
I don't think they're built together at all. I mean, to me, the bump outs are to control speed on the roadway, to try to slow traffic down and pinch in the road a little bit. I see no relationship between that
So you don't pinch
and the
in the
pedestrian.
walkers when you pinch in the cars?
What walkers?
The people that are walking down the street. I've already heard that this neighborhood uses that street.
You heard one guy say he used it to get over to the Normandale. So,
We also saw it in the survey.
well, I mean, we've got a stalemate on this issue.
No, I'm confused about the bump outs, so I'm trying to get some clarity.
The bump
about it.
outs, I like the idea of the bump outs for speed control for the cars. To me, it has no relevance to the sidewalk issue. I don't like the sidewalk issue, the sidewalk facility there.
I'm not arguing the
Yeah,
sidewalk.
no,
Okay.
so that's, I'm
Just
just trying to make
get
myself
clarity in
clear.
the bump outs.
On the concrete, I like the notion that Mr. Reichert has proposed. When I went over there and walked with Mr. Reichert and Mr. Johnson and looked at those three streets, I hadn't been over there and looked at concrete streets. I mean, if you want to see bad concrete streets, go over and look at Tracy between Valley Lane and 70th. I mean, there is third world action over there. Man, that's a roller coaster ride going through there. I don't see that same situation here. The curbs are in great shape, and in the intersections, they've been replaced. The panels, I can see the argument that where there's problems under the street, we can pull out a panel. And so I like the notion of being able to do a bid alternate on bidding out the repairs on the concrete, just to see what it looks like. We don't have to actually approve this project for any particular bidder until we see what the bids are. I know it's going to be more work, but I think it's worth it because it's time well spent in the judicious use of city funds, whether they're coming out of the utility fund that everybody pays into, or it's coming out of the pockets of the people who live over there.
Mayor, it will come out of the pockets of the people living there, because that's how engineering costs get covered, is they're part of the project costs.
Well, if you have to replace all the curb and gutter, that's coming out of the utility fund that everybody pays
I understand, but
into.
the design work is part of the project. And
We will attribute
Right.
attribute design work that's dedicated to this project to the project cost, because that's our protocol.
Because otherwise, it's borne by everybody in the city, and so that's the way that the costs are attributed.
So those are my thoughts on the concrete street elements. I'd like to see that. At first, I was thinking, as I listened to testimony and did my own research, that I might oppose doing anything on those three streets that are concrete except repairing them. But I like the idea of, and I think it's a smart thing to do, is have a bid alternative on bidding out the repairs on the concrete, and then have an overall project cost for replacing everything, so we can compare the two and make a wise decision there.
Yeah. If I look at the concrete part of this, there are at least 13 manholes, sanitary sewer main on the whole concrete area, and 5 sanitary repairs that are 10 to 12 feet deep. I know that someone that has gone through and looked at and counted panels that are cracked but seem solid. I'm not comfortable as a council person saying that a panel that's cracked has a X number of years of life on it, therefore it's not going to get replaced. So I guess if I had to put a motion in, I would just, if we have to take the sidewalks out because we don't have 4 votes for a sidewalk, I get that. But I think this project should go forward with the rest of it the way it is, and not do a bid alternate on the concrete, because I think we're going to add to the price of this. We're going to find that it's at least a wash, and we're going to end up doing it in asphalt, and we're going to increase the cost for the project because we've done a bid alternate, and I'm not comfortable with that.
I have a question for Attorney Maddock, if I may. Attorney Maddock, with Chapter 429 projects,
Yes.
what happens to that project and the accessibility of it if part of that project ends up being not a replacement, but a partial replacement? In other words, if this were to be done as a hybrid, with some roadways being replaced and some roadways having parts replaced but not all replaced, what happens to the accessibility of it, which of course is a citywide policy?
Right. Well, cutting to the quick on the end of it, to assess it, you have to show that the property received the benefit you're trying to put against the property. So the analysis is going to become, because you did it a different way without completely redoing it all, and repaired some of it, replaced some of it, did that impact the overall value that property received? And that's hard to judge on, perhaps on the fly. As a general rule, repairs and replacements are a bit harder to prove a true benefit. An overall replacement, there is a perceived, or a greater perceived benefit on that, on the appraisals I've reviewed anyway.
Member Sprague.
Since I've been here, we don't do partial street reconstruction. It comes up on every project, or many projects, where someone says, my road is in perfect condition, and it may be. In fact, in the one we did...
Creek Valley.
Nope, not Creek Valley. Right over by...
Rural Road, Moccasin Valley.
No. Right over by Our Lady of Grace Church. There was a street that had been redone.
In Richmond Hills
Richmond
project.
Hills. There's a street that had been redone a couple years before, brand new segment. And I remember talking to them because I was going house to house at that time. And the same issue came up again. Why do we have to redo this street? Because the reason why is we do street projects together as for operational efficiencies and therefore for cost efficiencies. We do them as a group, all the streets together. So whether it's concrete or bituminous, the best operational efficiency or economies of scale is achieved by doing it as a project area. I think the same principle applies here. We've got a concrete street versus bituminous. At some point, it's going to be ripped out. We don't replace concrete streets anymore. We're doing all bituminous. So let's do it now while we have the opportunity. Many things in street projects are opportunistic. I still believe that the sidewalk is opportunistic in this case. Benton is not scheduled for any time in the near future. So, and that Valley View segment will be completed when we go to the other side of Birchcrest. There's also the Wyman connection that goes across the bridge that will connect in the Normandale Park neighborhood. So there is a strategic connection. And that's a great little byway. If you think of multi-modes, Valley View is a great byway to get through the segment, the different quadrants. If you go from the southeast where I am, and then you go down 70th and you wind through the neighborhood and you go through Wyman and over and down Valley View and over to wherever your destination might be. So I don't think there's no destination. It's part of that network and the travel from one quadrant to another. And again, we have to be opportunistic. When a project comes and there's a strategic link, we should build it. That's why we passed the policy. The policy says, the Living Streets policy says, we're going to build sidewalks on collector and arterial streets. This is a collector street, clearly. We should build it.
Any comment? I mean, I really haven't changed my mind on this idea of advancing on two fronts. One with an overall project, street reconstruction in the whole neighborhood, and getting a bid alternative on bidding out the repairs on the concrete.
Well, let's just work through then on a motion basis and see where we are. So I'm going to move BA 410.
I'll second.
You're moving it with the sidewalk.
Yep.
All right, we've got a motion and a second to approve BA 410 as recommended by staff. Roll call, please.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Nay.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Nay.
Okay, I'll move BA 410 without the sidewalk. Without the sidewalk section on Valley View, but I want the frontage road section to go all the way around the corner to Clover Ridge, which is what's shown in the design.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion here? All right, roll call, please.
Member Brindle.
Nay.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Nay. I'll make a motion that we move.
Okay, go ahead.
We move the project obtaining bids for both repair of the concrete streets without the sidewalk, but with the sidewalk segment from on Normandale Road from Benton to Valley View without wrapping the corner. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call. Discussion? Roll call.
Member Sprague.
Nay.
Member Swenson.
Nay.
Member Bennett.
Nay.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye.
Alrighty then.
We got
Now
no
where?
we got no project. Is that correct, Soren?
That is, Mayor, it's going to take 4 to get there.
Go back to your sidewalk segment. You didn't want to wrap the corner.
Yeah.
That's
That's what the plan shows.
It's supposed to, it shows being wrapped around a Clover Ridge.
Well, it just comes to the corner of Clover Ridge.
It brings it into the neighborhood.
Yeah. Why
In the
would
frontage
you
road.
stop it in the middle of the frontage road?
Why don't you make your
Doesn't go to
motion
a
again
corner.
with to Clover Ridge?
All right. I'd move that we advance the project BA 410 without the sidewalk segment on Valley View Lane, that it be bid 2 ways. One is a complete project and a bid alternate on the repair of the concrete streets, which are Clover Ridge, West 60th Street, and Tingdale, and that the Normandale Boulevard sidewalk be extended south from Benton to Valley View and around Valley View to Clover Ridge.
Second.
Discussion. Roll call.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right. That was about as interesting a one as we've ever had. Folks,
Let's not clap.
Thanks for adjusting a little so we can get it done.
I think we're going to add.
Good debate.
I think we're going to add a lot to it.
anybody you want a quick break? Yeah. Let's do a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Sorry. figured that. Joni should be out in a minute.
I suppose it diverticulitis. Hi, Ann.
Mm-hmm.
We're putting up the barrier.
I have had three cancers. Does he have three now? And I gave him my extra one.
And you didn't have cancer.
So he's had three. I just had and the cracker.
It was only
Okay.
How often are you having that?
I usually have 3 years.
Well, I'm guessing since
Not at nowhere. Would you stop it in the middle of nowhere?
Just at the end of the...
They designed it in two segments, and the one segment did go around the corner.
Yeah, it was the right thing to do. All right, Mr. Milner, we're on BA 411, which is the Strackower Park B neighborhood proposed roadway improvement. Go ahead and proceed.
411. So this project, the project details, it's bordered on the south by Highway 62, on the north by 60th Street, Xerxes on the east, and Beard Avenue on the west. There's 91 properties contained within the boundaries of the project, just under a mile of roadways, and 13 manholes, 6 fire hydrants. Project was initiated by the city street reconstruction program. Streets were originally constructed in the early 1960s. Pavement condition on this neighborhood average is a PCI of 15. And again, we have some localized spot issues with the sanitary sewer trunk pipe, some surface drainage issues. The old fire hydrants and then gate valves are nearing the end of their useful lives. Our proposed roadway improvements for this project is spot concrete curb and gutter replacement. That would be funded out of the storm sewer. We would again recycle the existing pavement and use as much of that as we could in constructing the new street. And we are proposing no changes to the street lighting. Our proposed utility improvements, we would do spot sanitary sewer repairs. We'd replace all the gate valves and fire hydrants on the water main system. And we do some spot modifications to the storm sewer. And again, engineering staff has a flood protection and clean water project currently going with Bar Engineering that we may be able to do some improvements from those projects in the park area. So there's a possible stormwater water management in the park that will, I'll show you the location of that possible area. What we found with meeting with neighborhoods and also the Parks Department and the Parks Board is that there's a parking issue when there's events going on near the park. So we're proposing, which was also motioned to be presented to you guys from the ETC and also the Park Board, both approved the recommendations in the study, is in constructing a parking bay along this roadway, and that would, and also putting in a 5-foot wide concrete sidewalk along Scratchower Park. In order to do that, we would lose 12 trees, but we would replace those 12 trees behind the new sidewalk. So this is a view of the east segment. We would gain, or the west segment, we'd gain 4 stalls on that west side. Heading east, here's the east segment. We would gain 17 stalls along that roadway. The sidewalk would
Mr. Milner, Member Bennett has a question for you.
Mr. Milner, what is the roadway width?
30 feet.
30 feet.
Yep.
And the depth of the stalls is going to be how deep?
8 feet, normal parking width.
So you're going to increase the visible pavement when there is nobody parked to 38 feet?
In those
Understanding that
bump
there'll
out
be bump
areas.
out, but the
Yep.
one, the
And
17,
it'd be
the one that's 17 stalls is pretty much a full block.
Yep.
Looks like.
We'd put a parking stripe along there to differentiate the road, travel roadway from the parking lane, parking area.
Uh-huh.
That park desperately needs parking.
Sure, but right now, people can park along the roadway, correct?
They can, yep, correct. They can park
And on the
along
west
there.
side of the park as well?
Yep.
Well, except that when they
gets-
park on the roadway, then it becomes a one lane in the middle to get through.
Exactly.
You can park on both sides.
It's dangerous to cross,
Yeah.
too, if you're competing.
When were those trees planted?
They are not mature, well, they are mature. They're 21 inch, 13 inch, 8 inch, 12 inch, so we're looking at probably in the last 10 years, if I had to take a guess on using the size. There's some lindens, locust, bashwood, a couple ash. The forester took a look at those and said, they are mostly in good condition, but we'd have to remove those to construct this improvement that we're proposing to you tonight.
And the feasibility study said that residents expressed concern, but when I read through the questionnaires, I didn't see any mention. I saw a lot of mention of traffic on France and especially Xerxes and the lane changes there. And I saw a comment about traffic increasing during soccer games, but I didn't see any comments about the parking. Where, in what context was that? Were those comments received?
It was at the neighborhood open house, but also
Okay.
from the Parks Department. Says they're getting calls on concerns from parking along this roadway.
And after this design was prepared, before it went to Park Board or ETC, did anybody from the neighborhood see it? Did they understand what's going to happen with the streetscape, with the loss of the trees?
Yep, this was presented to them at that
At the neighborhood meeting?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead and proceed, please.
The flood protection clean water study, we're looking at potentially this area of the park. We got some preliminary information from BAR. We may be able to do something in this area to assist that project. We don't know the exact details yet, and that study is being finalized. But we'll do it concurrently with this one, see if there's anything we can do to utilize the park for that context. Project costs, we're looking at $765,000 for the accessible roadway costs. Utilities are estimated at $685,000, with the sidewalk right around $100,000, which would be funded out of the PAX fund, for a total project cost of $1.5 million. The estimated assessments per REU based on our current assessment policy is estimated at $8,500 per REU. And again, as we've seen in a similar project, we would be assessing the parks here near 6,200 2 REU based on the lot sizes right across the street there. Staff believes this project is necessary, cost-effective, and feasible to improve the public infrastructure. We recommend that the council authorizes BA 411 this evening. I'll take any questions.
Questions for Mr. Milner? No council questions right now. Stand by. All right. I'm going to open this matter up, BA 411, for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter? Hearing nothing and seeing no one coming forward, I'll move to close the public hearing. Or I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Thank you, Member Swenson. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. We have a motion regarding this matter. Member Swenson?
I'll make a motion, but can I ask a question first?
Sure.
What will be the size of the trees that we're replacing? Will that be done right away after construction?
Tree replacement will be on a 1-to-1 ratio. We typically don't put in the same size trees, but that would be done right away as part of the project.
Okay, and I
located
assume that we
behind the
won't be
sidewalk.
using ash, so we'll be using...
We'll be using trees approved by our city forester.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll move BA 411.
Got a motion and a second on BA 411. which is the Strackower Park B Neighborhood Roadway Improvement Project. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Bennett? Aye. Member Brindle?
Aye.
Member Sprague?
Aye.
Member Swenson?
Aye.
Mayor Hovland?
Aye. All right. We're through one of our books. We have two public hearings yet to conclude. The next matter is public hearing with respect to some proposed improvements on West 54th Street, BA 416. Mr. Milner.
Mayor and members of council, the next project we'll discuss is the 54th Street and Arden Park area stormwater management plan, public engagement, and preliminary engineering. The project began in April with staff soliciting requests for proposals for this very unique and complicated project. Staff from various departments selected the team of SCH and Carol Frank and Associates for not only their ability to engineer the project, but more importantly, their ability to provide a robust public engagement process. This has been the most robust public engagement process the city has undertaken, and as you're aware, the stakeholders are very engaged, and that's great. The project team thanks and appreciates all the input we've received from those stakeholders. We've received 700 plus inputs in a variety of methods and in a variety of stakeholders, all with a stake in this project. So part of the project team is here tonight. We have Toby Muse, Paul Pasco, and Ann Carroll. So the first part of the project is for the preliminary design of 54th Street. 54th Street is a unique project. On the west side is more of a local neighborhood feel. On the east side is more of a business district kind of feel towards France, and separated in the middle is the 54th Street Bridge. The road is designated as a MnDOT Municipal State Aid roadway. Toby will discuss more of the 54th Street project details shortly. The second part of the project is to develop an overall stormwater management for this area. And the area we defined was 50th Street to 56th and Wooddale to France. Typically in past, the city has managed stormwater projects on a project-by-project basis. And we knew there was potential for some area-wide improvements here, so we felt that if we could develop a overall stormwater management plan for this area, instead of addressing it project by project, it would be much more efficient. This plan is nearing completion. It's out for review for various commissions and groups such as the EEC and also the Watershed District. Following those reviews, we'll bring that plan back to the council. So as I mentioned, we felt this unique project needed a robust public engagement process. So if we look at the public participation spectrum, there are very different levels of public participation. Starting on the left, you can go inform, and you can move all the way to the right to empower. We made a decision that we were going to collaborate with the public on this process. So we made this following promise to the public. We will look to you for advice and innovation in formulating solutions and incorporate your advice and recommendations into the decisions to the maximum extent possible. There was no predetermined outcome with this project. We laid out the framework or the rules of the project, and the stakeholders shaped the outcome. One of the promises, or some of the project parameters that we identified as part of the project was we needed to make accommodation for pedestrians, both cycling and walking. This parameter is directly from our city-adopted comprehensive plan, our Living Streets plan, and also the Bike Boulevard project. We also needed to accommodate vehicles. It is a regional roadway, a collector street, so we need to account for the vehicles for the traveling public, but also the transit operations. We also needed to fit this roadway within the existing right-of-way. And we also needed to meet the MnDOT MSA roadway design standards, among other regulatory requirements. During the workshops, stakeholders explored a great depth of options within the project parameters that led to the recommendations contained in this study. The following graphic here shows the amount of input we've received just during the June and July door knocking and intercept surveys. As I stated, we received over 700 plus inputs, not only at this one, but through the entire project. And again, we thank all those stakeholders for their input. It was truly a collaborative project. All that input was used to form a fair, balanced, consensus-built solution to this very unique project. And with that, I'll hand it over to Toby, who will discuss the recommendations contained in the study in front of you.
Hi, Toby Muse from the SEH Minnetonka office. I'm the project manager, and the city has hired us to study the feasibility of reconstructing 54th Street. This map shows the limits of the project. It's bordered on the west by Wooddale Avenue and on the east by France Avenue. A few project details. As Chad mentioned, 54th Street is a MnDOT municipal state aid road. Approximately 20% of the city streets are designated to be state aid roads. These are typically collector streets that see a lot more traffic than, say, a residential street. And they also qualify for funding through the state gas tax for maintenance or reconstruction type projects, provided the city adheres to the state's rules and regulations. It's a half a mile long. As Chad mentioned, there's a bridge over Minnehaha Creek, and it also included the stakeholder engagement process that he discussed. Also, the city endeavored to take on a new initiative that was called the Envision Sustainability Evaluation Process. And what this process did was it scored the project and it measured it based on how effective decisions and recommendations were in relative to sustainability. The graph on the right-hand side shows how the project up to and through preliminary engineering scored. And overall, it scored quite well. One thing to notice is that there are several unachieved points that could be obtained if the project moves forward into design and construction, because this sustainability evaluation is meant to go project-wide. As shown in these photos here, there are obviously conflicting uses out on 54th Street and significant safety concerns. On the next few slides, I'm going to talk about some of the stakeholder issues that were identified through the engagement process, as well as some of the design parameters that were adhered to. These following key issues were identified by stakeholders. They're listed in no particular order, and they were obtained via the door knocking and intercept surveys that were completed in June and July of this summer. Issues on the street obviously included the safety for most all the users that are out there, bicycles, pedestrians, and vehicles. There were also concerns with lighting, traffic, speeding, parking, signage, the condition of the pavement, and the geometry of the roadway. Another question that was asked of residents is what are some of the issues down by Minnehaha Creek or at the creek. The following list, as shown, obviously the bridge. MnDOT's rated that bridge as structurally deficient. There were concerns with runoff and the environmental impact that it has. Also access and safety to the creek, rapids preservation, drainage, aesthetics, maintenance, and cleanliness as it relates to the creek. The following key issues, several key design parameters were also needed to be adhered to design the project from a preliminary standpoint. And these parameters, they form the construct from which the project team could base what could be and could not be presented to stakeholders, and also what could be adhered to as part of engineering design. As Chad mentioned, there are two distinct and different existing street typical sections out here based essentially where it's located from the bridge. West of the bridge, 54th Street averages about 32 feet wide. It doesn't include any sidewalk or curb and gutter. There's no parking, and it has dedicated bicycle lanes. On the east side, the street averages 40 feet wide. There's no sidewalk there either, except for in front of the Edina Community Lutheran Church and near France Avenue. It does contain curb and gutter and parking on both sides, and it also includes advisory bike lanes that were included as within the recent Bike Boulevard project. This table is a summary of some of the some of the most popular design components that were presented, and it shows the impact that stakeholder engagement had on this project. Initially, design components were sent or presented to the public in the summer of 2013. Actually, it was in August, and the design concepts were feedback was obtained from those design concepts, and then the column labeled December 2013 shows essentially where we landed with all the feedback that we received. I'll show a more summarized table of all of the design components that were included in the project here in a little bit. In particular, on the west end, one of the original design concepts that were shown to stakeholders was 6-foot bicycle lanes and 12-foot travel lanes on both sides of the street. Also included a 5-foot grass boulevard and a 5-foot sidewalk. Based on feedback on the west end, overwhelmingly we heard we want to see a narrower section. So this section addresses those concerns. It includes 2 14-foot shared vehicle and bicycle lanes, a 1-foot concrete boulevard or detectable warning strip, and a 5-foot sidewalk. Again, on the east side, one of the original design concepts that were shown was parking on both sides, 6-foot dedicated bicycle lanes, and 11-foot travel lanes. And similar to the west side, a 5-foot grass boulevard and a 5-foot sidewalk. Based on stakeholder feedback, once again, the section changed over the process and ultimately ended up as shown here. This includes, on the east side, a 7-foot parking lane on the south side of the road, a 14-foot shared vehicle and bicycle lane also on the south side. Then on the north side, an 18-foot shared vehicle and bicycle lane, and the 1-foot concrete boulevard and 5-foot sidewalk. Now, obviously, the difference here is the 18-foot shared vehicle bicycle lane. Here, that section is, or that piece of this section is proposed to accommodate the parking need in front of the Edina Community Lutheran Church on Sundays. And it should be noted that the city would need to request a variance from state aid in order to implement this section. Again, also through the stakeholder engagement process, we heard a lot of concerns about pedestrian crossings, particularly at the bridge and at Minnehaha Boulevard at that intersection. And several options were presented to stakeholders. And what we heard in general was they favored stop signs, but additional treatments such as flashing signs or zebra crosswalks were rejected. One concept that did gain favor was a shelf under the bridge to help reduce the pedestrian crossings, and I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail here in an upcoming slide. In regards to the bridge, this is one of the original design concepts that was presented. This is actually a picture of the bridge over Minnehaha Creek at 56th Street. So we started to show different types of bridges and how it could look out here on 54th Street. Ultimately, we didn't land on an actual design of the bridge. This is another concept drawing of what the bridge could look like. What I want to highlight here is that access bench that is shown in this sketch. In order to obtain or to have the access bench, the bridge would need to be raised 3 feet. And the access bench would obviously provide the safety for the pedestrian and the creek users that tend to want to run the rapids during the summer months, where they'll start on the north side, shoot the rapids, go underneath the bridge, get to the south side, get up on the bank, and then go back and forth. Currently, they do that on the street. The shelf would allow, or the bench would allow them to access across 54th underneath it, and effectively just remove that interaction between vehicles and bicycles with pedestrian and or creek users. This is a summary of the design components that I mentioned earlier. One item to note here is that removing bus stops were presented to folks. There are several bus stops in the corridor. Overwhelmingly, people said we don't need that many. So we worked with Metro Transit, and we've included the removal of some bus stops at Halifax, Kellogg, and Brookview Avenues due to that engagement. Continuing with the impacts of the engagement, wanted to point out here on the bridge, a specific bridge type preferred generally by most stakeholders was the arch. However, as I mentioned, lighting design, railing design, and bridge aesthetics are still needing further feedback, and staff is recommending that an additional public engagement meeting be held during the final design process if the project moves forward. Project costs. Project will be funded through a combination of city utility funds, state aid, and special assessments. The road and bridge total is approximately $2.6 million, with approximately $177,000 of that being specially assessed. Utilities account for approximately $664,000 for a total project cost of approximately $3.3 million. Since this project is a state aid roadway, it follows the state aid city assessment policy, which is 80% of the cost of the project is funded through state aid, and 20% is specially assessed to the abutting properties. They're based on resident equivalent units. For this project, staff is estimating the assessment to be $6,400 per RU. Final assessments will not be calculated until after final construction costs are determined. So the project schedule, as I mentioned, with the stakeholder engagement process, the issue and needs gathering started in June and carried on through July, and then subsequently public design workshops and feedback sessions were held, along with online surveys through the months of August, September, and October. Then a draft feasibility study was created and submitted to the Edina Transportation Commission and presented at both their October and November meetings. Tonight we're at the public hearing, and if the council chooses to accept the feasibility study, staff could move into requesting a variance at the State Aid Variance Committee meeting in March. A bid opening tentatively could be scheduled in April or May. The award of the contract would be in May, with the intent of beginning construction in June and finishing the project in the fall of 2014. And then ultimately a final assessment hearing would be held in the fall of 2015. Thank you. I can help answer any questions.
Great. Questions for Mr. Muse or for Mr. Milner? Member Sprague.
Just on the crosswalk at the creek, was Duraprint an option that was discussed at all, as opposed to zebra?
We presented all options, yes. Those types of options.
Decorative.
Duraprint, zebras, stop bars. Yeah.
And for the 18-foot shared lane, can you go through the variance requests on that one again? And what's the minimum standard at MnDOT?
Sure. MnDOT requires for a vehicle lane on a traveled way next to a parking lane, it's 11 feet. In this instance, if we wanted to share the road and have vehicles and bicycles, we can't use a 14-foot lane as we are on this section on the south side of the street. 18 foot is the minimum required by state aid if you want to allow for temporary parking, which effectively means you've got a 7-foot parking lane and an 11-foot travel lane. That's what makes up that 18 feet.
And what does MnDOT recommend for a shared lane with a share minimum?
14 feet.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Brindle.
Thank you. The previous slide, maybe, where it had the bar graph, and the comment was that this project scored well. What about that makes it score well, since there's a lot of red and a little blue, and the red is unachieved points and the blue is total points earned? So how does this project score well?
It scores well in the sense that we're in preliminary engineering phase of the project, so we've already achieved this amount of credits across a wide variety of parameters. We looked at the quality of life, the leadership, the resource allocation, all of the recommendations that are included in this feasibility study have already scored this amount just in the preliminary engineering phase. Now, there's still design phase and construction phase, theoretically.
I see. So this is
that-
going to continue to improve, and it'll
correct.
be more blue than red.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep. These unachieved points could be obtained later on down the
Okay.
line.
I
in the
just wanted
process.
that explanation. Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions for Mr. Muse at this point in time? Anyone else? All right, good. All right, thank you, and thank you, staff, for wandering into a new area of process, I think, and plowing some ground there with the neighborhood. It was a good effort. I still don't think we have it quite right, but you guys made a great effort, and the neighbors as well, right on 54th Street and beyond. But in particular, the neighbors on 54th Street, I think, were really engaged in the whole process, and that was an important thing to be doing. So, all right, let's open this matter up for public testimony. And some of you may have come in later. You'll have 3 minutes. Give us your name and address. Unless you have something you want to do or use the overhead for, I would say stay at one of the side podiums. Again, name and address, and then when you'll have 3 minutes, and when the yellow light comes on, that's your 30-second warning to start thinking about how you want to wrap up your comments. So we can go ahead and open the public hearing, and we welcome any testimony folks want to provide to us.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name, excuse me?
Good evening.
My name is Mark Eppel, and I have enjoyed living at 5336 Kellogg Avenue for 11 years. I drive a car, I ride a bike, I go on walks, I ride the bus. I haven't tubed or canoed down the creek or fished off the bridge yet, but my kids have. I am a stakeholder. I am a neighbor. I am a directly impacted resident along this project. I support the Transportation Commission's rejection of the feasibility study BA 416 and agree with their subsequent reworking of the overall design. 121 of my neighbors and Edina residents also support this, as evidenced by the petition we recently submitted to the City Council. I ask that you too support their recommendation. Establishing a process by gathering input from stakeholders who could reside anywhere in the 5-state area diluted the data so much that engineering actually thought about getting rid of the creek's rapids. That was actually considered. This process may help to steamroll projects through, but will no doubt negatively impact neighborhood involvement. 75% of homes along 54th Street between France and Wooddale Avenues have side yard setbacks, with several having non-conforming uses, meaning they were built outside the existing setback requirements and before these requirements were even adopted. These two issues were immediate red flags for me when looking at the site. From the outset, my neighbors and I, who live directly on the street, were very concerned about the existing width expanding more and encroaching closer to their homes, trees, and landscaping. Second, the homes along this stretch average over 70 years old. The neighborhood charm and character that are evident to so many people have taken decades to establish. The dimensions that have been proposed by the Transportation Commission for the entire roadway are not creating any conditions that discourage any segment of the public. Drivers, bicyclists, buses, pedestrians, and homeowners all have their place on the road. A living street will continue to thrive within Edina. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ripple. Before Pastor Strand testifies, let me just raise this issue that I raised on a sidebar with you a couple of minutes ago. I'm a member of the church at which Pastor Strand is the head pastor.
Right.
And I'm wondering if this participation in this matter, either from a discussion or a voting standpoint, poses any kind of a conflict for me, a legal conflict.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it's a good question, and what I've always encouraged in these situations is that the issue is always at least highlighted and brought forward. But in terms of a conflict, there's no conflict present either in the discussion or voting on this matter. Any preliminary test would involve any sort of financial stake in this, and there's none present in this. And beyond that, membership in an organization such as that facing an assessment or a reconstruction does not amount to a conflict.
Right. Thank you.
I can stand for any further questions on that issue, but it's pretty clear in my mind.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Pastor Eric Strand. I'm a 25-year resident of Edina. I live at 5732 Abbott Avenue South. I've also lived on 54th Street for 17 of those 25 years. I average about 6 out of 7 days a week on 54th Street, morning, afternoon, or evening, and sometimes all three. I come tonight to join our neighbors in sharing our concerns and hopes for this project. Like our neighbors, we're interested in improving pedestrian safety, reducing the speed of car traffic, maintaining, for our sake especially, both sides on-street parking 7 days a week, and encouraging bike traffic by marking the roads with sharrows. I was a little surprised when I saw the chart go up on the board that said, and somehow we didn't have any color for our church in terms of engagement. And in June and July, we did have a meeting, I don't have the date, with this inception or whatever the process was called at that point in June and July. But I would like to address the issue. We've sent a letter detailing other concerns, but I would like to address the issue of parking on both sides of the street. The parking study that was done for the project during 1 week in October was done was inadequate in its description of our use of the street for parking and for worship and community events. And while we appreciate the effort to provide a variance for Sunday parking, it must be noted that Christian worship takes place not just on Sunday mornings, but also occurs with well-attended worship services on other days of the week. 2 weeks from this evening, we will have Christmas Eve worship, which is our second largest gathering for worship during the year at 4, 5:30, and 11, all in the dark, all in winter. A week from this Thursday, we will host a service of remembrance for the Edina Grief Coalition. And of course, there's the yearly Lenten midweek and Holy Week services, as well as, of course, funerals and weddings, which normally do not take place on Sundays. For 65 years, we've hosted a variety of community groups, such as the Edina Lions, Toastmasters, AA groups, the Edina Grief Coalition, and we're also an election polling place for the city. And we want to continue that welcome to the community. We also have concerns for safety that will arise if worshipers and community people must walk further if there's less on-street parking near the church, particularly in winter conditions. We've heard from neighbors that the church's use of on-street parking does not bother them and agree with them that the additional benefit of that is traffic slows down when there's parking on both sides. We believe that it is detrimental to parking on both sides of the street of 54th. It would be detrimental to our ability to worship as well as to our ability to serve the larger community. We believe that this is not necessary change since the shared roadway between bikes, cars, and buses with parking on both sides is currently effective. We also have some concerns about the number of what are the units?
REUs?
REU units that we've been assigned, but we assume we can talk about that at another hearing. So thank you for listening to our concerns.
Thank you.
No, this would be the hearing to talk about that.
Well, I guess we're very confused as to kind of how we got so many.
All right, we'll find that out.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Marianne Peterson, and I live at 3909 West 54th Street. I have 2 lots there, and I My house is on the first lot, and the second lot is directly in back of mine with no access to by either street or by driveway. And I did receive 2 assessment letters, and so I assume that I'm being also charged on the second lot. And actually, the value of that property is, well, actually, the assessment is double the value of the property. It's just in the center of the block, and it has no outside of footprint or foot of traffic. That's the only thing that's on there. And I would hope that possibly that could be, the assessment would be reconsidered on that particular lot. Either that or reduced, shall we say, in amount. Because double the value of the property seems a little excessive.
We'll take a look at that. We'll have a discussion on that.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for coming up and raising that issue.
Hi, thank you all for your time tonight and the extended hour session here. My name is John Adams. I'm a resident property owner at 5336 Halifax Avenue South. That is on the corner of West 54th and Halifax Avenue South. To say the least, I'm incredibly disappointed that this feasibility study has even been presented here tonight, given the majority feedback by the resident stakeholders that actually live within the South Harriet Park, Arden Park community that collectively, as a whole, completely oppose the whole proposal altogether. And I want to kind of explain what this proposal means to me and our family who pay a mortgage and are vested community members as 287 feet owners of adjacent property to this reconstruction process. I think as Chad pointed out, or Toby pointed out in his slideshow, what this feasibility study to date actually proposes to our property is that it will widen an existing lane of traffic in front of our house from 12 feet wide of drivable traffic lane to 18 feet, and it's going to take that 18-foot lane and it's going to literally shift it 7 feet closer into our dining room, which is subject to a 15-foot side yard setback. On paper, it's hard to put in context what an 18-foot lane looks like. If somebody could please hold this ruler, I just want to be clear in what you're proposing in front of my house as reasonable. Let me see here. This is the lane that is moving 7 feet closer to my dining room. I'm a real estate agent for a profession. I think in terms of value. If anybody in this room can look at me and tell me that's not going to have a huge, dramatic impact on the value of our family's property, which we pay a mortgage on, I'd love to hear it directly from you. So that is my concern. On a positive note, many of the members of the Edina Transportation Commission have heard our collective concerns, and they've proposed a solution that's not perfect, but it's equitable. And it's something that we all have collectively rallied behind over our Thanksgiving holiday. We've gained 125 signatures for, and I'm confident that that signature list can reach 500 with another month's worth of time out of holiday season. I don't think we can find one resident in our community that actually supports the feasibility study. I think every single resident in South Harriet Park or Arden Park, whichever you prefer to call it, would collectively support what the ETC has recommended to our City Council. And I ask that you really consider that as an equitable plan that really does represent the best interest of all the legitimate stakeholders to this reconstruction. Again, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Pleasure to be with you this evening. My name's Jeff Workinger. I live at 5224 Kellogg Avenue, and I've lived there since 1988. And for 20 years before that, I lived at the corner of Oaklawn and 54th Street at 5400 Oaklawn Avenue. You'll note a number of people who've made comments earlier this evening have commented on the difficulty with their homes being placed on 54th Street subject to side yard setbacks because the front of their homes, their addresses are on the side streets like Oaklawn, ours was, but our home at 5400 Oaklawn was north facing. And so therefore, the Oaklawn address had the front yard setback and the front yard had the side yard setback. And you'll find any number of homes along 54th, which this is, in my opinion, will cause a great deal of concern and difficulty. So I want to just reemphasize that point. With regard to the bench access under the bridge, I'm an old school guy, okay? I like the things the way they are. I realize that we're a progressive city and we need to move ahead, and I appreciate a lot of what the engineering firm, Chad, and the staff and the engineering department, and everyone has put into making this project where it is today. But for the number of people that will cross 54th Street carrying or dragging a canoe, to have to go to the expense of raising the elevation 3 feet of the existing road surface, destroying what character might be there if left undisturbed, I think is something that the council should also consider. We love our community. As someone earlier was saying, many of the homes there were built in the 40s, maybe a couple even a little bit earlier. There's so much character there that people are really wanting to move into our neighborhood. And they're wanting to move into our neighborhood badly, if that's a good way to describe it. And we're very proud of our neighborhood. And we would not like to see the character of it diminished at all for the sake of the project. Although we understand the value of sidewalks, we understand the value of having bike paths through the area. We just want you to make sure your heads are screwed on, please, as you consider this issue. Let's see if I have one more point.
Maybe you want to reemphasize that head screwed on straight issue.
I think it came across pretty clearly. I appreciate your listening. There are a lot of issues that go into this, and I know most neighbors want to support this as much as they can. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Workinger.
Good evening. My name is Camilla Madsen, and I live at 4404 Philbrook Lane in Edina. I've been an Edina resident for 27 years. I'm a current member of Edina Community Lutheran Church and a past congregational president, and I speak on behalf of the church this evening. I would like to speak to the issue of pedestrian safety, for the safety of any pedestrian using 54th Street, and in particular, the safety of members and visitors who walk to the church building from their homes, from a bus stop, or from their parked car. We have families with babies and young families, all the way up to elderly folks who walk to the church building. This means, especially in snowy months, like we are in the middle of right now, usually walking in the street to get to the building or along a rough area along the side of the street. I've experienced more than once needing to step into a pile of snow to let a car or a bus pass by. In addition, our Sunday school classes would like to walk to Arden Park to visit the park, but under the current situation, that is not a safe option. The church put in a sidewalk in front of the building that is on our property. And ideally, what we would like to see is to have that sidewalk extended to the bridge towards the west and to France Avenue to the east. In any case, with the north side sidewalk, pedestrian safety would be improved if the city would include a striped marked crosswalk from the north sidewalk to the church side. And of course, if parking on the north side is taken away, it increases our concern because that means people will have to walk farther from their parked cars to get to the church. And finally, in addition, the ECLC would like assurances that if during construction the sidewalk that's there is damaged, that it would be replaced with the current design, which means no boulevard. It allows people to pull up and get out of their car directly and go into the church. So thank you for your attention to pedestrian safety and for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Madsen.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kevin Green, and I live with my wife and my soon-to-be child at 5400 Kellogg Avenue. When my wife and I purchased this house last year, we were drawn to the area because of the safety, the historic, charming neighborhood, and the reliable and increasing home values. My neighbors, as you can see tonight, are going to speak on various topics. I'm going to spend some time talking a little bit about a response to Mr. Paul Nelson's letter to the council recently, dated November 30th, 2013, from a recent Transportation Committee meeting. As a matter of fact, I was very surprised to read Mr. Nelson's letter to you in favor of the engineering proposal because it contradicts, in fact, the majority of the ETC members. Mr. Nelson's letter provided 3 points that I'd like to outline and provide some commentary. Point number 1, the only opportunity for us to reduce the speed on the roadway is to include dedicated bike lanes. I disagree with this, that this is the only option to reduce the speed, and perhaps keeping the roadway more narrow seems like an equally, if not more logical, approach. I have also yet to find a case study that suggests a wider road reduces traffic and makes streets more safe. Point number 2, the condition proposed by this project is not one that is exceedingly different than when these residents bought their properties. And I think my neighbor John Adams said it better than anyone in this room about the impact. However, while this is Mr. Nelson's opinion, I respectfully disagree as well as the rest of my neighbors. As a resident along this street, I can honestly say that my wife and I likely would not have purchased this house if the encroachment was any more than what it is today. And you take 2, 4, even greater than that to the house, and that really lends itself to question the overall property values. And if we feel that way, it's not unreasonable that others would feel similarly. We have to remember that perception is reality, and homes built close to higher traffic streets are perceived less safe and therefore less desirable for future home buyers. The third point, we have been diligently working on preparing a living streets policy since 2011, and now we are working on defining that plan. I feel if we make an exception for the first project under scrutiny, we'll have a very difficult road ahead. I would argue that if there is this much scrutiny on a plan, perhaps the Living Streets plan needs to be revisited. While I appreciate wanting to celebrate 700 residents that provide input, very few were as involved or as impacted as those of us living along the street. And therefore, not every voice is created or weighted equally. It is my strong recommendation that you pass the majority of the ETC members' alignment on November 21st, and that was subsequently endorsed by the residents living along 54th Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Good evening. I'm John Crabtree. I live at 5408 Oaklawn Avenue. I'd like to just make, first of all, one comment about the bridge and this deck, bench, whatever you'd like to call about it going underneath, is that I feel that it would be a place where people could either hide or loiter would not be easily viewable by pedestrians who might be walking along 54th Street. That would be of concern to me and probably concern to other people. The other things that I'd like to do now is to go back to the presentation which was made to City Council by Paul Nelson, the chair of the Edina Transportation Commission, back, I think, in August of this year, and that was on the Living Streets policy. At the beginning of his presentation, he made two main points. One, he talked about the cost of roads on a per square foot basis in Edina. And basically, the way I read that was, more road, because they're talking about roads, not just construction costs, but maintenance costs. The bigger the road, the more costs you have. He also talked about the environmental impacts of stormwater runoff as being of a concern. He made two further points which came from the quality of life survey. One was that people are concerned about people running stop signs in Edina. Very difficult to do anything about that with this particular scheme. He also made another point about traffic speeds and in that presentation. It seems to me that you could address three of those four main points that he made by keeping roadways as narrow as they need to be while satisfying the needs of other road users. It's for that reason that I support then the recommendations from the Edina Transportation Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crabtree. Anyone else?
So the last one.
All right.
I don't know if I've got the target here exactly right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Steve Timmer. I've lived at 5348 Oak Lawn Avenue for 33 years. That's 66 property tax payments, and I remember every one. I'm here to express my support for the Transportation Commission's recommendation to keep the road narrow and not raise the bridge. All we've been looking for, certainly on the west side, is a street that looks like the recently reconstructed 44th Street at Coolidge Avenue, a primary bike route. It's 20% busier than 54th Street. The Transportation Commission was really the first time that actual citizens of the city of Edina took a look at the subject of width and height in a way that somebody would listen to. Because prior to that, everything else leading up to it was, in my opinion, and in spite of what we heard tonight, a sandbag of the neighborhood. It started out with a meeting where various proposals were made to us, but they were all of the sort of, do you want to be shot or hung variety, without really asking people what they wanted. And we moved into the next phase, which was a survey that asked the same shot or hung questions, and it didn't require anybody to write down their name. All you had to do was write down a cross street, and you can complete the survey. You're part of it. And the boxes for completion were teeny. The Post-it notes are bigger than the boxes that existed on the survey for response. Now, it wasn't so much a survey as, in my opinion, a push-pull as to what engineering wanted for this project. Now, because I was uncertain that I was actually making contact with anybody, I started to write some emails. And at first I'd get the response, thanks for the input, stakeholder. We appreciate it. We'll put it on the pile with the rest of the input. You're dismissed. And later it was, well, now stakeholder, the time for comment has expired. And after that, I was just ignored. Now, I've seen the data collected on this project. And you could build anything based on the data that was collected. And perhaps that was the point. It was said by the staff that 700 of my neighbors, not stakeholders, 700 of my neighbors had input, there's that word again, input on the proposal that was going to be put before the Transportation Commission. 700 maybe if you include the guy from Chicago who was surveyed or interviewed. This may be Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, but it certainly isn't mine. My neighbors signed a petition and put Post-it notes on a poster. Now, the Transportation Commission finally spoke some sense about this project, and I hope the council will take this resolution, give it to the staff, and in the words of Jean-Luc Picard, make it so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right. Anyone else? Yes. Come on up.
Thank you. My name is Ben Crabtree. No relation to the other Crabtree. I have lived at 5428 Woodcrest Drive since 1971. I've been a member of Edina Community Lutheran Church since 1966, I believe. So I have been active in the neighborhood for a really long time. And I just want to speak to a couple of things, one of which is we clearly need a new bridge. I mean, it's very unsafe there. It should be widened with sidewalks, both north and south. We don't need an elevated bridge. There's a stop sign there. People stop when people go walking across carrying canoes. You know, I don't think we need, that would seem like an incredible amount of extra expense besides what it will do to having to raise the road on both sides of the bridge. So I just think that's a bad idea. And the other thing I want to make a point about, and Pastor Eric made this point too, I drive by the church every day, virtually, on my way home. There are always cars parked both sides of the street. There are always cars parked behind the church. I was at a meeting there last week when I almost couldn't find a place to park. It was like a Sunday morning, it was a Tuesday night. So to say that the people on the north side of the street couldn't park there, I don't know where they'd go. You know, down Halifax, a half a block or 3/4 of a block. I think we need both sides of the street for our parking several days a week. And I don't know what you'd do on a wedding. You put out special signs and cover the signs, say no parking on this side of the street that day. How you manage that? So it just seems to me that that's another idea that just doesn't work. It's as wide as it is now. We have parking on both sides. We have bikes go up and down the street. I would like to see the sidewalk go that's in front of our church go all the way to the creek, and that would make it much safer, and especially if there was a sidewalk across the bridge. But other than that, I don't think we need to do anything on the street. It works fine.
Thank you, Mr. Crabtree. You got to work on that English accent. Anyone else? Mr. Rickinger? No.
May I have my
No.
last half minute?
No. Sorry.
Hi, members of the council. My name is Ed Ross. I live at 4015 West 54th Street. I'm on the south side of the street, just east of the church. I just want to make comments that I support my residents and the comments they made in support of the ETC's recommendation. That recommendation was made by the head, I believe, of the biking task force. I believe their recommendation will support the needs of everybody, and that put a huge burden on the residents of 54th. You probably can tell I haven't seen anybody that's here that's been in support of the feasibility study. I think that the amount of people where are the 700 people that support their study? The real stakeholders are here, and there isn't one resident that is in favor of that feasibility study, and that's what was presented at the Transportation Council. So I think what you're hearing from that is what the real stakeholders feel about the proposal. So that's, and my last point is that just came up with the church. I definitely support the church's need for parking, and I agree with what the last gentleman said. One thing I am in opposition to is the continuation of the sidewalk on the south side, east to France. I don't want to incur the added expense, and I really don't want the sidewalk for other possible reasons. So I do oppose. If they want to put the sidewalk from their driveway west to the creek, that would be fine, but their recommendation, their request, I'm as a member, and that would go directly in front of my property, I am opposed to that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Anyone else?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Let's see. Questions. One was Mrs. Peterson was concerned about the fact that she thought she was getting multiple REUs assigned to her address. And Member Bennett and I were looking through the information and saw only one REU assigned to her in the data that we had on 3909, I think West 54th Street was her address. Can you verify that, Mr. Milner? Or
I'll have
Mr.
Toby
Muse?
take that one. He's got the assessment roll right in front of him.
Yeah, within the assessment roll, there are 2 properties listed under Mary Ann Peterson's name, but she's only being assessed 1 REU.
1 REU?
Correct.
Okay. And then the church had a question that was very close to that, and that was, how did you go about making the recommendation of the council as to the number of REUs to be assigned to ECLC?
Sure. We used our municipal state aid assessment policy that has a table in it that lists properties, double bungalows, apartment buildings, and churches is listed on there. We use the assessable square footage of the buildings on the site from our assessing department, divide by 1,000 square feet, and it's a 1 REU per 1,000 feet, and then we multiply that by the 0.8, I believe, is for a church. I have that document if we need to look up the specifics, but that's how we do it for churches, and we've done that for many of the other public hearings we've done here tonight, that same policy.
Okay. Yeah, that's a consistent policy with what we've done before.
Correct.
What was the parking study that was done it was referenced in September? Do I have a copy of it and I just paged by it?
Yeah, it's in the appendix.
Yep. Right in the appendix, we felt there was, from the comments we received, the inputs from the stakeholders, that we should look at the parking requirements or parking needs of the church. So we went out and did a parking study over a week in September, October, and those results are in the appendix.
The 2 peak days are Wednesday and Sunday. Wednesday, north side, 38% occupied.
So we looked at not only parking on the roadway, but also the level that was used on their on their site themselves. Sure. So some days the roadway was full, but their site wasn't. So we looked at those numbers.
Okay.
All right. Those are the 2 key questions that I had. Anybody else have any other questions that they picked up?
Well, I think
Member Swenson.
There was a lot of discussion about bridge height and where it should go or not go. I guess I would just say that I don't see a walk-under option for that bridge, and we might as well just go down the row and see where we all are on that.
Member Sprague?
If you look, Member Swenson pointed this out to me, but if you go across the Browndale Bridge with that small split rail, you have a nice view corridor into the amenity, and I think that's what is deserved in this treatment. In addition, someone raised the elevation of the street changing and how does that affect Park Place and the Minnehaha intersection and then the additional costs. So I think we could do a bridge that remained at its height. You may have to have another crosswalk across the bridge to move people on both sides safely so they don't have to cross. But I think it would be a nice a treatment that would address the creek well.
And what's included in that is an open rail work so that you don't have a solid rail. Because part of what you enjoy, whether you're walking, biking, or driving across that bridge, and I'm sure they enjoy it all the time, is that vista that you get across the creek. And I think that's important. I think that's part of the character of that neighborhood.
I think the Browndale
Member Bennett,
Bridge,
go ahead.
thank you. I think that the Browndale Bridge is a bigger structure just
Yes,
because of
well,
where it
it's higher
sits.
up,
But I think that to that kind of country feel and openness, I think, and also from a traffic management standpoint, if speeding traffic is a concern and also observing crosswalks, you may miss a pedestrian. A motorist may miss a pedestrian. They're not going to miss somebody with a canoe crossing the road. And if it slows people down a bit, that's good. I think that serves everybody along in the neighborhood.
Member Brindle, on the bridge issue, height, aesthetics, yet to be determined. Any preliminary thoughts?
On the bridge issue, I don't want to raise the bridge, so leaving it at its current height. As far as its aesthetics are concerned, this is a very country road feeling like area, so I'd like to see stone on it, and I'd like to see a fence that you can see through, has kind of an airy look to it as a barrier with sidewalks on both sides and crosswalks, at least on one end.
Mayor?
With respect to the bridge, I'm not in favor of raising the height of the bridge either. When I think about this whole project, whether it's the bridge or the neighborhood west of the bridge and the neighborhood east of the bridge, which have different characteristics, I like to think about the whole project in terms of its character and its functionality. And for me, the bridge fits, the existing bridge, even though it's old and a bit decrepit, fits the character of the neighborhood. So I think keeping the bridge at its existing height, going back to the neighborhood as it has been suggested, and getting some ideas on, should it be an arch, should it be a slab, what kind of railing should it have on it, should the sidewalks that cross the bridge on both sides be within the confines of the bridge itself on some sort of elevated curb, the walkway across, or should they be outside the existing rail so that they've got some protection, and then they have another rail system on the outside of that? I don't know that yet. I haven't seen enough bridge designs, but that's the general notion of it. And for me, not widening out the bridge any more than is absolutely necessary. I mean, for me, narrow is good, whether it's the roadway or the bridge, because it tends to slow people down. And to the extent that you have canoeists or kayakers walking across the road with their canoe or kayak, it's part of the charm of the neighborhood. And it doesn't happen that often. And we're not impeding their ability to go through on those rapids. I saw a video of some guys at high water going underneath there and taking turns going and shooting underneath at the present height. So I'm not persuaded that we should be raising the height of the bridge at all. So go ahead, Member Swenson.
There was one question I remember asking you when I met with you about a week ago talking about this road, and it was, what is the minimum amount that you would feel comfortable with building curb to the telephone poles? Because that was a lot of pictures and conversation that we've gotten over the last few weeks. And can you give me what your answer was?
Yeah, typically we like to do 2 feet from the back curb to a pole. We'd also like it more than that, but that's our minimum standard we've gone. State aid does allow 1.5 feet, so we could sneak in 6 extra inches along the poles based on their standards, but we prefer 2 feet.
Okay.
All right, what about the roadway width issue? Thoughts on that, Member Sprague?
Thanks.
And you could probably roll in the bikes and the parking along with that roadway discussion.
Yeah, we have to make choices within that right of way that we have available, and keeping in mind we want to keep traffic calm, but also provide transportation for all modes. This is a key segment. You've got a recreational facility, you've got a tie-in to Minneapolis bike facilities on the other side, and you have a connection over Wooddale to the school. So the recommendation in the report, I don't support as a first option. And I think if you look at how a bike lane, how they function today and how they're used, a bike lane could be an amenity for the corridor that would meet the objective of calming traffic, keeping narrow lanes, and also giving some buffer to the homes from the traveled right-of-way and the sidewalk. And the way I would propose doing it is I would do a 5-foot bike lane with an 11-foot vehicle lane in the west section with a 13-foot shared lane on the other side. So it's similar to Wooddale where we have a split treatment, one on one side bike lane, on the other side Sharrow.
Would you walk through the dimensions on the roadway again? 5-foot bike
And
lane, 11-foot drive lanes.
This is an option I had staff do a quick rendering of so we could discuss it. So I'm going to have Chad bring that up. Do you have an electronic copy or? Let's do a paper copy. So I'm going to do the west section because that's the narrowest section we have. So as we talked about in the Morningside project, a 5-foot sidewalk with a 1-foot aggregate is kind of the minimum. In this corridor, it's state aid, so staff can coordinate the sidewalk and the street plowing so to avoid the storage issue or minimize it. And but you're still very close to the traveled portion of the road as the pedestrian. So what I do is the bike lane gives you another kind of a 5-foot virtual buffer to the travel lane. We've done this on arterials and it works very well to both the actual and perceived safety of the walkers. And I know this is a well-traveled walk shed. The bike lane also allows us to do a narrower travel lane that's much further away from that side yard of the residence on that side. And then on the other side, it's the minimum MnDOT standard for a shared lane, 14 feet. And then I would carry this section all the way through the segment on the other side as well. It changes a little bit if you have, do you have the rendering in the east section?
I believe so.
So there you've got, the nice thing about this is it keeps the vehicles in the same travel lane the entire way through the corridor. There's no shifting at all. The bike lane shifts slightly 2 feet throughout the whole corridor, but you have a very nice, comfortable, protected facility for the biker on that side all the way through. And then on the other side, you've got the 14-foot shared lane that gives you the 3-foot reaction that you need. And has the pavement markings throughout. So we don't, actually with this design, I think signage-wise, there's a bike lane begins and ends, and we could actually take out 2 signs, bike may use full lane on both sides of the street. I talked to Engineer Milner, and he thought those didn't have much incremental value. And then the parking is, as in the feasibility report, it's Sunday and holiday only parking. So you can keep the bike lane.
So is this your notion both west of the creek and east of the creek?
So this is the east section because it's wider. So you see the 5-foot bike lane with a buffer and then the 11-foot vehicle lane. And then the west section, it's the same thing, except that you have, what's that? You have no parking, correct. And there's no 2-foot buffer. It's just right next
This
to
2-foot
There you go.
buffer is part of the parking.
Yep.
Thank you.
Can I respond to this one here? I was worried about a sidewalk right up to the curb because where our sidewalk is across from my house, which is a busy street because of the schools, we have parking along there that buffers it. But I'm way more comfortable once we put in this 5-foot lane because it buffers parking. I think I've heard that if we had to, we could start this on the south side by building it up only a foot and a half away from the closest telephone pole. And I know those poles run a little out of order, so it's obviously got to be the one that's closest to the street. But this solves some issues. It moves the cars away from the north side. I would want it center striped because we didn't center stripe on Wooddale, and that's when we had all the problems when we painted the bike lanes. I know that there was some talk about not. The trouble is if you don't, we thought people would learn where they were supposed to drive, and they didn't. So for this, when you do an 11-foot vehicle lane, you have to paint the center line.
Member Bennett.
First of all, when we started discussion as a council about complete streets, we emphasized that it wasn't all modes, all roads.
Right.
It's that you consider all modes with all roads, but you look at what's best or most feasible for this road. And in terms of what facilities are available and historic conditions and limitations, bikes are vehicles. They have the right to be on the road. And in fact, in Edina, they don't have a right to be on a sidewalk. So the user without a facility right now is the pedestrian. The vehicles and the bikes have the road. They can be on the road. And in fact, one thing that I learned in this past week is a pedestrian on the roadway has to yield to a vehicle, meaning that a pedestrian not only has to yield to a motor vehicle, they have to yield to a bicycle. So really the user that needs the defined best as we can create facility is the pedestrian. And I think we need a sidewalk with a buffer, which we have correspondence about in the packet, that according to our public works director, the best way to do snow maintenance with these is to make sure that you have not only the 5 foot of sidewalk but additional. And I hate to disagree with folks, but Wooddale is not a great sidewalk. I've walked it for years, and it's one I avoid in the winter because it doesn't feel safe that close to the roadway. So that extra foot does make a difference. We don't serve, and then looking at the comments, one of the things that I noticed was it was very interesting to me how often the words pedestrian or walk or walkability occurred within the comments. Lots and lots of people talked about not feeling safe, not having a facility to walk on. There were also people who commented about wanting a bike facility, but what they wanted was bike lanes. And also a recurring comment was confusion. People were really concerned about confusion of facilities, and I don't think that what's proposed as an alternate resolves that. Because we, again, have one type of facility on one side of the road, another type of facility on the other side of the road. And I don't think it's going to address that confusion. We're not going to end up with bike lanes because we don't have or we're not going to take the room to do it. And therefore, I think we do best to do best what we can do, have a good defined sidewalk, a good roadway. I brought with me tonight my book on mental speed bumps, The Smarter Way to Tame Traffic. And this book talks about intrigue, the notion that a motorist has that they don't know exactly what's going on, and therefore they're going to proceed a little bit more slowly. And that's where the lack of striping comes in. I also brought with me tonight my diagram from West 44th Street, the ultimate design. And the road segment that Mr. Timmer referred to at Coolidge, I think it was Mr. Timmer, is actually 26 to 28 feet. And I'm happy to put this under a camera if it would be more helpful to people, but the trade-offs on West 44th was that they gave up parking along most of the roadway. There's parking on one side of the street only in certain sections, and otherwise it's a 2-lane roadway, so far with no striping because we were waiting to see what happened with Wooddale. And I know that there's been some request for volume and speed and crash data, and I haven't seen it yet. I haven't made the request personally, but I haven't heard. That's my neighborhood, and I'm not hearing from people that it's not working, and when I'm on it, it's working quite well. Traffic is proceeding slowly, again, because of that not thinking that everybody knows what's going to happen and not whizzing along within the lines that they see striped. So that would be, living streets is also, I don't think the policy's at fault. I think, in fact, the ETC members who supported this recommendation that people like are also behind the development of the living streets policy. But it also gives us consideration of things like trees, like narrowing a road, allowing for stormwater infiltration, not just runoff into stormwater facilities. And so I think that the narrower roadway, actually I think the ETC recommendation is a good one. I am prepared to support it. I'm prepared to move it. If there isn't support for it, then I will try to help work out what I can work out. But I think it makes sense. I think it meets not only the neighborhood's goals, but I think it meets our city's goals for moving people around in multiple ways, allowing them the options to walk around in multiple ways. And it's a wise use of public and taxpayer money.
Thank you. Member Brindle, your thoughts?
Well, the ideal is as narrow as possible. One thing we did do is we established 54th as a bike boulevard. And this is a not even quarter mile, I don't think, from France to Wooddale. And if you divide that into the east section and the west section is not exceedingly narrow, but it's narrow. It doesn't mean you can't have have room for the bike boulevard there, but it won't be in my mind, it's not dedicated bike lanes. There's not room for 10 feet of bike lanes. Does that preclude this from being a bike boulevard? I don't think so. It's too short a segment. It's a short segment that is narrow, and as long as there are facilities on both sides for bikes, even if they are just sharrows, then there is visibility for drivers to see where the bikes are and what their space is. There's visibility for cyclists to see where the cars are, and they have to share the road. And if we can do that from Wooddale to the bridge in a space that I have 35 feet here, and that's wider than I'd like to be. But if we can do that with two 14-foot travel lanes and a sidewalk, a 5-foot sidewalk with a 1-foot boulevard, that's 35. That's kind of a minimum in my mind, unless we narrow those drive lanes, which means we need to beg a variance in order to do that. But if we can live with that and sharrows in both directions for that distance from Wooddale to the bridge, Wooddale to the bridge on the west side, where it is exceedingly narrow. And then on the other side, add the parking lane. So that's where I am.
Add the parking lane or add the parking lanes?
They're on both sides over there, aren't they? Yeah, both sides.
Like they are now.
Yeah, like they are now.
So-
But I mean, I'd love to see 33, frankly. But the safety of, I'm not saying there are cyclists there all the time, but we have to accommodate what the road can handle.
Good, thank you. So we've got a street over there, West 54th. It's got an average daily vehicle count, I think, of about 2,400 vehicles a day. Somebody the other day suggested we compare it to the work we did on West 70th Street, which handles 14 or 15,000 cars a day. We made dramatic improvements in West 70th Street, but this is an entirely different situation in my mind. So I go back to these two principles that I've been trying to follow in looking at this, and that is functionality and aesthetics, and try to blend the two. Don't destroy the character of this neighborhood in the process of trying to accommodate these different elements that we want to try to have on the street. and it can be done. I mean, the ETC has shown it can be done. True, we have to go to MnDOT and get a variance, file a variance request, and I don't know what the outcome of that will be, but for me, the notion of west of the bridge, having 11-foot drive lanes with the 2-foot buffer is most closely approximates what's there now, because right now there's 11-foot drive lanes and there's a 5-foot bike lane, I think, on each side. So the average street width in Edina is 28 feet. West of the bridge, if you had 11 foot drive lanes and a 2-foot buffer, you're within shouting distance at 26 feet to the 28-foot standard width. And you still maintain the character of the neighborhood in accomplishing that. And you do the bikes with the sharrows on the road, and everybody knows that you can watch out for them without having to have a dedicated bike lane over there. And then east of the bridge, I think the way it works right now is just fine. If we went with Josh's idea, we'd end up with 47 foot of width over on the east side. That's 11 feet more than what exists there right now, by my quick calculations. So I favor parking on both sides. 11-foot drive, we'd have parking on both sides east of the bridge. You had 47 feet. We're at 36 feet east right now with the ETC proposal.
But 6 for a sidewalk is 42. If you're going to
put a sidewalk. I favor the sidewalk. The 5-foot sidewalk with the 1-foot buffer on the north side is okay with me, with sidewalks across both sides of the bridge. I like the notion of the church that we get down to the park. I'm sensitive to what Mr. Ross has to say, but I also like the idea of getting to France Avenue, frankly, on the east side. I think there's some wisdom in that. On the east side, what I'm concerned about at the present width is speed. You get west of the bridge, and it's a totally different street than it is east of the bridge. A lot of it because of the close-in side yard setbacks to the street and the mature vegetation. So, like Mr. Adams doesn't have any mature vegetation on the side of his house that is parallel to 54th, but I'm sure he's waiting to see what we're going to do before he goes ahead and plants anything. So what happens is people feel like they can go faster, even though the road is wider on the east side. So my notion is that we ought to think about some other things that would slow people down, a bit like we talked about on Valley View, frankly, with some bump outs. And it might mean that the church loses a few parking spots over there, but they can drift over to Halifax, either north or south. Those bump outs might be worth thinking about in terms of slowing traffic. Because once you do the bump outs, then you can landscape in the bump outs and you get the trees closer to the street. And at least theoretically, it should slow people down. We've talked about the bridge. One thing I forgot to mention on the bridge was I think we should keep the stop sign right where it is. I think that works great, right where it is. And those were my thoughts on this matter. So I would support the ETC recommendation, the same as Member Bennett. I'm more than happy to take our chances with a panel at MnDOT and see what happens on the variance request. And if we don't get it, we'll have to think about what to do next. But we should.
Talking about a foot for each lane on the variance request?
Well, I think their standard width that they permit with shared bike lanes is 14 feet.
14, and so you're...
And we'd be down to 11.
I thought you're down to 11 with a 2-foot, that's 13 feet.
With a 2-foot buffer, so that's 13 feet.
I'm confused
so
on
we're
that.
only talking
about
a foot.
On that design element, you're saying a sharrow in a 13-foot space all the way through?
I don't think a variance is not needed for the travel lanes, correct, with the ETC recommendation? What the variance might be needed for is a reduction of the parking lane from 8 feet to 7 feet?
There's two things I'm hearing. So the one variance, yes, at the parking lane variance, if we do that only on Sundays. The other one is the 13-foot, so the 11 and 2 the mayor has brought up. If we want to stripe that or have that as a bicycle designated facility with sharrows, that would need a variance from MnDOT. We've asked them about their opinion on getting a variance for that, and they are pretty adamant that they don't think it'll get approved. The parking variance, they do quite often in Minneapolis. That shouldn't be an issue, but there's no reason we can't try if that's what the council decides here tonight.
Well, I mean, MnDOT controls this process, but MnDOT's not on the panel. Those panels come from their county engineers, and so what we're really talking about here is the fact that we don't meet the MSA minimum for an on-road bike facility with a 13-foot lane, but we're very, very close. So I think it's worthwhile trying to make the case.
Was the ETC recommendation for sharrows, though? I thought it was for no markings on the street.
No.
No bike lane, no dedicated bike lane.
No, also no center line stripe.
No.
Recommended by Jennifer Janity.
Shared, Mayor.
May I ask
not
up
a
here-
bike, not a bike facility. I'm talking
Doesn't
about
mean
bike
no
lane. I'm
bikes.
talking about a shared lane, which is marked with sharrows. That's what I
Well,
don't
so-
think that was specified in the ETC recommendation. I think they said 13-foot lanes with no markings and no stripe.
Well, they said 11-foot lanes with the 2 feet
2-foot
marked.
reaction.
If the
Yeah,
2-foot buffer lane, my understanding is it's 14 feet for sharrows, that you have to have a 14-foot lane.
Right.
So it adds 2 feet to the width of the roadway in order to have sharrows, which are not a bike facility, they're a bike marking.
Right.
It's like signage on the roadway.
Okay,
So here's a question. We know that the advisory bike lanes on Wooddale were a huge problem, in part because of the asymmetry. There are also advisory bike lanes on West 54th with the 2 parking lanes, correct?
Correct.
think
Correct,
so, yeah.
correct. What have we heard about them? I mean, I know that the goal is to have as little paint as possible, but the goal is also the roadway.
Yeah.
So I guess one of the things that I've been thinking about up here is one of the answers, do we have the width with 2 dedicated parking lanes and 2 dashed striped advisory bike lanes down to the bridge, not the other side? So this is only where there's width. Do we have the width within this narrower footprint that the ETC has recommended and that the residents want? And I mean, there are so many reasons that favor it. The speeding, the ability to have more vegetation, more of that tree-lined street effect that serves, I think, so much of the city well. Is there the width to keep those elements of the facility?
Yeah, I'm looking at the email from Jennifer Janovy explaining the action of the ETC, and it says the motion adopted by the ETC did not recommend removing bicycle facilities from the entire 54th Street corridor. It recommended 11-foot travel lanes plus 2-foot curb reaction where necessary, with the understanding that the lane width would not meet the MSA minimum for an on-road bicycle facility. Just as a reminder, the bike boulevard markings on West 54th Street just east of France would remain. Shared lane markings have a variety of uses, however, as proposed in the feasibility study, they seem likely to have little benefit other than they make the street look like a bicycle facility. So,
Well, there are actually sharrows over by Lake Harriet that are in the door zone. So we've seen them put down.
A properly placed sharrow, though, is going to do more than nothing. I mean, what we've done is we've taken our bike boulevard, this thing we spent years on and millions of dollars, and we're stripping out the bike user because we're adding a sidewalk user to the mix. That's where the trade-off is happening. And hold on a second, and what I'm trying to say is we shouldn't give up on that mode. You know, it's a tight corridor. You did not represent my option correctly. Mine adds, it's
you had the sidewalk dimension.
It's 2 feet is what mine adds. That's all it adds. So the other option, if you go the ETC route, is to go narrow lanes through and then try to get a MnDOT variance to put a sharrow marking in that 13-foot lane. But I'm not sure that it was part of the ETC recommendation. However, to me, it would be better to have something still in the right-of-way for the bike user.
It could be true, and I apologize for misrepresenting. I didn't understand that you had the sidewalk in there too in your calculation. So the challenge I think that your suggestion poses east of the creek is that presently there's parking on both sides of the street. And from my understanding of what you showed us, there would only be parking on one side of the street.
No, what he showed would be parking two sides of the street, and then
Yep.
he wanted the parking to be...
Sunday and holidays only, and that's because the parking survey shows Wednesday, the north side is 38% occupied, south side 55%. That's the peak day other than Sunday. Sunday, north side 82%, south side 77%. So we're making these decisions. We're valuing certain pieces within the right-of-way. Here's an underutilized segment on other days of the week.
Well, we're taking a 65-year user that has active membership, that uses both sides of the street for parking, and trading out that active use for
our
some potential bicycle use that could just as easily share the road with motor vehicles on a shared roadway.
You could downgrade the facility for that biker if you didn't want to limit the parking in a part of the road where it's not often used on those other days. We're still allowing it on the peak days. And by the way, the church has a CUP. They are required to provide parking on their own. We always say that we're not going to let the on-street parking facilities satisfy parking requirements. So there is an equity piece there as well. And I hear what you're saying, Mayor, but on a Wednesday, it's 38% occupied. They can move the traffic over to the south side and be full in that facility, and then get a different use out of the roadway.
Yeah, I just think they need parking all the time on both sides of the street.
I'm referring to Member Swenson, and then I have a follow-up question.
All right, Member Swenson.
I would feel more comfortable using sharrows on 14-foot lanes and on 13-foot lanes, with the idea that we back the curb on the south side, this is on the west section, right up as close as we can, that 1.5 feet from the utility posts. So we have taken that street and we have pushed it as far as we can to the south, allowing more space. I'm not happy not having some more protection for the sidewalks. I agree with you that Wooddale section is not particularly comfortable to walk, especially the winter, but a lot of times. But we have to get the sidewalk in there, and I think it's really important. So we have the 6 feet for that, the 5 and the 1. But I just think that it makes sense to do a 14-foot sharrow that we know that we've used. We know it's safe. We know it's because it's been recommended as the minimum. And now we're going to ask them to go to 13 feet on each one with a sharrow. I mean, this is a huge east-west connection for walking, biking, and driving. I'm on this road multiple times a day. So I have a real concern going to 13 feet. And I think the sharrows are important. I don't want this to go through without them. I think we've listened to a lot of things with bridge height and you know, if we get to parking and it has to be 7 days a week, I guess I could live with that as long as I know that we've got 7-foot parking and that we have sharrow lanes that are safe. So when people are opening their car doors and they're getting in and out of their cars, if they're going to church, that we have enough lane width that we can have cars and bikes safely be there, and they'll slow down. I agree. So I guess
I don't know that sharrows really accomplish anything, and if we know that we have to widen the roadway 2 feet in order to accommodate them, we have a primary bike route on 44 that at its narrowest is 26 feet wide. So in terms of consistency, in terms of an equity issue, we have we have limitations when we're retrofitting.
Yeah, no, I
so we
understand that.
do our
I accept
best
that.
job. I don't think sharrows are not a facility. They are a type of marking. They will necessitate without a variance, and I don't think the ETC was recommending, hey, go for a variance and put on sharrows. I think they were willing to forego the sharrows for the narrowness of the corridor.
actually the letter that's here says that they weren't particularly willing to take out biking on that.
Well, no, it doesn't take out biking. Nothing reduces biking because, again, bikes are vehicles that have the right to be there
Share the road with a
unless
sign.
it's a freeway and it says no bikes, or the law applies. So the question is how that usage is either encouraged or signed, and I think that's what we're struggling with. I don't know if that I got an answer to my question, and that is, does the roadway width, do the two dedicated parking lanes of 7 feet each, this is on the east section, France to the bridge, combined with advisory bike lane markings but no center marking, does that fit within this recommended corridor width of 7-foot striped parking lane on the north, 2 11-foot travel lanes, and a 7-foot striped lane on the south side? Will that width accommodate? And actually, those are
43 feet.
that's more of a facility than Sharrow's are. So you have 7, 7, 14, and 22.
I have the bike boulevard plans right here. So right at Halifax and 54th, we have an 8-foot parking lane, 5-foot advisory lane, 14-foot shared center, 5-foot advisory, and 8 feet parking. That is 40 feet wide without a sidewalk, is what's there today with 2 advisory bike lanes and parking on each side. So if we had a 6-foot, that's 46 feet wide, which is real similar to what we're...
So the ETC was recommending something that would narrow the roadway to 36 feet, in other words, and then dedicate it to sidewalk. So a pavement that's narrower by 4 feet, the 14 feet and the 22 feet, adding to 36, and then the 6 feet of sidewalk. And I think that probably fits better with what people are hoping for.
You including the 0.5 of curb in there?
No, that adds 1 foot to 37.
Mm-hmm.
I think 48. 48, what am I doing? 6, 7 foot. You got a 7-foot parking lane and a 14-foot driveway. Driveway, you got 7 foot parking lane. You got 6 feet of boulevard and sidewalk. That's 48.
Would you read those widths or those dimensions from 54th and Halifax again, please?
8-foot parking lane, a 5-foot advisory lane, and we had a 14-foot shared center lane, 5-foot advisory lane, 8-foot parking. So that gives you 40 feet of pavement between the curbs. You add a half-foot on each side for the curbs is 41 feet, and we don't have a sidewalk yet on the side, so then you would add another 6 feet. You'd be at 47 feet. So you're basically building a sidewalk on the back of the existing curb today and leaving what's in place.
And that also, and the parking lane width is 8 feet because that's required if it's not a dedicated travel lane. What is the rule?
Yeah, why can't it be 7?
Yeah.
Not exactly sure unless Toby has an answer for that, but maybe I'd have to look at the rules associated with advisory bike lanes.
We got parking lanes for 6 along Cahill.
It was probably met because we were putting this in within an existing facility, so we just balanced what was there. Parking lanes, yeah, I can go 6, 7, 8 feet. We were balancing what was there.
Is that 40-foot a roadway with those various uses a consistent width all the way from France Avenue to the creek?
That's what I'm showing on
Or
this
is it just
plan.
at 54th and Halifax?
So you can build a 6-foot parking lane?
Sure. I don't know if they got a variance.
Well, I think, on the parking, why did you decide to build an 8-foot wide parking lane over at Strackower?
That's a typical standard parking lane width is 8 feet.
Yep.
What's the one on Cahill? Is that 7?
No, it's 6, but your door opens right into the bike lane. That's the point.
But it's rarely used. That's the whole point, too.
Well, it's not rarely used along Lewis Park.
It becomes a de facto bike buffer.
So the ETC has narrowed the east segment by 4 feet.
Of road, not counting the, and then.
Not
put
counting
park-
this.
And then put in the sidewalk.
On the north and south in front of the church.
Is there a reason why they increased the shared lane in the west segment? They couldn't keep that 14 on both sides with 7 feet of parking?
Can you repeat that question? Why?
Do you know what I'm talking about? You've got an 18-foot shared lane in the east section,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Is there any reason that couldn't be 14 on both sides with 2 7s for parking?
Oh, it could, yep. That's the minimum, is 14 with the parking, so you
I
have
mean, I don't.
28.
I agree with the people that 18 is too wide. You don't want to do that.
So what about maintaining the dimensions that exist now east of the creek at 40 feet, and you do the same thing we've been doing there? You've got 8 foot of parking space on each side. You've got 5 foot advisory lanes on each side, and you've got 14 foot shared roadway. And then at the creek, you change it to a different dimension from the creek west to Wooddale.
Okay, so go back east. 14. That's. You're talking about just keeping the current treatment on
Keeping
the
the current
east.
roadway width and the uses in place east.
Keeping the treatment, the advisory
Yeah,
with.
that'd be okay too, I think.
Just keep it the way it is, and then on the other side, where we have a bike lane now, in Cheryl. Hold on one second. I just want to finish this thought. Then what would you do coming into the other side? Go to the 13s.
The existing drive lanes are 11. What the ETC was proposing was 13.
Well, the existing drive lanes are 11 plus 5
Plus
foot bike
5.
lanes on either side. So you have 32 feet
32.
currently of, and to do 14-foot sharrows in the sidewalk is 35 feet, so.
ETC recommendation wasn't 2 13-foot travel lanes. It was 11-foot travel lanes. The travel lane width remains the minimum. It's not only what is, but it's the
Right.
minimum.
It's the
We had
space
some
is
discussion
13.
about 10, but staff says that although there's been some discussion about 10, and
Right.
you've got them on Highway 100, that there haven't been any variance
Right.
requests approved for them yet. So 11-foot travel lanes on the west, and then 2 feet was of the reaction, which was striped, which would have somewhat of a traffic calming effect, and keep that 11-foot lane defined. And then you keep the roadway narrower by 2 feet. So with two 11-foot lanes, 22 feet, the 2-foot reaction is 4, 26 feet,
26.
plus 1 foot.
Plus
43 feet, including the sidewalk.
Well, including the sidewalk, but if we're talking,
that
we keep mixing elements because we're talking about roadway, and then
Oh,
we're talking
I
about
see.
roadway plus
Okay,
sidewalk.
fine.
And the roadway width, I think, is really significant. It's part of what people are talking about. So again, you've got less than 30 feet with those 11-foot travel lanes,
So-
2-foot reaction, and the 1 foot.
My question to you is, if we approve this with 13-foot, 11-foot plus 2-foot, and we ask for a variance on that, and we don't get it, are you willing to go to 14-foot sharrows?
If we go to 14 feet, we'd be at the standard roadway width for a street in Edina, and if the numbers are right, wouldn't we still be a little bit narrower than what's there now?
We'd be at 33.
We'd be at 20, we'd be at 28 with
28.
curbs, if you're counting
29.
It's 29 plus 6 for the sidewalk.
29.
Yeah, I just forget about the sidewalk. It's easier to figure out the roadway width.
Hotel on the west would be optically encouraging more of speed than having that solid line stripe with the reaction zone. You'd have the appearance, the feeling for the motorist of a 14-foot lane, not an 11-foot lane. So I'm more in favor of a narrower lane than I am of the Sharrow. I think it serves the multiple purposes
So
of
on your
use better.
narrower lane, are you putting in a center line?
No, it doesn't need it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's one of the
It
things
needed,
we've
part
learned
of what
over
was
there.
needed on Wooddale, part of why we got such hue and cry for a center line was because the elements of the road were asymmetrical, and people, it was confusing to know where to be. When you don't have a center line, you tend to stay over to the right. And that's what people experience on 44th Street. If there's a parked car, they're very mindful. Again, they're realizing that they don't have a line to follow, so they're slowing down and observing. And so it isn't just the center line, it depends on what other elements you have in the roadway.
Okay.
Wait,
It
Chad,
better
when
work
you go
that
with
way.
the,
I don't want to go back through that Wooddale thing again, I can tell you that.
yeah, that's for sure.
And you'll be running for reelection when it happens next fall, so you don't want to go back there either. It was very unpleasant. Mary, you're laughing, but you had that great joy. And, so I think our goal is, to keep this street as small and quiet as we can, but we also have to be mindful that there are other people other than these residents driving on that street, and it has to be safe for everybody.
Here's a question for you. Have you had any calls about 44th Street?
No.
No. Okay, well, that hasn't had a center line, and the
No.
construction of it
Well-
was finished in 2011.
No one's had any calls on 54th Street either on the center line not being there. I would think. I haven't. I never heard anybody talking about it.
That's fine.
So, Chad, so right now we're working with 32 feet west of the creek. 11
32
feet, 11-foot drive lanes and 5 feet of bike lane on each side, right?
Yeah, it's 16 plus.
Correct.
32?
Correct.
So if we avoided the MnDOT variance process and went to a 14-foot wide lane instead of a 13-foot wide lane, which is essentially what the ETC did, we'd be at 28 feet. What are the other things we'd need to add in? Now we're 4 feet less in width than what it is right now.
Exactly.
What else do we need to compute in there? The pan, the back of the curb?
Nope, that includes it all. That 14-foot shared lane includes from the face of the gutter to the center line. So that's all included. It doesn't include any reaction buffer that it's been discussion with the narrower lanes. So
the roadway
28
width
feet.
from the creek to Wooddale would be 28 feet.
Yep, curb
With
face to
14-foot
curb.
drive lanes that
Yep.
are compliant with what MnDOT
Correct.
would approve for a bike facility and cars moving in the same lane.
Correct.
Travel. And then we'd be 4 feet narrower than we are right now.
Correct. Without
In the roadway.
considering the sidewalk.
Right. Forget the sidewalk.
Yep.
I mean, people are comfortable with the sidewalk.
Okay. Correct.
The
Yeah, the
sidewalk's a
actual
given. I think
driving-
everybody in the neighborhood's comfortable with the sidewalk, so.
The driving lane that's out there today is 32 feet. We would go down to 28.
So you're saying go 14 feet shared lanes through the corridor?
He's just
Or
talking.
from the creek west.
And then what do you do
You
back
leave
to the other
you
side?
leave the east the way it is right now. 8-foot parking on each side, 5-foot advisory bike lanes on each side, and 14-foot lanes, unless you want to narrow it up.
How about reducing the parking lanes? I mean, we want them to be functional, but we don't need, but
They're used too much.
7 feet? I mean, I know that 6 feet on Cahill, Member Brindle, you find too narrow. What about 7?
What is it, 40 today?
Correct.
That's 40.
Yeah.
That's 40.
Well, we don't get symmetry that way.
I don't think you're going to get symmetry.
don't
have-
They're two entirely different.
You actually
paths.
could. You could get symmetry if you did the bike lane and the Sharrow through the corridor.
No, that's not symmetrical because you have a bike lane on one side and you have a sharer on the other side.
It's
What you-
symmetrical for the user through the corridor. You're going up the hill in the bike lane. You're going the other way, you're going in one Sharrow facility. You're going in different directions. The different directions don't need to be symmetrical. Wooddale works fine, and every other bike facility in the world that has split works fine. It's not that part. It's going from in one section in one direction and then changing or shifting over or going into a different facility that is sometimes harder for the interested but concerned riders to deal with. It's not the fact that if they come back the other direction, they're in a different facility.
But I think that was what we heard about on Wooddale. I think it was the asymmetry on Wooddale. and
I
think
don't
it's
think
part of
that's
why
what it
we haven't
was.
had
I think
calls
they
about
couldn't
West
adapt
54th.
to the dash lines without the center line. It was a very new treatment all the way through, and they could not adapt. And we didn't do our job marshaling the education in front. So
Well, again, I repeat my question. Have you had calls about the advisory lanes on West 54th?
someone during my walkthrough said their husband got hit in that. Without hearing from the galley here, I mean, but I'm just telling you, you asked my question, that's what I've heard.
Okay. Well, then.
That doesn't mean it saved him.
I'm not willing to bail on that mode. I understand that people in the galley aren't necessarily all supporting that bike facilities at the highest level, and I'm not supporting that either because we can't get the best facility in there. But what I'm saying is we should have that mode represented. We can get it in there. One option would be 14 feet shared lanes through the whole corridor. It's kind of taking the staff recommendation and shifting it from 18. The 18-foot shared lane I don't think would accomplish anyone's objectives. So narrowing that to 14 feet makes sense. But then if you had 2 7 feet, we'd be at 42 instead of 40 in that section. But it would you'd have it all the way through. It'd be a narrower, 14-foot lanes all the way through.
But then you're
If you
widening
did
the
it
road
the
lane
other
and-
way, Mayor, where you had the bike lane all the way through, you'd have an 11-foot lane all the way through, 5 feet further away from people's setback, and then a 14-foot sharrow on the other side. So in terms of impact to property, I think it's actually less to have the bike lane as a buffer and push the traffic wheel further from the house.
Yeah.
But I'll let the rest of you guys debate that as well. But those
Sure.
two would be the only consistent treatments where you could go all the way through.
I think one of the benefits of having this sort of interim time period for the last couple of years, actually it'll be a couple of years by the time we get to a project, has been that we've been able to see how having sort of disparate treatment of bikes has worked east of the creek and west of the creek. And I don't think it's nothing that screams out for consistency. I think what we've had has worked just fine.
Mhm.
East of the creek, they got those 2 5-foot dedicated bike lanes. They use that 40 feet for 2 8-foot parking lanes, 8 foot on each side, 2 5-foot bike lanes, and then 14-foot travel lanes. You hit the bridge, you get across the bridge, and it narrows up, and I think they've functioned just fine. So I don't think you have to have that consistent lane pattern, although you would have the consistent lane width through the corridor because we'd be 14 foot west of the creek and 14 foot east of the creek. It's just that the overall road width, I think, should probably stay at 40 feet east of the creek. Should be like it is now. I mean, it works fine. So you're a biker and you're coming westbound and you've got a dedicated lane to the creek from France Avenue to the creek, and now you're on a share the road concept on a 28-foot wide roadway.
How are you at 40 feet?
Why, Mayor?
How are you at
40 feet east of the creek.
Mayor, why not just
I
take
know.
that lane across?
With what features?
You're at 8 feet of parking to both sides,
So 16 feet of parking
and then 16 feet of parking, 5-foot advisory lanes on each side,
for 10.
and then 14 foot of
Middle lane.
middle lane.
Well, that straddles. And that, okay, it's exactly 40.
So,
Can you zoom in on it? Here's that.
8, 10.
Keep going.
8, 5, 14.
Okay, it's too small.
so do I hear some consensus?
It's a shared.
No, it's a,
Mayor, I'm not understanding on the west section, other than the 2 feet additional right-of-way we need, why you wouldn't want a narrower lane, at least on one side. That's what the bike lane would do. You'd get an 11-foot travel lane.
You're just talking west of the creek
Yep, the
now.
east, I'm
Forget
with
the
you.
east, okay.
The east functions,
All right.
we have something, and it would function going
Okay,
forward.
so
So,
we'll see
but
what it
if you're coming across on that, why wouldn't you keep the bike facility you have now that allows you to narrow up that other lane and take the travelers away from the properties on that side where there's a tight setback? You also get a buffer for the sidewalk.
So the existing roadway width there is 28 feet, I think.
And with that,
26 feet.
it would be,
No, it's 32. See, it's 11 and 11 and 20, it's 32 now.
it'd be 30. It'd be 30 because it's 14 for the shared lane plus 16 for the bike lane plus the travel lane. It'd be 30.
So it'd be 30, it'd be 2 feet narrower than it is now. You've created more of a buffer on the north side.
Right. And you have a consistent facility on one side.
Well, I'm going back to the comments, and there were a lot of them about how the changing up. And I know that you're saying it's consistent on one side, but I don't think that's just what people were talking about. I think it's looking at the roadway as a motorist does too, because people are going to be, one of the points that this guy, the traffic calming guru made from Australia is how we all are different things at different times, depending if we're trying to walk around the neighborhood. As one of the residents said this evening, when you're walking, you're a walker. When you're biking, you're a bicyclist. When you are in a vehicle, you're a motorist. And when you're standing in your yard, you're the resident watching the traffic of all forms go by. And so the different perspectives, but when we see a roadway, I think we see balance. And I think it's partly why Minneapolis has had what it's had with the advisory bike lanes, with that symmetry. I think one kind of facility on one side of the road and one on another is going to continue to drive people nuts. I don't think it serves bicycling in our community. I don't think it encourages people who aren't comfortable bicyclists, and the comfortable bicyclists don't need it.
And
so then we've
tell us again what you're thinking about.
what I'm thinking about is something that's simple, straightforward, and as narrow as we can get it. And the ETC recommendation was 27 feet with the half a foot per curb. Or was that included in the 2-foot reaction strip, the curb line? So again, fitting with 44th, where at Coolidge, the narrowest segments on 44th are 26 to 28 feet. I like that proposal. If we can't get 4 votes for that proposal, I'm willing to move, but I don't want to move to a proposal that has one kind of facility on one side of the road, one kind of facility on another kind of the road, and is going to be wider than it needs to be to accommodate the uses on it. Bicyclists, nobody is talking about kicking bicyclists off the road. They have every legal right to be there. It's just a question of how their presence is encouraged and marked. Right. And that's what I know we're all struggling with that. But again, they have a legal right to be there, and
That's true, but there's a hierarchy of facilities.
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to suggest earlier tonight in the Birchcrest project, you successfully reached a consensus by sort of having a finite proposal that you took kind of sequential votes on, and you reached ultimately a proposal that got 5 votes. And perhaps that is a way you could reach a consensus on this issue too.
Start if you want. You want to start?
Go ahead.
In listening to all the conversation, what I wrote down is that the west would stay in essence as it is, with a sidewalk added to the north side, that the bridge would stay low and it would include a sidewalk on each side with open railings and a design process that would include the neighbors, and that the east side would have 2 14-foot lanes and a 6-foot sidewalk. West side,
I think
sorry.
you reversed yourself.
I have reversed my sides.
Do it again,
Let me
would you please?
start again. The east side would be as it is today, with adding a sidewalk on the north side, because that's what I heard support for. Okay, we went to the low bridge, and that hasn't changed. Sidewalks on both sides, designed to have input from the neighbors. And the west side would have 2 14-foot shared lanes and a 6-foot sidewalk on the north side.
I have a question for you.
There's nothing there that we have to ask for MnDOT approval on that.
Why do you want wider lanes in the east section that are closer to the homes? I mean, you save 2 feet of right-of-way, that's the trade-off. Is that worth
Are we
it?
talking east or west?
Talking about in the west section.
Oh, west section. You said east.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you
I
did what I
apologize.
did. You
yes,
flipped.
in the west section. I'm sorry.
Actually, what I would really prefer is your idea of the bike lane along the sidewalk, because I really feel like that adds some security for people walking, but I don't hear support for that. That, you know, it gives me, and I think an 11-foot lane and a 14-foot lane would be confusing, and then you would have to stripe the middle, so I didn't hear support for that. So in trying to find a middle ground and try to get everyone on board, that's why I came up with this. We don't have to get MnDOT approval for it. It isn't drastically different than what we have today other than we've added a sidewalk on the north side of the block on the west section and curbs. We've already talked about how close we can get the road on the south side to the telephone poles. We've agreed with the neighbors that the bridge is low, and we're all there. So the bridge doesn't seem to be an issue for anybody. And I've heard some consensus that the east side could remain as it is today and just have the sidewalk added. So I would put that into a motion.
I'll second it.
Question, so it adds 4 feet to the width on the east. No, east stays as it today.
East stays the same.
But it adds 4 feet to the ETC's recommended configuration.
I'm not looking at the ETC. What I'm trying to do is listen to what everyone is saying up here and find a middle ground in that. So
it's 40 on the east and 28 on the west.
mhm.
And 28 puts it, what are we, narrower, 2 feet narrower than it is now?
4 feet narrower.
4 feet, 32 feet now. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the addition of a sidewalk, which is not inconsequential. We've just been trying to
Well, the
deal with stuff
sidewalk's not there
straightforward.
now.
Sidewalk just gets me
It's
confused.
what it is
It's
now.
2 feet wider on the west than the ETC was trying for, 4 feet wider on the east than the ETC is trying for, with the addition of a sidewalk that we do have consensus on, I think, and that the traffic, that the parking lane will buffer on the north.
Well, the parking lane on the east section will buffer it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it will
Yeah.
buffer on the busier part of the busier, wider part of the roadway. It will buffer it.
And we'll have the painting, the striping on the east, so it looks like today, and the only thing, and we'll have Sharrow signs on the west as it looks today, and we've discovered we don't need as many signs, and we've discovered that the bus doesn't have to stop at every corner. So that's the motion, and Mary seconded.
The only thing we didn't discuss is the location of the bike stand, and I don't think we need to discuss that in detail. At one point, it was on the corner in the residential side of, on the west, is a bike rack, and I mean, it's part of this that it would be there.
Right.
I recommended that it be on the east side of the bridge.
It's a construction detail, though.
It's a
We can handle
construction
that.
We can
detail.
deal with
I
that
will-
later.
Mary, I will
Okay.
ask you, are you interested in the sidewalk that goes over the bridge on the south side to connect up to the sidewalk at the church? So as you go across the bridge,
Yeah.
and you're on the sidewalk on the south side,
Yeah.
there's a little section where there isn't sidewalk today, where their drive into their parking area is. Is that a link that should be connected?
It is,
Okay, so that,
so they can walk to church.
okay. And we're only talking about it going from the bridge to the existing sidewalk?
Right.
Okay.
So
Did
let's-
everyone
let's-
hear
let's-
that? So from the bridge to the existing sidewalk in front of the church, that missing little piece would be finished.
There's a little piece.
Right.
Between the bridge and the parking lot.
Yep.
So let's chat a little bit. We got a motion and a second. We're in discussion now. So the ETC suggestion on the east side was
213.
36 feet instead of the existing 40 feet.
Right.
26 feet.
Yeah.
Just talking about the roadway now. Because they had 7 feet of striped parking on each side with two 11-foot travel lanes with no centerline stripe. So,
Well, you currently have 8-foot parking. You have to
Yep.
get permission to do 7-foot parking. Do you really want to do 7-foot parking
I'm not
where
sure.
you have bike lanes and then just a 14-foot center drive aisle?
well,
I
I
don't
see what works over there now. You know,
Right.
when I drive through there.
Right.
Whether you see bicyclists out in the street or people parking on both sides, it seems to function pretty well. East. I like the notion of narrowing up the west side. I think it would still keep the character of the neighborhood. So now you've actually got, instead of two 13-foot travel lanes, you've got two 14-foot travel lanes, and you don't have,
With the Sharrow marking.
with a Sharrow marking.
So it's narrower than it is
and
today.
you're 2 feet, is that what we said? 2 feet narrower?
Yeah.
30 to 28, yes.
Actually, we're 4 feet narrower because at Mark Eppel's house, it's 32.
It's 32.
So it's 4 feet narrower.
It's 32, now it's down to 28. And the lanes are a little bit wider, but the overall, and the function should be good,
I
and
think
the
the
overall
function's
aesthetic
good.
effect shouldn't be different. In fact, it should enhance it because it's narrower.
You don't need the
By 4 feet.
may use full lane signs. We were talking about that to reduce signage on that corridor. I don't think those add any incremental value going downhill because the interested but concerned user stays to the right. They're not going in the full lane. And we're not going to do the dashed Sharrows where it positions them in the middle. So if you want to drop a couple other signs that are not MUTCD required, that would accomplish another goal.
We have another public hearing after this. Are we ready to vote on this one?
Yeah, I think we probably are. Anybody have any other comments they want to make?
No.
Are we missing anything from an issue standpoint here that the ETC passed on to us?
I think the chief question is just how to get to the narrowest roadway and safest
Yeah,
configuration.
it's an interesting situation. You're getting to a narrower overall roadway with a slightly wider drive lane. I don't know what
Well, that's
quite
because
what
you're
the
not
effects of
striped
that.
off for bikes.
Yeah.
That's what
Right.
the bike lane adds.
Exactly.
Excuse me,
You can't.
can I ask to open the public engagement
No.
process? What
No.
the ETC recommended has been totally misrepresented by the council this evening. There's been, it's inaccurate. What Jennifer Janeby moved has not been accurately represented by our council members as it's been talked about this evening. And I would.
Yeah,
please, 30
we're not
seconds
going
to clarify.
we're not going to reopen the process, John. And I'm looking at the petition from your neighborhood,
Yep.
and that's what we're working off of.
Jennifer proposed to remove bike facilities from the street, which effectively takes the road's MnDOT requirements from 14 to 11 plus 2. Effectively, it creates two 13-foot lanes west of the creek. The existing drivable lane width west of the creek today is 12 feet. Drivable lane width. That's a relevant factor. Curb to curb, relevant, not as relevant.
Can we just end this?
No.
It's not open.
It's really
For
important
discussion.
because it's been misrepresented across the board. You're talking about a concept that hasn't even been represented by the ETC. What she's proposing east of the creek is two 11-foot lanes and two 7-foot parking lanes, but no park.
I appreciate your feedback, but you're out of line. We have rules here at the council there's equity for all people that want to come up and testify, and you've had your say in the public hearing.
It's being
So,
totally misrepresented, and that's really
we can't run hearings like this.
Well, we need to accurately
From the
represent
galley.
what our
Mayor?
agencies.
John, please. The hearing is closed.
I think my understanding of what we're trying to do is we're trying to, using the ETC recommendation as a basis, see something we can get 4 votes on. Because as we discussed earlier this evening, although 3-2 usually prevails when a street reconstruction matter is brought forward on a staff recommendation rather than a petition, it requires 4 votes to pass. So we can't get anything passed without 4 votes on it. And
But there is a motion and
there
a
is a
second
motion right
pending on
now,
the floor
right,
that
which we have to take a
should
vote
be
on before we
raised
can
from
put
a
any other
protocol
motion
standpoint.
before
Yeah,
anybody.
so we're still in the discussion phase. So I'm looking at an email from one of the neighbors. This is post-ETC, and it says, some of these are straightforward. The neighbors want a bridge either to be 11-foot driving lanes with 6-foot sidewalk or 13-foot driving lanes with 4-foot sidewalk. Don't want an underpass walkway. That was the bridge. Road width, area east of the bridge is currently the widest portion of 54th. New plan makes it even wider. Plan includes 17-foot drive lanes, 7-foot parking lanes, 6-foot sidewalk. They don't want that. That's not what we're talking about. All neighbors view existing conditions width to work well. There's no reason to expand the total width. We're not doing that. Neighbors want the entire design to fit within the existing curbs. 13-foot drive lanes, 7-foot parking, 4-foot sidewalk will do that. But it's within the existing curbs is some of the key language here.
So it's a substitution of sidewalk facility for current roadway width. Pretty much.
Well, do you still have 5-foot bike lanes on the east? If we do on the east what is currently there, we have 5-foot bike lanes.
Right, 5-foot advisory lanes on each side.
Right.
You could do what we have on the west.
You could narrow it by taking those out. The same thing
Actually-
that is on the west, 2 14-foot lanes.
No. You wouldn't. The advisory lane is 14 in the center, 5 and 5, so you only got 24 feet. The Sherrill facility is shown as 28 feet. So you actually would increase it by 4 feet if you got rid of the advisory bike lanes on the east segment.
Say that again.
Say it again.
The
We would add 4 feet to the width of the roadway if we get rid of the advisory bike lanes?
and put in a Sherrill to match the west segment.
Oh, okay.
You'd gain 4 feet, 4 feet wider.
So what's your understanding of what we're discussing here now? The east side is 40 feet as it is now?
My understanding is what the motion is on the floor.
I want to
that
make sure you understand what we're
Yep.
talking about, so.
40 feet wide, the way it is today, the sidewalk on the north side, and the west segment is as is shown in the feasibility study with 2 14-foot Sherrill lanes and the sidewalk on the north side.
Does the east side 40 feet include the sidewalk?
It does not.
Okay.
And because we've potentially narrowed the roadway width on the west segment by 4 feet, where does that 4 feet come from? Are we going to be able to create more depth for the people on the north side, the south side? How would we do that?
We're looking at 2 different things. A lot of the discussion I've heard from the council tonight was just the drive lane, so 28 feet. We need to consider the sidewalks another 8 feet. So in our section in the study, it's 35 feet wide. Today it's 32. So if we proposed the section in the study, it'd be 3 feet on average wider than what out there today, but you'd gain that sidewalk facility in there. You're comparing
He's talking
drive
about
lanes
the
and
right
bike
of way,
lanes.
not the.
So what's the impact on the houses to the north of 54th? by what we're talking, of what we're talking about?
On average, 3 feet.
They'd lose 3 feet, or they'd gain 3 feet?
Correct. We'd be 3 feet closer to their homes.
And that would allow us to put in a 6-foot sidewalk.
That's why the bike lane gives them more of a buffer from the road.
But I think that's the key from the ETC proposal, is that they're not going to lose that 3 feet.
If you did their recommendation, it would be 1 foot into their yard. So it's a difference of 2 feet from what's in the study versus the
Including the
ETC.
sidewalk.
Including the sidewalk.
Yeah, see, that's the...
So it's a 2 feet.
That's the reason, that's the danger point.
It's 3 feet.
People that already have a short side yard setback to 54th, under what we're talking about, would lose 3 feet, and under the ETC proposal would only lose a foot to accommodate the sidewalk.
My proposal also has the minimum 1.5 feet from the utility poles on the south side, though, too. So what you have to really know is where exactly the edge of the road is right now to where those utility poles are.
It's right on the pole on the east side.
Yeah.
The darn near butts right up to it in my front yard.
That's on the, he's talking about the east segment.
Right.
So the west segment's what we're talking about.
And we're talking about the west segment.
Something doesn't feel right here. I mean, it seems like it intellectually makes sense. The east side seems, leaving it the way it is, seems okay.
You're doing, but
So something wrong on the west side.
Mayor, what you're doing on the east, I don't understand. You're taking 6 more feet on the east side to add a sidewalk to what you have today, and you're taking 3 feet on the west side to add a sidewalk. So your impact to side yard setback on the west side is much less than what you're doing on the east side.
But the west side, the houses on the west side that have, they're either fronting or they have their garages on 54th, don't have as much flexibility
No, I understand that.
as the houses east of the
Except that
creek.
I keep hearing about the house straight across from the church. So you must have some concerns over on the east side.
Mhm. Yeah, I do.
I think where the recommendations to try to narrow were concerned, because it was a conversion. Again, talking about users, the facility that's been missing is the dedicated pedestrian facility. And so again, I think we do have consensus on the sidewalk. I think the neighborhood has pretty good consensus on the sidewalk. The question is where that is going to come from. And yes, legally we have the right of way for it, but the question is what we're doing with the corridor that already is uncomfortably located for some of the residents along it. So how can we minimize that impact and still be serving the users?
We can't, because we either take out a bike facility and accommodate that,
Well,
or
you
it's
have
the
a corridor
reverse.
right
You
now
can't get
that's-
everything. You have to make
right.
some hard choices and use the right-of-way if you value that facility higher, a marked facility or a dedicated facility.
But a road is a bike facility. You're not taking
No,
out a
I-
bike
The
facility, it's
lowest
just how
level,
you
the
designate
lowest level
it.
facility is going to be share the road with a sign. That's the lowest level facility.
There was a conversation earlier tonight
So we
about
took all the
Birchcrest.
money we got from the TLC and all those recommendations, and we're eviscerating that out of the corridor. So that's why I was trying to come back with something that would better accommodate all users, move the traffic away from the front doors of those people with the tight setbacks, and narrow a lane, because the narrow lane and all the striping is what cognitively slows down bike or drivers, and that's probably in the book you're reading. It's the striping on the side. It's the narrowness of the lane that helps, and then it's the multiple users that slows drivers down.
What
So you
you-
get all those elements.
When you asked earlier this evening about long-range plans for Birchcrest as a for Valley View Road as a bicycle facility, it's designated a secondary route. The answer was there is no plan because we don't have a policy or a plan on what has to be done with secondary routes. This is a secondary route. And I understand what you're trying to do, but it's just that it has a cost. There's going to be a cost for it, and we can't get to,
Your
we're trying to
trade-off is different
minimize
than
the
mine.
cost, but yes, my trade-off is different than yours. I think the facility we need to create is the dedicated pedestrian facility, which is missing. I don't see a need. We have a bike facility, it's the roadway, and I guess, can I call the question?
Let me ask one other question first.
Well, if I call the question, we have to vote, right?
Yeah, we have to vote on the
Okay, then I-
question.
You have to vote on
We're
calling the question, and then you have to vote.
Okay, well, I'd like to call the question just because I think we should take some kind of clarifying vote and then do whatever we're going to do.
All right, we got a second on that?
Sure, I'll second it.
All right, all those in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Nay? The ayes have it. We got a motion in front of us. So, any further?
Can't.
We're out of discussion time. So now we're going to vote on this motion.
You understand all the components?
We
in
can't
the-
discuss it, guys.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The question
I'm
got
sorry.
called.
Go ahead.
Deb, just,
Member Brindle. Member Brindle.
I know.
it's 12:30, guys.
I know it is.
Well, so, with 8 public hearings, what did you expect?
All right, nay.
Member Bennett.
Nay.
Member Sprague.
Nay.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Mayor Hopwood.
Nay.
Okay.
How does narrowing the road by 4 feet on the west segment create a situation where they lose 3 feet of yard instead of 1 foot of yard? When the ETC proposal involves, the 13 foot.
You're looking at total drivable, a total pavement area today versus a section proposed that adds a 6-foot sidewalk in there. You're not,
We have to move this, but
Sure.
I will move the ETC recommendation as stated in the memo petition to the city manager, transportation commission, and city council dated November 27, 2013. It states, for the design for the street from France Avenue West to the bridge, 7-foot striped parking lane on the north side, 2 11-foot travel lanes with no center line stripe, a 7-foot striped parking lane on the south side, do not raise the bridge, adding the condition that there be neighborhood participation in the aesthetic design of the bridge, include a sidewalk on both sides of the bridge, from the bridge west to Wooddale Avenue, 2 13-foot, 11-foot plus 2-foot reaction, unstriped travel lanes, from France to Wooddale, 1 6-foot walk or 1 5-foot walk and 1-foot rumble strip, sidewalk on the north side. And that's my motion.
What about the sidewalk segment from? The
Sidewalk
creek to
segment,
on the
adding-
south side to the church.
Adding the sidewalk segment on the south from the church to the creek.
Mayor, may I add one comment on the funding for the Bike Boulevard project? If the variance doesn't go through, that we could do a Sherrill facility. We've asked the question whether we have to pay back funding for that
We do.
Bike Boulevard project. We've asked the question, and they say we've never had someone go back on their facilities to be able to give you an answer. So just to make you aware, we may have to pay back some of the funding, but we don't know how much at this time.
Did you move that?
Yes, that's my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Call the question.
Need a second to that?
Second.
Those in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Might as well, aye. Opposed? We got a motion in front of us. Roll call, please.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Nay.
Member Swenson.
Nay.
Member Brindle.
Nay.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye.
So
All right, here
what
we go.
about, Mayor, go back to your suggestion that we keep status quo in the east section? What if we, in the west section, did the 11 and the 14 that I proposed with the 5-foot bike lane? See what I'm talking about? So you've got a 14.
Yeah, go back to your overall width, roadway width, and then we'll find out how that affects the property owners on the north side.
It's 14, 11, and 5, so it's 30. And with the
Affects it by
sidewalk,
6 feet, not 3 feet, though.
no, it's not 6 because it's
So it's
At
2
the
feet,
sidewalk.
it's 2 feet narrower on a roadway than it is now, but
Right.
It is,
Josh, say it again?
14. You can put the graphic up if you want to. If you have that, can you put that one up? It's easier for us to see.
does Member Sprague's suggestion require a variance?
No.
It's 37 is a right-of-way, but the street is narrower, the vehicle lane is set back further from the house, and you have a buffer to the sidewalk. So, yes, you encroach into the right-of-way, but there are some ancillary benefits. And then in the other section, if you're not willing to support that to keep parking, then just do the status quo in the east section.
Yeah, status quo is 32 feet.
I'm talking about in the east section, as per the mayor's recommendation of just keeping the status quo with the advisory lanes in that section.
Can I make one comment on this
Yep.
section? There's a driveway between Brookview and Oaklawn, that if this section went, we'd probably have to eliminate that 1-foot buffer strip just in that block,
We
which is
taper.
what we do.
Right.
We move that buffer in the boulevard areas, shrink it, move it, just for impacts to steep driveway and potentially we don't want to impact the garage.
If this is the east section, where are the parking limits?
This is the west section.
This is the west section.
Yeah. We're back to hybrid model.
Well, I thought you just said we were on the east.
You
No.
could do this. You could do this treatment all the way through, exactly how it is. The only shift would be in the east section. There'd be a 2-foot buffer between the bicycle lane and the vehicle lane, but you'd have to limit parking to Sunday only or some other limitation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
this
I think we're
No,
pretty
this is
comfortable in
going
the east. I think it's the west that we're
So
wrestling with. So how does this proposal affect other properties? How much property would we be taking, encroaching on the north side?
More than
5 feet.
More than my motion that you turned down.
5 feet, average is 32, we're at 37 with this one.
But there's no sidewalk today, so there's going to be encroachment anyway.
Yeah, but the ETC proposal only encroaches 1 foot.
Right. Only encroaches 1 feet from
Okay, let's take this as
current right-of-way,
parts.
is that what you're saying?
I'm just going by what Mr. Milner said, and that is the ETC proposal only involves a 1-foot encroachment over into the properties on the north side of 54th Street.
Yeah, that's the trade-off.
So,
What are the lane widths?
In the proposed west section?
In what the ETC
Oh,
proposed?
13.
11.
11 plus.
11 plus a reaction strip, 11 again being the MnDOT minimum
drive.
standard. So 11-foot drive aisle and the reaction strip.
Two.
The space
2
for the
feet
car
each
is
side,
13
right.
feet.
So that's 26.
No, the space for the cars is 11 feet because it's a solid line over on the curb.
It's
There
not,
isn't-
it's
not a
not,
striped buffer. It's
no.
It's just, okay.
just
Yeah,
13
there are no
13 feet.
stripes.
Okay.
We were verifying
So-
that.
Say that again, please.
Remember, Bennett has been saying 11-foot drive lane, 2-foot buffer. That's the way MnDOT lays it out, but that's not a striped 2-foot buffer.
Okay.
The curb is real close to there, so visually it's about 11 and a half and a foot and a half because the curb comes out.
So why was that language chosen, the 2-foot reaction?
That's the language MnDOT uses on their table, so.
That doesn't make me feel very comfortable for width.
So it's a 13-foot lane width is really what it
Yes,
amounts to.
exactly.
So let's look at it this way. If we have, let's see if we have consensus over the east and the bridge. So the east as it is today, with the link in the sidewalk from the bridge to the church. The bridge is a low bridge, as we've talked about, with sidewalks on both sides. And that'll be the only part of my motion so far. Let's just see if we can come to consensus on the east and the bridge.
Did you include the segment of sidewalk from
I
the
did.
creek to the church?
I did.
Second.
All right. Got a motion and a second. Discussion? Roll call.
Member Bennett. Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye.
I did not say aye. I said I wanted to pass and vote at the end. I didn't, so that wasn't a vote. I'm sorry, it came
You
out
wanna
aye.
abstain?
Not abstain. I take that instruction on abstention really seriously. But the motion again was east side as it is, which is a 40-foot width plus the addition of a 6-foot sidewalk, correct?
Whatever got, you did the math on.
Well, the mayor
Well,
was the...
there's no sidewalk on the east side under the ETC proposal. East of the creek, there's no sidewalk.
No, it was,
Right, no,
Mayor,
I
it was...
wasn't doing the ETC.
So just the math again on this was
Just 40
8-foot
feet.
travel lane, 8-foot parking lane,
8-foot parking on both sides.
Yep.
5-foot advisory bike lane on both sides, and a 14-foot shared lane.
right, but it's a total roadway width,
40
street width, roadway, I guess, is of 40 feet plus the addition of the sidewalk on the north for an additional 6 feet.
No sidewalk.
Yeah. As it is today with a sidewalk on the north side of the street.
Was that part of them?
I didn't,
I thought you eliminated the sidewalk on the
No.
north side. The ETC doesn't have a sidewalk. on
I'm
the
not
north side.
talking about the ETC. I went back to what it is today plus a sidewalk.
No, there is actually a sidewalk in the ETC recommendation, but that's not what we're voting on. So what number, Clerk Mangan, can you restate the motion for me, please?
Member Swenson said that she was proposing the east side of West 54th Street as it is today, plus the addition of a 6-foot sidewalk on the north side of the street.
And the connection of the sidewalk on the south to the church. Plus the low bridge and the sidewalk with sidewalks on both sides.
Okay, I'll vote nay.
Okay.
Okay. 4-1. Now we got to move to the west side. Want to move the ETC proposal again for the west side, see what happens? Member Bennett?
I will. I'll move the ETC proposal for the west side, which is from the bridge west to Wooddale Avenue, 2 13-foot, 11-foot plus 2-foot reaction, unstriped travel lanes with a sidewalk, a 6-foot or 5-foot walk plus 1-foot rumble strip sidewalk on the north side.
Do you have a second?
Second. Question?
Discussion, question?
Chad? So if we go to 13-foot lanes, That's not, we can't put sharrows on them.
There's no center line though
There's no center line.
in that segment, and then you go into a segment that has a center line.
No,
No,
there's no
there's
center
no
line.
center
There's
on
no
that
center
side.
line
Right.
throughout.
On the east.
Right.
Yeah, the
Center
road
line,
has
yeah.
no center line.
So is there any part of that last motion that needs MinDOT approval?
You wouldn't need approval unless you wanted to put sharrows in that 13-foot lane facilities.
So in passing this, we have to be prepared to pay back.
No,
Part of
because
the grant?
this is a hybrid.
Her motion didn't include sharrows.
But
I
we're retaining, but we're
understand that.
retaining as much of a bike facility on the
I
west side as
understand
there
that.
is, east side as there is
My
today.
question is, in this section on the west, if it doesn't have any signed or painted bike facility, then we have the possibility that we will be paying back part of the grant.
Well,
Correct?
first of all, we still retain facilities on Wooddale, which were changed and we didn't
No,
need
no,
to pay
no.
back.
I know, I understand what we have on Wooddale, and we didn't have to
The answer is
pay
yes.
back.
I mean, we
And
may
yes.
have to, we may not. We don't know.
We
So-
don't know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
I mean, it could be as simple as putting a sign up that says Edina shares the road.
That didn't cut it for the grant, and it wouldn't cut it now.
Right.
That's the lowest level facility.
And that was the signs we were trying to take off, all the
Right.
extra signage off the road. So-
We've had discussions on what would be the minimum that we need to start considering payback, and they've stated sharrows. It's not a hard, we couldn't get a letter stating that, but that's what they've told us in meetings, is the sharrow is the minimum pavement marking for a bike facility.
Well, we certainly have served science in this community. We've been a guinea pig. We tried the advisory bike lanes on Wooddale. They got their data. I hope, we asked for record keeping. There were all kinds of ways that records were kept and could be submitted for examination. So I think that part of this was, we were an experiment, we agreed to be an experiment, and I think we should be able to do what we need to do now without paying back a penny.
They probably don't even exist anymore.
We're not going to offer them any money back, and we're going to resist that as much as we can. So.
Walk back through this one more time. MinDOT will not require a variance request if what?
The motion I heard from the ETC is 13-foot lanes. There's no variance required there. Now, if we want to say we want a share the road facility with an actual pavement marking, we would have to go to the variance committee to get that approved.
They won't do that.
And in the opinions we've hearing, they wouldn't approve, we have to prove social, economic, and environmental hardship in their opinion.
So one alternative would be we just wait to see what Transit for Livable Communities says about whether we have to pay back any funds, argue with them, and if necessary, we could then go and try to get a variance based on whether or not they take any action to try to recover any of the monies they invested in Edina in this pilot program. Is that correct?
That's one scenario, yep. And we'd work through Metro State Aid. The TLC is ending, but we'd still work through Metro State Aid, did the funding on that, so we'd work through that group to see
Yeah.
if there was a payback or not, but.
Okay. All right. Thanks for raising that issue. All right, we've got a motion and a second to adopt the ETC proposal for the west segment from the creek west to Wooddale.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Any further discussion?
Seconder.
There wasn't a seconder.
Second,
Okay.
that was Member Brindle.
I just have a question for Chad. So the car position would stay relatively the same throughout this corridor? I'm not exactly sure what's from the center to the edge of the advisory, but is it relatively the same path?
We'd put that curb line as far south as we could.
Mm-hmm.
So today, from that southern edge, there's a 5-foot bike lane, then 11-foot travel lane. So those cars would be shifting slightly to the south because it's 13-foot lanes. So we would be pushing the cars further to the south in order to narrow the lanes and get a sidewalk in.
Okay. The neighbors are comfortable with all that. All right. Any further questions, comments?
I'm
Roll
ready.
call, please.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye.
Mayor.
That was quite a journey.
Mayor, members of the council, may I seek clarification on something? I know that to gain consensus on and get your fourth vote, you broke this up into an east and a west side. Am I correct in understanding that the west side does require a variance?
No.
No, okay, so you're variance-free at this point. So you did break the project up. Was the motion in a fashion that was a motion to design it that way or to actually order the improvement?
It was I would say it was more of a motion to design it that way and not to order the improvement.
Do you want a new motion that incorporates both and orders the project?
I would.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second to take the design concept we passed in the two prior votes and incorporate it into a project work order. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 You still need a-
Roll call.
Oh, roll call.
You still need a roll
On that
call.
one, too?
Right. Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle. Aye. Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Anyone here from Todd Park? Anybody want to speak to the Todd Park matter?
They wanted to accomplish the facility.
Just start, Chad, we're okay.
Okay. Last one of the evening, folks.
Okay.
Todd Park F, improvement number BA418. Project details, this project was initiated from a call from St. Louis Park. They're looking to reconstruct their streets north of Edina, and they asked if we should reconstruct the last 6 properties coming down to 44th Street. So there's
Okay,
We need a mic.
Folks, talk outside, please.
Okay, I'll start over. The project was initiated from a call from St. Louis Park. They're looking to construct their neighborhood streets north of this project area and asked if we wanted to do a cooperative agreement with them to complete the last few hundred feet of this roadway up to 44th Street. So within Edina, there's 27 properties, and if the project does get approved, we would draft up a cooperative agreement with them to look at the details of that. It was initiated by staff because we did look at the condition of the roadway after they did give us a call, and the roadway is in poor overall condition. Streets constructed in the 1960s. The utilities are owned and maintained by St. Louis Park, and there's spot curb and gutter problems. Here's some examples of the poor pavement on those roadways. You can see multiple patches, alligator cracking, pothole patches. Our recommendation is to go into a cooperative agreement with the City of St. Louis Park and construct a new street. There'd be spot curb and gutters repairs, and they are still reviewing their utility improvements. It may include water main at this time, but they're still looking at that. And we are televising the sanitary sewer in that area, and if there be any of those spot repairs, we would conduct that as part of the project. The cost we have for roadway costs are just under $100,000. The curb and gutter spot repair is just over $12,000 for a total project cost of $112,000. That lends itself to an assessment per the assessment policy, a date of an estimated assessment per REU of $5,000. Please note the colored properties on the very north of this project. These properties are straddling the border, so they do have a PID in Edina and also in St. Louis Park. So what we're proposing is they get assessed for their square footage or acreage within the city of Edina. So the red ones are 54% Edina, they would have a 54% REU, and the other ones are listed there in the same fashion. We believe this project is necessary, cost-effective, and feasible to improve the public infrastructure. Staff is recommending that the council authorize BA 418 this evening.
Questions for Mr. Milner? All right. It's open for public. Member Bennett, do you have one?
Did we receive any correspondence on this?
No. I received one call from the lady at 3940, 390, because she was assessed a 1/3 as part of the 44th Street project and didn't understand the difference between the local reconstruction assessment policy and the state aid policy, and felt it was unfair because her neighbors were getting a total assessment with the state aid project. But I explained the differences in the policies and how we had to apply those in this case. That was the only correspondence I heard from any residents in this neighborhood.
Any further questions from Mr. Milner?
Just transposition of a couple of numbers, just in the text, it's in the feasibility study, can be corrected for the files. But look under your page, second to the last page, a couple of the house numbers are transposed.
On the assessment roll or in the study?
You're out of questions.
In the study.
Okay.
I'm done.
Turned up your
I'm done.
quota.
I'll move it. I'll move
No,
the
no,
minute.
no, you can't. We have a public hearing. You can't
All
move
right.
it.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm thinking.
We're opening this matter up for a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to testify regarding this matter?
I move we close the public hearing.
Seeing no one, I'll second that.
All right, we got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to adopt the improvement, resolution supporting improvement BA 418. And roll call, please.
Member Brindle. Aye. Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Milner, quite a piece of work here.
Thanks for the patience.
And it's about...
Honestly, great job on all these
I
projects.
was predicting 3 a.m., but this is plenty late. Anyway.
Pancakes,
thanks,
anyone?
everybody. Thanks, everybody, staff. Thanks for great work. Getting through these in one fell swoop is...
Pancakes.
Worth it.
Scotch.
Scotch.
So, if there's nothing further, we stand adjourned.
This is the mayor?